Guin Saga. Gaiden 4. Queen of Ice and Snow. By Kaoru Kurimoto. There is a queen of ice and snow in the land. Even in the midst of ice and snow, it is possible to catch sight of, even though the woman has lived 1,000 years. Eternity and immortality do not interfere with one's mortality. Her name is the Queen. Unbeknownst to Chromhild, the ancient saga. From Song of the Ice and Snow Queen. The characters, in a play or novel. Guin. Leopard-headed super warrior. Ishtvan. Mercenary from Wallachia. Marius. The wandering bard. Aldine, half-brother of Neris, Molfkin of the North. An old dwarf who claims to be a member of the Kajia Snufkin clan. Sven. Taluans trapped in Jotunheim. Kriemhild. Queen of Jotunheim. Prologue. There was a cold drop in the air. I don't think we've gone that far north yet. We are near the north of Chironia, but we cannot yet see the river Nadal, nor, of course, the leaden, snowy Dead Sea of Norn, which blows all year round. The surrounding scenery did not seem to inspire me, even in a flattering way. The trees were heavy and swaying, the sky was gray and heavy, and the mountains, greenish-gray with a darker shade of black, towered above us as if they were blocking the way of the travelers, with their steep peaks covered with white snow, unlike those of the southern central plains. Every once in a while, a blast of cold air comes from the gray sky. That is what people around here call the breath of hell. Ronzania, Rhodes, Verdeland, the northern part of Chironia is a dark, snow-covered mountainous and marshy region in winter, which has almost no Middle-Earth-like features among the 12 electorates. In the area, there are lake people, who build houses on the lake and live there to catch fish, swamp people, who live in the swamp, cut reeds and make crafts, and only a few houses of free settlers. There are only a few houses of free settlers here and there. And if you cross the Nadal River, which is the border of the north, you are already in the north. The dark northern region covered with ice and snow is near. The northern countries are, first of all, Teruan, a great northern country with a vast territory on the coast of the Sea of Norn. Then, Queensland. And then, the dark kingdom of Norum, whose borders are unclear. These are the most important ones, and the rest is made up of various Viking tribes, large and small, who have settled in villages along the coast. In any case, the population of all the northern countries combined is less than that of the middle kingdom of Chironia. Guin. He was a young man of 23 or 24, with black hair, dark eyes, and a slender, dreamy look in his eyes. He has beautiful curly hair and a mouth like a girl's. With his knee-length kithera, short cloak, and pointy hat, anyone could tell at a glance what he was, a minstrel. The man to whom he spoke was in the shadow of the flames, and only his eyes glowed with the fire. Before he could answer, "It's not that big of a country, but if you know as much as you do, you wouldn't want to let it down." From the other side of the fire, there's something that says, "Yes, Marius boy, I'm not a boy." The minstrel is angry. "I thought I was a year or two older than you." "I don't need you to call me a boy, Ishvan the mercenary." He did not answer, but grinned and threw the firewood into the fire, where it blazed brightly. The man whom the bard Marius called Ishtvan, illuminated by that flame. Black hair, black eyes, that much was the same as Marius. But after that, there's nothing remotely similar. His dark, sallow face is also quite handsome. However, unlike Marius, who had a gentle, girlish face, his face was tight and his mouth was etched with ironic wrinkles, making him look older than Marius, even though he was actually 2 or 3 years younger than Marius, as Marius had just said. His dark eyes, too, though they can sometimes shine mischievously and boyishly, usually have a glittering, shrewd, sly light in them. At first glance, with his leather band around his head, his hair tucked in at the back of his neck, and his scarred leather armor and cloak, he looked like a stubborn, worldly mercenary who had traversed many battlefields with only a sword, and who had learned to play games, to be fearless, and to be cautious. He was taller than the older Marius, and his muscles were much stronger. Compared with his other companion, he was slender and lean, but his lean, whip-like body was that of an agile warrior, full of strength, confidence and youth. So, his taunts and disrespect for his companion, who was a gentle-faced minstrel, and whose work, in his opinion, was not that of a man, were so blatant and vicious that they would have angered even a man of much longer temperament than Marius. It's not like I forgot or didn't say it on purpose. Marius had come to the point where he could not resist this companion, so he turned his head to the side and said softly, "I'm sorry. I just thought I'd put it in order. Guin and I are going to decide which of the northern countries we're going to visit first." "Whoa. That's good. Maybe some of the northerners will like your girly bits and pay you a few runs." "Boy, Guin," Marius said indignantly, "shut him up. I can't take it anymore. All through my long journey through Chironia he's been trying to provoke me by treating me like I'm a man-whore and a disgusting worm. But now that I've come this far, to the Natal River in a day's journey, I can't stand it any longer. Why does he make fun of me so much? Why does he mock me so much? No, it won't matter what those savages, those artless Semites, say. But I'll tell you this. Guin, why the hell is he following you and me? All along, me and you were supposed to be going to the north. But what the hell does he want with us? How far will he follow us?" Istvan's lips quirked in mockery. "You've come to art. You're a singing girl, you know, you make me itch just to look at you like that. The way you're clinging to Guin with those slender arms and those slender eyes that seem to have no use but to lure women into your arms, and the way you're shouting with your yellow voice. You're a hairy leggin with itchy nipples. Indeed, there were men like you in the Chitian brothel where I grew up. They wore makeup and sang love songs to rich fat men. It's a pity that such a great warrior as the leopard-headed Guin had to deal with such a languid and sullen thing again. What the? No. Come on, Marius, Istvan," a grave voice said. The light of the fire, with its golden sparks, illuminated something strange. Two round eyes shining in a dull yellow. Yellow fur with black spots, round ears and huge fangs, a leopard. A huge leopard is huddled in the fire. No. The only thing that looked like a leopard was from the neck up. From the neck down, he has a huge, extraordinary physique, with muscles and skeletal structure so great that an ordinary human being, an Istvan, would look gaunt, even through his leather clothes. But from the neck up, it is that of a wild, unmistakable leopard. If you don't stop it, I'll leave you both here. Day after day, you talk shit about each other and abuse each other. You're both too smart for men. I don't even want to mess with him, Guin. He's messing with me, Marius said quickly. He glanced at Istvan with scornful eyes. I know. He's jealous, 'cause you and I hit it off. He feels like I'm taking you away from him. He's a kid. What? Marius. Guin looks disgusted. You're bad, too. Why do you provoke Istvan like that? Your tongue is too prickly. Istvan, if you're such a man as the Red Mercenary, you don't pay much attention to what a mere bard says. Istvan spat. I'd like to give that brother a spear. That's the torque of walking behind a bear. I've been all over the world, but I've never met a man who wielded a kithara instead of a sword. Ha, Istvan. Guin stopped Marius with a grave gesture, who was about to rant as if he were on fire with oil paper. Maybe being skilled in the ways of the sword isn't the only way to be a man. Anyway, Marius' hateful words aside, I had one question I wanted to ask you. Marius is right. Tomorrow we'll cross the Natal River and bid farewell to the Middle Kingdom. But you won't leave us, and you're going with us north into the ice and snow. Our purpose is to find Locandorus, the wise of the north, but yours is, yes. And what is your purpose? Istvan of Wallachia. Istvan pretended not to hear. When Guin repeated it again, he had no choice but to lick his lips with his tongue in a sly manner. Come on, man, nothing. he said with a grin. He said I was going with him. Chapter 1. The Witch of Valhalla. So, with the addition of the Valachian Istvan, who seemed unaware of Marius's resentment and Guin's secret suspicions, the modest caravan of three crossed the Natal River and set foot in the icy north. For a while after crossing the river, it is still a frontier area, a land of free settlers. Marius, a man of genius in such matters, went into the last free settler village on the border of the Teruan and successfully purchased the various goods necessary to penetrate deep into the north. Among them were boots lined with warm bear fur, snow boots, the stone-hard dried meat used in this area, fur coats and fur-lined hats. If you really want to go deep into the northern countries, it's best to go into a village somewhere in Tallinn and take a boat from there, or get a ride on a caravan of dog sleds on a trade trip further north, Guin said. But as usual, Marius would only speak to Guin, as if to say, there is no third person with me anywhere. Well, I suppose that would be a good idea. From here on, the nearest village has, what's the word, a terrible name. It's not a place you'd expect a man to live. Serbami, Asin. Both are seaside villages along the coastline. Asin is bigger. But they say Serbami is closer. What do we do, Guin? Well, the bigger, the better. The bigger one has more stuff, more everything. The bigger the better, Istvan said. Marius was silent, as if to discourage him, but Guin slowly. I see, you are right. Unless the larger town is farther away than the other one, it's better to go to the larger town for sledding. I told you to make a decision. It's settled, Marius said with satisfaction, as if it were his credit. After crossing by ferry, they encamped on the banks of the Natal River for a few days, and then they began to make preparations to go north. Even though this area was the dividing line between the central plains and the northern countries, it was still far from the northern countries, which were covered with white snow all year round. In winter, of course, it is covered with snow, and spring and summer are also very short, but it was just the height of autumn. It is surrounded by deep mountains. The trees are golden and crimson, and the harvest of autumn is coming in abundance. Small animals and birds are busy with their own lives, pecking at the fruits of the trees in the treetops. If you stretch out your hands, you can pluck as much of the juicy autumn bounty as you like to ease your hunger and thirst. At least as long as we are in this area, we cannot think of the northern country covered with snow all the year round. But winter is still approaching here, too. See? Marius, his enraptured poet's eyes fixed on the blazing autumn of all things, pointed and said, Look, I see something white on the surface of the Natal River. It's probably the first of the swans that flew in from the north to spend the winter. Oh, yeah. That's the swan of the Natal River, the spirit of the dead. But when he turned his head, he saw that Marius had tears in her eyes. But when he looked back without thinking, he saw that Marius' eyes were filled with what he could only assume were tears, and he rolled his eyes in surprise. Did you get some garbage in your eye? He asked kindly, for his part. It's nothing. It's just. Swans swoop over the Natal River. The river Natal I thought I'd come to. I was 14, only 14. Ha, Istvan said dumbly. Most likely, he was thinking of some girl. Anyway, how long are you going to stay here like this, lingering like this? Even while you're doing this, precious time is ticking away. I suppose that too. Guin was always the pacifier. So the three of them left the Natal River and finally entered the northern frontier region. It was, however, a very pleasant trip, to say the least. The seasons are good. Food is plentiful, and the Red Road itself is cut off at the border of Chironia, but a good road, known as the North Road, is open to us instead. In this area, there are no bandits, and it is even safer than going through the borderlands of the Central Plains. This was partly because this area was not so crowded as to be worthy of the business of banditry, and partly because the prestige of Chironia had penetrated well into this area. The view of the mountains, the river, and sometimes the sea in the distance is also quite nice. Besides, the three of them were not carrying any treasures or women or children to worry about, and each of them was confident in their ability to protect themselves. They crossed the upper Natal River west of Verderland, entered the Free State, and turned their course northwestward toward the southern coast of Talon, commonly called the Sawtooth Coast. The road was deserted, with no traders or travelers passing through, and it was even possible to go a day without seeing anyone, but this was a good thing for them, especially for Guin. I should also mention that all three of them were extremely sturdy walkers, which made their journey much easier than that of ordinary caravans. They rested minimally and set out at sunrise, walking until it became dark and they could no longer see their feet. Food could be purchased at the homes of the free settlers along the way, but they knew that this would not be possible if they were to enter a region of perpetual snowfall, so they saved what they could and made do with what they could for the day, using nuts, grasses, and small animals along the way. As far as possible, they would meet their daily needs from the fruits of the trees, grass, and small animals along the road. In this region, where there are many birds and animals, this was not a difficult thing to do. We've been walking for 10 days. Wow! The ocean. Istvan was the first to see it, and shouting like a child, he left the street and climbed up the cliff. Born and raised in the seaside town of Wallachia, Istvan seemed to miss the sea as much as the sea was his home. For the other two, the sea was not that far away, but they too followed Istvan up the cliff. Having walked for days along the narrow, mountainous, tree-roofed road, the sudden opening of the sea view made them feel refreshed and relaxed, as if their hearts were suddenly expanding. But that does not mean that the scenery was exceptionally bright and beautiful. It was the shore of the northern Sea of Norn. The coastline was desolate with craggy rocks and steep cliffs, and there was no sign of human habitation as far as I could see. And beneath the dreadful cliffs, the white spray of the waves was rough, and the sea was a dark, leaden blue. In winter it would be a darker gray and leaden, the clouds would hang heavy, and the waves would crash madly against the rocks. It was the unmistakable sea of the north, and it bore no resemblance to the bright blue, beautiful emerald, flocks of sailing ships and skiffs, and lush green coves of the Sea of Lent, with which Istvan was so familiar. But even so, the Wallachian-born mercenary sniffed and opened his chest fully. "Oh, I can smell the sea, you son of a bitch." He continued to breathe in the cold air, which smelled of the sea, as if he were talking to himself. They continued their journey along the coastline, no longer needing to follow the road. The road would soon leave the seaside and lead endlessly to the northern outskirts of the Norms, but they were aiming for a Viking village, which, as Vikings were a seafaring people, they naturally expected to find by the sea. The sea was just below us, but unlike the forests in the mountains, which promised us a rich harvest, from this high cliff we could not go down to the edge of the waves to pick up shellfish, fish, or even approach the seashore. It was different from the Sea of Lent, where the sea was near, but far away, and always visible, but never close. They huddled around a fire, and the temperature was gradually dropping, and it was this harsh, distant sea that had given rise to the peculiar northern piratical temperament of the Tartan Vikings. But that was as much as he could do under the circumstances, when Istvan immediately interrupted him and Marius was annoyed. But Istvan, who had always ridiculed Marius for his weakness, could not help admitting that he could not have done without the furs that Marius had brought with him. When they went out to the sea, the wind was much colder than in the mountains, and in the mornings and evenings it became so cold that they could not live without the fire and the furs. It was no longer unusual for there to be occasional flakes of white. It was evident that they were moving northward. They put away and discarded the things they had worn in the pleasant country, and put on in their place boots and hats of heavy fur, cloaks of leather and feathers, and fur coats and woolen underclothes. The leopard's head of Guin, when he put on his strong body and fur clothing, became even more striking, and he looked more like a bear with a leopard's head, standing on his hind legs, than a half-breed man. He looked more like a bear with a leopard's head. They were clothed in furs, warm enough, for the present at least, to cope with the change of temperature, and they walked like round sacks wrapped in furs. On the shoreline they looked down upon, birds sang and shouted in strange voices, and they swooped down from the waves to catch some small fish in their beaks, as if to testify that this grey-blue, deadly sea was also rich in blessings for other species. The three of them continued to walk along the coastline for several days. The place was still uninhabited, with only seabirds and small insects. How many days had passed? Suddenly Istvan, who prided himself on his good eyesight, became very excited and pointed towards the shoreline. I see smoke. There's a village. A village. Ha! I don't see it. And Marius? I suppose so. Because that thing on your high nose is probably just for eye candy. Well, Guin, you see. No, I can't see. No, I see it. I think I see it. Guin, be careful. But it could also be wildfire or smoke. Maybe it's fishermen camped out there. We can't just assume it's a village. He's a village, he's a village. That's what I think, that's what my instincts tell me. Oh, this guy seems to be Paro's psychic, Marius said sternly. Istvan stared at Marius, but said nothing. He kept quiet and cocked his chin as if to say, look at that. The brown roofs of several houses were now clearly visible, though in a dim, shadowy form, beyond the sheer cliffs and coastline. It's always the ones who disrespect people who are of no use to them, Istvan said with great satisfaction. Marius pretended not to hear him. Hey, Guin. I think it's probably a Viking village in Taluan territory, but just to be safe, should I go there and check on them? After all, I seem to be the only one who is qualified for such things. Oh, you're a woman, especially if you're an old man who likes male prostitutes. And Istvan. Hey, Guin. I'm talking to Guin. Yeah. Then do me a favor. The Taluan Vikings aren't supposed to hurt people that easily, but you have to be careful. Don't worry, I'll take care of it. With my Ophiuchian oratory and the beauty of my lore, even the most hostile of them can wait here for a moment. Marius put down the sack on his back, and, with the kithara on his back, he became a light figure and started to run down towards the village. But then he stopped and came back, whispering to Guin in a whispering voice. Hey, Guin, I'd appreciate it more if you'd kill him or sew him while I'm gone. As soon as he had finished, he was laughing like a sea lion, running down the narrow slope, which was covered with low, grey lashes, with the lightness of a sea lion. The triangular hat of the minstrel he wore swayed like a tail in time with his supple body language. Istvan, who was left behind, looked away with hatred. Guin. He sounded as if he were revealing a great secret. Yeah, I've been meaning to ask you this for a while now, but with that son of a bitch hanging around, you know, Guin. Are you more of a man than a woman? What an idiot. Guin stared at Istvan in disgust. Because. Istvan looked annoyed, teased, and dazed. I've been traveling with you for quite a long time and I've never seen you buy a whore or play with a woman in all that time. What's more, you've been traveling with a man-whore for a long time, and you didn't seem to have any feelings for him when you were traveling with a pretty girl from Paro. You're a man, a human being. Yes. Something in Gwyn's grave, serious voice made even Istvan stop talking. If you're human, Gwyn, there is nothing for you to worry about. There's no brothel that would let a strange shape like me, man, beast, demon or whatever, go up there and any woman would run away in fear. But that doesn't mean I'm going to sway my heart to a man if a woman hates me. You mean Marius, he's a funny one. I save him from a dying man in the street, and he says he's going to write a saga about me and others, and he follows me everywhere, everywhere. Even when my life is in danger, even when I'm in fear, he won't leave me. Yeah. Most likely, he's in love with you. I can't stop him if he wants to follow me. And you, Istvan, you're a male prostitute, but that man is much stronger than he looks. He's had a lot of trouble. I don't mean to imply that he's a softie, though it may be true that he likes women. Ha! You're ridiculously protective. He's so weak. Istvan clicked his tongue. Anyway, I've been living with this sword since I was 4 years old. I can tell if my opponent is stronger or weaker than I am without ever having to use a sword. I don't think I'm any better than him. Does he even know how to hold a sword? I've lived my whole life in a man's world, on the battlefield, and a man without a rapier on his hip is even more ridiculous than being naked. Marius hates fighting more than anything. But I think he at least knows how to hold a sword. Something funny, Guin said. Istvan spat at him as if he had made a fool of himself, and pondered for a little while. Guin. Suddenly, he said it in a completely different tone. Yeah. Well, you know, what you said earlier. What are you talking about? There's the girls. I think you're looking for the wise Lord Locandoris of the North to find your lost body. But, even if you find out what happened to you, it might not make a difference. People always care more about what kind of power and money he has now than what kind of birth he had. It is, yes. Guin agreed. So why does a warrior like you, in my opinion, care so much about such a trivial matter as your own identity again? It doesn't matter what it is. Whether you were born from the foam of the sea or fell from the sky. I'm not proud of it, but I don't know who your father is either, but that's not the point. Hey, Guin. By the god of war, Lur, you're a great warrior. I have no doubt in my mind that you're the strongest warrior I've ever met. Hey, come work with me. I've got a plan. It's bound to work. I've thought about it over and over and over again. It'll work out, and if it works out, I'll be king before long. At least I'll be a great lord, I'm sure of it. But to do that, I'll need gold, lots of gold and a strong sword. Like you. So that's why you've been following me here. Guin said quietly. What do you think you're doing, Istvan of Wallachia? I can't tell you that. Istvan grinned and closed one eye. All I can say is, I'm gonna be king. Hey, Guin. Why don't you stop chasing your own fate and join forces with me? Be a lord, a general, a millionaire, something powerful like that, if not a king. I don't care if you're a leopard or a pig's head or even a pig itself. There'll be women after women after women. That's the way women are, they don't care if you have a face as long as you have power and money. To them, a king's face is just a pile of gold. Guin, a warrior like you wandering around all his life just because he's cursed with a leopard head is ridiculous. You've got more kingly dignity than me. I'm a leopard head, and all the bards will sing your name. The leopard-headed king Guin. Don't you think that's a nice word, Guin? Ha! This goes for Marius, too, Guin muttered to himself. You and that man talk too much for men. In that respect, you're very much alike. Oh, come on, man. I don't know what you think you're doing, you fucking faggot. I don't know what your plan is, Istvan. Guin didn't care, he said gravely. But I'll tell you this. Istvan, you're young and ambitious. You're old enough to be reckless. But don't do anything that would be out of character. Do you want to make the princess of Paro cry? Ha! Istvan scoffed and looked at Guin with a scowl. Guin, you don't think Linda. When Guin tried to answer something, oi, oi. From a distance, a shout and Marius came running. Come on, guys. This guy's a fright, this is heaven. Heaven. And when I found out that I wasn't mistaken. The two men looked at each other as if they were wondering what was wrong with Marius' head. In the meantime, Marius is doing his best to invite you in. Let's go. Guin slowly raised his body, and Istvan said anxiously. Hey, wait, sent this some kind of a trap? He's just trying to scare us, lure us in. What the hell kind of heaven is this? Hey, what are you doing? Come on. Marius called out more frustratedly. He had taken away his fur hat, his cloak, and even his kithera, the next most important thing in life, and left his face slack and loose. It doesn't matter if it's a trap or not, since it's just you and me. Anyway, let's go, Istvan. Well, yeah, that's true. I'm a very careful man. Istvan, with a Buddha's face, grudgingly followed Guin down the narrow path that led down the cliff. It doesn't look like the ambushers are hiding in plain sight, Guin said, his eyes darting in all directions. At the end of the cliffs they came to a long, narrow strip of brambles and beach grass, some distance from the shore. The smoke that they saw seemed to be coming from small houses further on, along the shore. It's a small, impoverished village. I don't think that's Janus heaven. As Istvan says, it was a very common seaside village, built about a motad from the edge of the waves, at the limit of the distance between safety from the incoming waves and keeping watch over the long, narrow boats lined up on the beach. The houses, as is usual in these parts, are square and flat, made of earth covered with kaya and then filled with stones. The low ceilings are to protect the houses from the strong sea breeze, and the use of neither stones nor kaya is probably the result of the wisdom of the people who have lived here for a long time, in order to let moisture escape appropriately and not be corroded by the salty wind. 2 or 3 dozen houses were clustered together in a hollow at the foot of the cliff, surrounded by what appeared to be a small field with a windbreak made of kaya. These awnings, which could be seen at the windows and entrances of many of the buildings, were no doubt made of the long, thorny thickets of beach grass which they were now lumbering through. As a whole, it looked like a dreary, lonely fishing village in the north. On the sides of a number of small, leather-bound boats tied to the beach, nets were lined up. As we drew nearer, we saw a number of fish hanging out to dry on a stone wall, held together by thin sticks. Just one step away from the village, the grey waves of the Norns were crashing with a crashing sound, splashing and breaking with a white spray. But when they finally caught up with him, Marius greeted them with a grin so wide that his mouth was split open to his ears, and he held out a bottle of wine in one hand to them. In his other hand, he was holding a grilled fish that he was about to bite into, and the fish, full of eggs, smelled delicious and fragrant. "Why, what the hell is wrong with you? I don't know what's in heaven, but you're..." Before Guin could say anything else, Istvan spoke up. However, Marius, who would normally be incensed, did not say anything back, but said with a grin, as if to say that he would soon find out anyway. "The villagers have been so kind and so welcoming to us that they've even started to prepare a welcome party for us. There's plenty of fish, wine, and food, and, come on, don't listen to me. I wouldn't have believed it if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes. I'd never have believed it if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes. I'd never have believed that there was actually such a wonderful place on earth, in the far north." Of course, Istvan immediately noticed that Marius had emphasized some parts of the words in a somewhat teasing way. "I hope you're not playing some kind of crazy trick on people. I say, looking at you with a puzzled look in my eyes. My guardian angel, the lure of music." Marius merrily imitated Istvan. "Now, if we stand here and don't go too far, they'll think we've gone away and they'll be sad." "I thought they were." Just when Istvan was about to intervene. "No." Guin's gravely voice came over the two of them. "Not so much. You see, they were afraid that we might go away, so they came out to meet us." Istvan and Marius both turned their heads in alarm. And Marius laughed and waved the bottle of wine over the roast fish like a bouquet of flowers, but Istvan, its mouth gaping open. His eyes are still wide open. "Coco, Coco Coco, Guin." Guin stands silently. However, even his expressionless yellow eyes had a strange expression on them. Why in the world would Marius make such a big deal about heaven on earth? Guin and Istvan have finally come to understand the reason for this. There must have been about 100 villagers in all who came out through the low doorways of their houses. The number of people living in this small seaside village of only 20 houses may have been quite large, but it was not the number of villagers that frightened them. "It's Saria." Istvan made a groaning, drooling, indescribable sound. "Oh, my God, have we wandered into a Sarian temple, huh? Oh, my God, women, women, women all over the place. All right. Are you saying that there are no male residents in this village?" Every single villager who came out of the village was a woman. Except for a few girls and an old woman, most of them were young and beautiful. It is not surprising that Istvan bared his eyes and Marius smiled and said that he was in heaven. And there they come, smiling, and holding out flowers and cups of wine, and approaching passionately, our buxom bodies, and red hair, blonde hair, and black hair, and white hair, and chiseled they are all beautiful women with richly sculpted bodies. Moreover, they seem to be in the habit of not shying away from their ample and large bodies. They all wore woolen garments tied on one shoulder, some on the right, some on the left, of various designs and colors, with fur trimmings and ornate embroidery. There is only one thing in common in their designs, and that is that there is no exception. That is to say, it hangs loosely from one shoulder to the belly, and is fastened at the waist with a leather sash. Their arms were covered up to the shoulders with long gloves that did not extend beyond the wrists, but nevertheless, the breasts of the other half of the large beauties were bare, exposing all their ample breasts. From the waist down, she wore tight-fitting leather pants and knee-high boots, which somehow seemed more lascivious and incendiary than her bare skin, and her ample white breasts seemed to shoot men's breasts like arrows. Holy shit! Istvan spit in his mouth. He's right, Marius boy. This is heaven, indeed. A feast for the eyes. A feast for the eyes. Look at that, Guin. Look at the biggest redhead with the biggest tits. I swear on the sacred cow of Saria, I've never seen tits like that before. Istvan. I'm sure you can understand Nakahara's language up here. Guin told him off. But whether they understood it or not, the women, with smiles on their faces and one of their breasts twitching, were approaching them almost as if they were running towards them. One of them noticed Gwyn's strange appearance and stopped with a breathless face. It's Emer, she shouted. The accent was strong, but the words were understandable to them. Look at that, Vili. Who is he? Oh, Emer. Kumaburo. Kumaburo is disguised as a man. But okay. I'm a man. Tough guy. The other one is very handsome. Oh, Freya. Did you see those muscles? That physique, that frame. Excellent, excellent. Men. Men, 3 exotic men. One of us is Kumabar. Oh, I don't care if you're a bear. Or bear man, but I'm a man. Beautiful man. Young man. I've been waiting for you for so long. How nice. Oh, that shoulder, that arm, I want to touch it. Come here. Come on, come on, come on. Yeah. The women began to chirp at once and surrounded Marius, Gwyn, and Istvan. This is the island where Narek said he wandered off to. Istvan is embraced, baptized with kisses, and offered a drink, and he quickly falls out of favor and looks back at Gwyn. Oh, my God, what a place to wander. Heaven. The boy's right. Heaven. Well, wait. Gwyn pushed a woman who was biting his neck. Woman. What is this village called? A Talruan clan. Listen to me. This bear man will talk. The blonde screamed and kissed Gwyn on the nose. This is Valhalla. It's the palace of the Valkyries. Valhalla. Gwyn's eyes are getting worse. The Valkyrie. He turned, neither to Marius nor to Istvan. There is a country called Valhalla, but I have heard that it is farther north, literally the farthest country that has ever been set foot in. And what is the Valkyrie? I am the Valkyrie. I am the Valkyrie, said the woman who kissed him on the nose. It's not Bearval. Well, look at him. This man is not Baal, with his strange yellow and black fur. Well, I love this beast. And the woman took his hand and put it to her breast. Gwyn growls briefly and pulls his hand away. However, looking back, the 2 young men, who were not very good with women to begin with, whether they heard his words or not, were completely submissive, putting flowers on their ears and breasts, smiling and putting their hands on the women's breasts, and drinking the sake that was poured into the women's mouths. Istvan, don't be careless, and don't drink without changing the contents, so Gwyn tried to yell at him. But he, too, was being gradually pushed toward the houses by the wall of flesh that surrounded him. The feast. The redhead screamed. Grilled meat. Fish. Fruit of the tree and fruit of the grass. Fruit of the tree and wine of the grass. Honey wine. Come on. Summer is short in Valhalla. We must enjoy it while we still can. Oh, beast man. I'm sure you'll be able to please us with your strength. Come, drink up the sweet liquor of my lips, with your pretty, bearded mouth. Guin growled again, and not being able to push the young woman away with all his might, he was dragged into one of the buildings in the village. It is said to be the biggest house in the village. Already inside the house, a fire is burning in the middle of the house, all the food is piled up around it, and huge paddling turtles are placed on all sides, ready for a grand feast. Istvin and Marius also came in after them, covered with flowers. But this one was already in a state of pleasure, a little intoxicated, and his face was thirsty. Marius asked the names of all the women around him and praised the color of their skin and eyes, and held them by the shoulders and took their arms in a good manner. Sometimes he would look at the women from a distance and inspect them. As soon as they sat down, however, the most beautiful of the women flanked them and began to offer them wine. What's your name? Ha. Vili, yeah. And you are? Solar. Is a pretty name, you're as pretty as your name. Your hands are as white as freshly squeezed milk. I'd like to drink it. Oh, you're the girl I was talking to. The little Vila, yes, the Vila. Come here. Keh. Istvin said. How dare you, without shame. You can tell at a glance that a dark-eyed boy like her wasn't born in Primorsky territory, the manly steppes or the hard north. You were probably born in Paro, the birthplace of the famous womanizer Ophiuchus. You should drink. There were dozens of women, and not a single old woman or child came into the house, but every single one of them was a beautiful woman of a strange age. So that the two helpless young men did not have to quarrel with each other over the women, they were surrounded by women. The women surrounded them in a circle, trying to get as close to them as possible, taking their food and offering it to their mouths, and holding out their cups for them to drink from. The boldest are the ones who first put the wine in their own mouths and then try to pour it into the man's mouth with a mouthpiece. Whenever she does so, the other women shout in delight, and the house is filled with a lively atmosphere. Both Istvin and Marius seemed to be completely overwhelmed by the hospitality and womanizing. Guin was watching all this with a strange look in his eyes, while he was surrounded by women. Come on, Lord Kumabar. You should drink more. A woman shakes her long, rich red hair and leans toward him, forcing him to hold the cup in her hand. Guin said, accepting it, but not taking it to her mouth. What is the Valkyrie? Why are there only women here? Are there no men in this village? Why are you so hospitable to us strangers? My, you're a nosy lord. The woman burst out laughing as if there was something incredibly funny going on. We're called the Valkyries. But why do they call us that? I'm listening, woman. We'll entertain anyone. Any beautiful, respectable man, not beautiful, not respectable, as long as he has the arrow of Thoth. That's because we're Valkyrie. And we're Valkyrie because we welcome and treat men who are lonely and tired from long journeys. What else could it be? You can give that crap to Marius. Guin said bluntly. I just want to know, why are you all women? Well, violent. The woman sounded angry, flirtatious and envious. Then she said, I have no choice. If you don't believe in our good intentions for a moment, then we'll tell you. Then you won't torment us anymore, will you? My Lord Bear, our family is cursed by Frigg, daughter of Ymir. Our ancestors had a beautiful girl named Salmo. She was as beautiful as the sun and was courted by every man, until she fell in love with Sigurd. But Sigurd was the love of Frigg, the eldest of the 13 daughters of Ymir the ice god. Frigg was furious that his lover had been taken by a mortal woman, and cursed that from now on only women would be born from the line of Salmr, and that all the men who would take them would die young by accident or run away, so that no men would ever stay. Because of this, we became a clan of women only and came to be called the Valkyrie, the maidens of war. And because this curse became known, we were forced to leave our homeland of Valhalla, a land close to the gods, and settle in this dreary cape. So we entertain all travelers. Because there might be a strong man who can break Frigg's curse, and even if that's not the case, we're only women, and without a man to sire children, the rest will die out. Now, you understand, don't you? All we want is for you to give us a baby, we want nothing more than that. Then what if the traveler is a woman? Guin asked. There was a strange expression of amusement on the other woman's face. It's not like you can get a baby from a woman. The woman did not say what she was going to do about it. From the middle of this story, Istvan listened. Immediately, the mercenary's black, mischievous eyes lit up. Child seed, he screamed. You're welcome here because you want a baby. If that's what you want, I'll give you whatever you want. I'll share with you till you've shot Thotha's arrow. Guin, you might want to hold off. I don't care if it's a man. A woman born with a leopard's face would be a disaster. Guin did not seem to be offended by this unlawful remark. His eyes had a sharp gleam in them, and although he sometimes took the cup and sipped it slowly, he always seemed to be thinking, guessing, and wondering, and being careful not to let the women know what he was thinking. Marius, on the other hand, who did not care about this incident, picked up the kithara and jumped into the middle of the women. Come on, I'll sing you a love song. The merry minstrel shouted and struck up the Japanese strings. Immediately, a beautiful and rich voice flowed to the northern seashore. The women seemed to be enraptured by Marius's song, and to have their eyes fixed on him. Seeing this, Istvan, who did not have such a weapon to please them, began to drink more wine with a much less amused face. Marius sang one song after another, as many as he knew. At the end of each song, the women jeered, kissed, and tried to embrace the dark-haired Ophiuchus, threatening to tear him to pieces and eat him if he were left alone, as the eunuch maidens had done to the legendary Ophiuchus. As Marius's beautiful voice continued, even the women who had been surrounding Istvan and Guin gradually gathered around him, looking for a place where they could hear and see him better. Istvan's face became like a blowtorch. Guin, for his part, did not care a whit about the disappearance of the women around him, and he was still looking around as if he had been drinking a lot. In the meantime, the girls kept bringing in new plates of wine and food, one after another. Between Marius's songs, the women pushed the food into their mouths with supple fingers. Guin looked at the feast with blank eyes. Half of it was familiar to him from the northern part of the Central Plains: stewed vatcha dry fruits, roasted jumping rats, powdered pastries, some kind of egg stew, boiled mushrooms, skewers of lamb meat, various fruits, nuts and dried fruits. Various fruits, nuts, dried fruits. The other half are rare and unfamiliar dishes. A thick, pink stew in a deep pot. One of the women told me it was a stew made with the blood of rabbit hares. It was a soup made with various vegetables and a finger-sized paste as a garnish. A dish of steamed cereals with a thick sweet sauce, a rice cake made of various things crushed, kneaded, flattened, and baked. Finally, two girls brought a large deep pot to the house. In the pot, which had apparently been left on the fire, a thick stew was rising, and a surprisingly large slab of meat on the bone was simmering with nuts and spices. As soon as it was served, the women began to applaud and make a great noise, disregarding even Marius singing for a moment. However, Marius, who was intoxicated by the song, continued to sing, and Istvan, who was a stubborn eater, had already devoured the mountain of food that had been served to him, one after another, and he was so full that he could not eat any more. So I refrained from eating the stew. However, the women's joy was so great that they became ecstatic and began to take the plates and fight over the meat with their hands. Since the women had already devoured all they could eat, their appetites, however large they were, must have been bottomless. Their appearance was so bizarre that it could even be seen as odd. Drool dripped from their half-opened lips, and some of them even fell into a state of euphoria before eating. After eating the meat and sucking the bones, they would lick up everything left on the plate like cats, and would rush to get another helping. The house was cocooned by the strong and peculiar smell of spices. One of the women presented Guin with a plate of stew. Guin sniffed at it. It's a strong flavoring. He wrinkled his nose in a very leopard-like manner and said, "What's the dish?" "It's delicious," the woman whispered with a drooling, ecstatic face, just as she had done when she had given the cat Mayo the anorexia. It's delicious. Guin took it and put it in front of his knees. I'm sorry, but I think you've had enough. Without saying a word, the other woman beside him snatched it up and began to gobble it down. It's a good thing I'm a good person. Oh, yeah. It's made by the spirit. Hearing this, Ishvin's eyes lit up. Well, I'll take some. I'm going to need a lot of sperm anyway. I'm sorry. Nave's all gone. One of the women said. They've all sucked the bottom out of the nub. Oh, well. That's too bad. Well, I'll wait for you to make it again. Come on. I'm young. I don't need a vigorous meal like that. It's a hard dish to make, one of them said with a lick of his tongue. Yes, it's not easy to make. Materials are hard to come by. It's hard to get everything. I make it for special, good occasions. So if I make it again, you won't be able to eat it. That's right. I'm sorry to hear that, but we can't stay here that long, can we? When Ishvin said this, the women around him, wondering what was so funny, laughed in unison like the crashing of waves. Shut up. Marius, annoyed, stopped playing the kitara and yelled. I've got people singing to me. Enough, enough, enough. I've heard enough of your songs. Istvin, a realist, who has no interest in the mercy of good voices or beautiful chords, said back. It's all the same crap. You're my moon goddess, my wavy hair, my starry eyes. Thanks to you, I missed out on the best meal of the year. It's just bullshit. Moshes was so astonished that he stammered. His voice was so beautiful, and his skill at the kithara so masterful, that wherever he went he was popular for his divine voice and hands, but he had never even heard such a simple-minded remark. Bo, 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 sing my song. If it's nonsense, it's nonsense. Like a magpie ranting in the woods before the sun goes down, you're always ranting and raving, taunting the women. On the other hand, Istvin, who from the beginning had been amused at the way the women looked at Marius's singing and gradually withdrew from him, took advantage of the opportunity to reproach him. In addition, he was a skilled swordsman, and knew everything, and was good with weapons, wine, and women. He was also good at wood carving, making dolls and crafts, but he had one serious flaw, he thought, and that was. In short, he was completely tone-deaf. This was something he was secretly distressed about, and he couldn't help noticing that the man of color was a minstrel, and that his companion was a minstrel. Magpie, magpie, sing my song, sing my voice. I'm a magpie and you're a crowgar. I'll be damned if I'm going to let you seduce a woman with that sweet song and tell her you're a lover. I'll imitate you. I'll copy you. Just like a rooster. There you go, cock-a-doodle-doo. Ishtishvarn. O Saraya, of the gentleness that soothes my heart. O Thurlier, mother of all warmth. Ishtvin, in a fit of pique, picks up the kithara and mimics it with his breast outstretched. O sweet kiss, O honey of the Marinia flower, oh, let me have a drop of it in my mouth. That's insulting. The women all laughed like flowers in a gale, and Marius's sensitive face grew red and then pale. He immediately threw away his precious kithara and jumped down from the table. Duel. Show yourself, you. Oh, that's funny, you're gonna do that, you little crow girl. You mock me all the time, and I'm proud of it, too. You call me a whore, a child, a lazy little thing, and I'll show you what a whore can do. Show yourself, Ishvin the Valachian. No problem. Ishvin smiled and said, I am so happy that my mouth is open to my ears. So, what's your weapon of choice, brother? An arrow from your tote. Shut up. You're scared. You're freaking me out. Get out of here. Marius, followed by Ishtvin, runs out of the house. Guin slowly calmed down and pulled himself up, but then he looked at the women and saw their eyes. The women were clearly delighted and amused by what was happening. Their eyes glistened with fascination, they licked their tongues, and the women ran out in raptures. Hey! Guin said, looking back at the woman beside her, who had been called Vili. Don't you dare. If you get hurt, you won't be able to have your precious baby. We love a strong man. Vili also licked his tongue like a cat and looked up at Guin. We don't want the children of weak men. We don't want weak men's babies. Hey, you fight for us. We belong to the strongest man in the world, body and soul. Guin growled and finally walked out through the entrance. In the middle of the village, in front of the house, in a little open space, Ishtvan and Marius were glaring at each other like two angry dogs. You're the one who won't stop, Vili says as he leans on Guin's arm. Yeah. They're not the kind of guys who'd get hurt, and besides, there's something I'd actually like to know, too. I do believe that the bard is quite a handful, despite his appearance. The rest disappeared into his mouth. Guin walked up to him and snatched the sword from his belt and threw it carelessly towards Marius. Ishtvan, you're unarmed. He called out, putting his hand on Ro. Wait for him to take the sword. No problem. Ishtvan held up his sword, which he had already drawn, and stooped low. Pick it up, kid. Don't give me that, I'm unarmed, crap. What the? Marius turned his head to pick up the sword that had fallen at his feet. And then he hesitated. What are you doing? Marius clammed up. It's not that I can't use a sword, but I swore to Janice a long time ago that I'd never own a sword in my life. Wahaha. When he heard it, Ishtvan was so happy that he was ready to roll around on the ground. You hear that? Yeah, hey, you heard me, Guin. That's what I thought, man, that's what I thought. Sure, boy, you swore on Janice. Yeah, well, don't break your vows. Now, tell me, what do you want to duel over, the size of Thotha's arrows or a woman's throat or an arm wrestler? You're going to decide with your tiny, pathetic arms, ha ha ha. Wahahaha. Marius' pale face turned red as he leaned down to the nape of his neck. He said in a voice like a mosquito, I'm not a wimp. I'm a real man of my word. Yes, I know. I know. Wahaha. Ishtvan, Guin said softly, that's what they're saying. Why don't you use your bare hands, or a throwing knife, or a wooden stick as a bait? Is that too much for you, Marius? Is it your vow to fight all the time or to never own a sword? Swords, Guin, just swords. Marius shouted, gaining momentum. I'll fight you with anything else, wooden sword, bare hands, anything. I'd be remiss in my sacred vow to Janice if I let you think I'm afraid to say this. All right, you too, there's a boat or. Take what you can find, break it or break it. At Guin's instruction, they each selected a suitable weapon and fashioned it into a wooden sword. All the while, Ishtvan was smiling like a fool, and the women seemed a little disappointed that the duel was not serious. All right, Guin. This way. Same here. Good. Guin walked down and got between the two men and grabbed the end of their sticks. You can start when I get my hands off you. There 1, 2, 3. As soon as he said that, Guin quickly jumped out of the way. Next thing you know, they were bumping into each other. The stick made a tremendous noise. At the same time they both jumped out of the way and ran away. Ho! As soon as the wooden sword touches him, Ishtvan's eyes narrowed and his lips twisted slightly in amusement. This one. Ishtvan is a skilled mercenary who has been crossing dangerous bridges with his life and body on his sword for years. To be able to see one's opponent's strength, skill, and shortcomings in an instant was an essential ability that one had to acquire in order to survive. This guy's not. Ishtvan saw him as a weak singer, but when he saw that his footwork, his handwork, and his eyesight showed that he had been trained in the proper way of the sword, he was immediately attracted to me and my heart. The look in his eyes and the manner of his speech have lost all trace of disrespect, but the taunting smile still lingers on his lips. He knows it will make Marius angry. Oh, my God. As expected, Marius rushed forward, wielding his wooden sword in all directions, in a desperate attempt to catch up with Ishtvan. I will not be mocked by you. You and others. Whoa. Oh, he's strong, strong. Fool me. Fool me. Cassine, Cassine. Wooden swords collide with each other and are thrown up. The truth is, as Guin had seen with his calm and unperturbed eyes, Marius, who had been trained from the very beginning as a first-rate swordsman, was much more skilled in footwork and swordplay than Istvan, who was nothing more than a self-styled, unscrupulous mercenary, from the way he held his sword to his footwork. Marius, who was trained from the very beginning as a first-rate swordsman, must have been several steps ahead of Istvan. However, Marius had not only the guilt of having long since given up the sword, but also a serious weakness. You could call it spirit, or you could call it character. Marius is a bard by nature. He is not suited to the sword. He's a soft-hearted fugitive who hates strife and loves songs and women. Marius's fighting spirit, even though he was several times more skilled, and even though he was angry because of the insults he had received, was not far from that of Istvan, who had lived his life as a mercenary, exposing himself to the battlefield, and who was accustomed to the struggle of eat or be eaten. For half a battle, Marius seemed to have the upper hand, using his skill to push Istvan further and further back. But then, gradually, Istvan's sword tip became more and more powerful, and the spunk that came out of his mouth was overwhelming. Ah! When Istvan jumped into the fountain and splashed the stick up with all his might. Poof! The stick fluttered up from Marius's numb hands, and the next moment he was thrown down on his back by the legs of Istvan, who had also thrown down his stick. Istvan immediately leaped onto his breast, and clasping his throat with one hand, flashed a knife in the other. Ha! Marius gasped. Damn it! Kill it! He's telling me to kill you. I killed him. I want to see some blood. Let's cut that pretty young man's throat. You have to kill it. You have to kill it. The aroused women who were watching around her were ranting and raving. Hey, that's what he said. Istvan, chuckling, grabbed Marius by the hair and peered triumphantly into his eyes. If I don't do what you want, it's not my fault, is it? Marius had no response. He was completely overwhelmed, though it must be said that he was a little smaller and more slender than Istvan, his hair disheveled, his face very pale, and he was panting and staring at the knife, unable to fend off Istvan, who had mounted him. Hey, Istvan! Don't be ridiculous. Guin stood up quickly. You know what I mean. Anyway, you're a mercenary and Marius is a bard. It's not a level playing field. You fight for a living, that's your trade. Come on, cut Marius loose. I'm gonna tell. This is boring. The women were buzzing like reeds in the wind. So, Bearval, it's you. That's right. Now, these two fight. We belong to the man who wins. Hey, hey, hey. When Istvan saw that the clouds were growing darker, his face changed color. What an irresponsible bunch of bitches. Don't urge me to take Guin. How can I, a gentleman, handle a monster that can lift a rag dodo higher than my head with 2 arms? This is boring. The women chimed in. This is boring. Okay, I'm done with the sideshow. Guin said, not moving a muscle. The sun is almost up. You should go home. The women, crowing like grumbling crows, but not daring to disobey, meekly ran to Istvan and began to return home, praising the hero. No one dared to look at Marius. Marius was so overwhelmed with grief that he lay down, nodding and dusting himself off. Guin approached him and whispered quickly to him, pretending to help him. Look. Pretend you're leaving because you've lost face and get out of the village. Then sneak back and hide in a position where you can watch the village and I'll find some excuse to come out and call you. I'll tell you why then. Okay. Marius is a quick thinker too. He whispers without moving his face. No. I'm not going. I raised my voice. The women turned to see what's going on. There's a clear look of disdain in their eyes. Why? How can I go back after being insulted like that? I can't believe I've been beaten so miserably by him. Good riddance, Guin. We've been together all these years, but we can't travel together anymore. I'm going, no more of you, no more of Istvan. Wait, Marius. Guin, if he's gonna run off like a sieve, let him go, let him go. Istvan put his hands on the women's shoulders and rubbed their breasts, saying with a grin, "Even Torque has a sense of shame. I'm sure he didn't want you to see him like that after he talked so much. Leave him alone. Leave him alone. A warrior's companion deserves a warrior." Marius didn't say a word, he just stared at you and ran off as if he didn't even know he was going to get his precious kid Aurra back, and ran up the path out of the village. Oh. The women looked at each other and seemed to be looking at each other to see what they would do, but when one of them shrugged her shoulders, the others laughed and seemed not to care about him anymore, and they went into the house laughing and shouting around Istvan. Marius left it and stopped to think for a while, but then he walked straight up the hill as if he were leaving. The sun is sinking into the northern sea, and soon the thick northern darkness is upon us. Ho, 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 I hear a bird singing somewhere in a very lonely voice. Marius waited patiently, his eyes and ears straining to hear the sound of the lively music coming from the village below. Soon a pale moon rises over the northern sea. The waves, heavy and sluggish, are seen under the pale, damp light, which seems more distant than that of the middle plain, as if they were not seawater, but something much more sluggish and solid, something so solid that one could walk on it for a long time. I see it like an expanse of wilderness. Even the night breeze that blew rustlingly through the treetops somehow seemed to make the most desolate sound in the world, filled with anxiety, loneliness and fear. Marius waited. How long have I been waiting? Marius' keen eye quickly spotted a large figure creeping out of one of the huts. Marius moves through the leather without making a sound, approaches the shadow, and lets out a low whistle. Marius. His voice was so low that I couldn't hear it. I'm here, Guin. There you go. The leopard-headed warrior ducked into the bushes where Marius was hiding with an agility that belied his huge body. Finally, I'm out. Low as he growls. Sober up, he said. When the women began to insist that he hasten to fulfill the promise of a child, Istvan went with them to his bedchamber. Wait a minute, someone might follow us. But there was no sign of anyone coming out. After a while, Marius groped for Guin's outline in the darkness. Hey, Guin. What's wrong? Guin's voice sounded, quite strangely for him, as if it was filled with a certain trepidation, or even fear. Don't be frightened. Did you taste the food that was served at the end? No. I was singing. Good. I've been offered a plate of those girls, too. So what? Marius. Guin's voice was slow and heavy. The meat with bones and that stew that looked like human bones to me. Yeah. Marius was startled, and then, as he realized the significance of Guin's words and their gravity, his cheerful face turned white in the darkness. Gee, Guin. Marius didn't even try to hide the tremble in his voice. Well, that's not then. Those women, from the beginning, I could not help thinking they were idiots. It may be my sad nature to have traveled across the plain in such a deformed form, but it seems strange to me that they should have welcomed and entertained a stranger, let alone you and Istvan, and a monster like me, without the slightest hint of suspicion. I don't know. Besides, this area is supposed to be a very harsh place, even if not as harsh as the far north. The climate and environment are not as good as the Central Plains. In such a place, I wonder if a village with a gentle heart can survive, especially with only women, if they are willing to offer everything to travelers. A woman alone can't sail a boat and catch a fish. And there should be few fish in these woods by now, so what is that meat? Gokhan and Marius salivated and held back their gulps. All right, looks like no one's coming out yet. While we're at it. Run, Guin. I know you are. No, not so fast. Istvan's in there. If those women are what I think they are, then Istvan's in danger. That guy. Marius wanted to say that Istvan should be left alone and run away, but he didn't say that much. Whoa. Oh, my God. I let out a curse. They're such beautiful women, but what can you do, Guin? Follow me. Anyway, I've got to check it out. Guin looked around some more. Whether my fears were true or not could be ascertained by examining the kitchen. But the women just laughed and said nothing, and I couldn't ask too many questions without arousing suspicion. But I learned that the kitchen was probably at the back of the village, a common cooking and storage area. Ugh, Janice, let me protect thy precious child. Marius shuddered and cut the sign of Janice, but Guin did not care. He was already creeping out of the grass with a quiet duck. Marius followed in a panic. The two, to avoid being seen by the women, once entered the forest behind them in a wide circle, went around the village through the undergrowth of the forest, and then gently poked their heads out of the forest. I'm pretty sure that's where they're cooking, Guin whispers. At the far end of the village there is a large building with a well in front of it. There's a light in the window and there's smoke. You stay here, Guin said, crawling low and approaching the building. But even if he had been told to stay here, the young man, who had an unusual curiosity, could not have done so, and he followed quietly behind Guin. Guin cautiously approached the building, crawled under the window, and stretched out his head to peer inside. Hey, what do you see? Guin, what do you see? The whispering Marius. Shoo, control him. I don't see anyone. Let's go in and see what we can find. He walked along the building without making a sound, and boldly slipped into the shadow of the door. You're gonna be okay, Guin, if those girls find you, Marius says with a little trepidation. If you're worried, wait outside. I'm just saying. Marius has no choice but to follow him inside. Inside, there was a wide open space with 3 cameos at the back and a large pot on each of them. There were piles of fruit, spices, and fuel along the walls, and in the foreground was a sink that had been emptied. It's so easy. You can make all that food with this equipment, Guin said admiringly, opening the pan to take a peek. Fish stew, mutton stew, and soup. Nothing out of the ordinary. He looked around a bit more. At least whatever the ingredients for that dish are, they don't seem to be here. I wonder if there's a separate cellar. Maybe. Actually, that's what I thought all along. Because if I had my way, I'm sure any woman would be careful not to reveal her secret to anyone, least of all her guests. Okay, there's nothing to see here, let's go. When Guin and a relieved Marius reached out rather to leave the place they had entered, a girl with a pile of dishes to wash came into the room and stood upright. The plate fell from her hand and made a loud noise. My daughter opened her mouth and tried to scream with all her might. Guin's body struck the girl, his large hand covered her mouth, and before he knew it, his sword was pointing straight down her throat. You, don't make a sound, Guin growls. Tell me. I'll kill you if you don't. Where's the secret keep? The girl shakes her head desperately. Guin put his sword to the girl's face in a terrible manner. If you don't tell me, I'll cut off your nose. In any age, in any country, there is no difference in the fact that the face is the life of a woman. The girl gasped and pointed to one side with her free hand. Good. Guin's fist flashed, and the girl fell to the floor, unconscious and exhausted. Dragging it and throwing it into the shadows outside the house to hide it, Guin rushed in the direction the girl had pointed. The girl seemed to be pointing in the opposite direction from the village. At first glance, there seemed to be nothing there but a heap of earth, behind it, a sheer cliff. Guin examined the pile of earth and then went around it in a circle. Oh, apparently, the pile of earth was only a blindfold. On the cliff just behind it, we saw a door that was obviously attached to the entrance of the cave. There it is. Marius yells after Guin as he runs off. Oh, my God, Guin. There's a couple of people coming towards the kitchen. Hurry up. Guin ran to the cliff and grabbed the handle of the door. It's locked. Guin. Ugh, it looks like the lights came on behind us. Damn. Guin ducked backwards and hit the door. The wooden door will shatter and blow. Whoa. The women have found us. They're ranting and raving and coming at us. Guin jumps in through the open doorway, listening to Marius's ranting. Immediately, he gasped and froze in place. Guin. We gotta go. Quick, they've got weapons. Marius rants, and impatient that Guin is not moving, he rushes inside, grabs Guin's arm and tries to pull him out. And just like that. Geez. He suddenly broke free of Guin and ran out, broke himself in two and began to vomit violently. What he saw in the dark, in the dim moonlight, is burned in his eyes. Oh, and there, folded up and piled up, were a great many naked, rotting corpses. Chapter 2. Molfkin of the North. Whoop. Geez. Marius fell down on the grass and vomited up all the food he had just eaten. A horrible pile of bodies. They all seemed to be men, and ranged in age from nearly skeletal to recently murdered. There seemed to be no special preservation measures taken, and creepy maggots were crawling around the place. The storehouse seemed to be so tightly sealed that I could not detect any rottenness even when I came close to it, but as soon as I opened the door, a fierce and unpleasant smell of death seemed to engulf the whole village. Guin, after taking in most of what was going on inside, rushed out of the storehouse and came back to Marius, helping him up. Guin's resolute eyes had a look of disgust and pity in them. "It's awful," he said, giving Marius a shoulder to lean on. "You women, you've been cooking up a hell of a special meal. Can you walk? Now something." Marius held the hem of his cloak to his mouth, trying not to inhale the horrible stench. Guin. They found me. I know. He's already here." Marius, disgusted by the vomiting, looked up in a panic as Guin held on to him, and looked around in astonishment. "I'm all wrapped up." Marius rambled on like he was in a nightmare. "Those women. They're gonna kill us." Guessed. The witches who surrounded them did not appear to be enraged or angry because they had been exposed to the secrets of the village. "You saw it, the warehouse. You saw the warehouse. Deceive me and get me out. You saw it. Our treasure. You guys." Guin's voice was faint. "You killed every traveler you could find, and you let them do it to you. It was a fish, what you saw. It's Kumabar. It's a seagull," the women said as if they were singing. In their hands they held sharp knives, swords and machetes. "In Valhalla, the winters are long, long. It's a long, long winter. It's a long, long winter, and we won't be able to go hunting. We've got a short summer ahead of us. You witches. You witches. You've eaten a poor traveler. And now, of course, you're going to feed us, too." Marius gasped. It seemed to have been heard in a funny way, and the women burst into laughter. The sound of the women's laughter rang out in the still darkness of the mountains and the seaside, as if they were monsters or ghouls. "This fish is so delicious." One of them pointed at Marius, slapping his knee and laughing. Some of the women were holding up torches. "Well, what a tasty-looking fish." The other one chants. "When did you escape from the net? Look, we have to catch it and bring it back to the cage." "Cute fish. Well-fed meat." "Women." Guin yelled in a voice that made the area shake with fear. "Where do you come from and what are you really like? Why do you mistreat the innocent traveler? We are the Valkyrie." "Yes, Valkyrie. I am the Valkyries of Valhalla. You don't have to sound so scary," Vili said soothingly. "We'll always take care of the fish. Feed them, entertain them, make them feel good about themselves. What's wrong with that? All the men will be so happy that they will die in peace. We're not going to just casually burn it and forget about it. We'll keep it safe, and the men will comfort us through the long winter nights. When we eat that meat, our hearts are filled with all the things that made that man happy, all the ways he made us happy. Isn't there anything more tender-hearted than that? We're going to take the men into our own bodies, and the men will be our flesh and blood forever. That's nice. Come on, you guys. Come here. It's too early for the party to be over. You haven't given us any pleasure yet, have you? As long as you're alive, you're going to have all kinds of luscious pleasures. Don't just stand there staring at us. We want you so badly." "I want it." The rest of the group chimed in. Guin and Marius glanced at each other. Guin had never enjoyed wielding a sword against women, no matter what else they did, and Marius hated fighting, no matter what. But perhaps this was not the time for that, for now the women, with their mouths full of creepy, dirty smiles, were gradually closing the circle of the siege, and they were the ones who were going to fight. And these women are the ones who have made the hundreds of miserable corpses in this cellar, with their horrible stench, look like this. Come on. Do you really want to be treated with our love? One of them said with a lick of his tongue. Then there's nothing we can do, we'll give you a special treat right here, right now. Come on, throat. I'll cut you in a single letter so you won't suffer. Don't boil that wondrous head and eat it. I'm going to save it for you so that you'll never forget it. The poet's pretty eyes and rosy lips, we'll never forget. Come on. Welcome. To receive my kiss. It's inevitable, Marius. Guin whispered, glaring at the monsters. All right. I'm gonna open a blood trail right behind you. Marius gulped down his spit. That's when. Gah! It's amazing. Beast or man, it could only be a voice of desperation, a piercing rant that ripped through this witch's streets. The women turned their heads. It's Frith's voice. It's coming from over there. Something not good. Even if they were a bunch of female monsters who ate human flesh, there was no doubt that the unity of these Valkyrie was stronger than ever before. For a moment the women forgot about Guin and the others, and ran out by themselves at the sound of their cries. Guin took advantage of the opportunity and instead of running away, he ran to the place with the women. For he knew that the cry of the monstrous bird had been heard in the direction of the house into which Istvan had entered in good humor with the women. But Marius did not do so. As soon as he saw that none of the women had paid him any attention and had gone, he ran into the kitchen and began to carry out his dull plan. While the women, and Guin, had not yet entered the house where the shout came from, the sound of breaking, screaming and shouting, which seemed to be the beginning of a great commotion, was already coming from inside the house. Istvan! Guin shouted. Istvan, you're safe. There was a tremendous crash as things fell to the floor and shattered, and then suddenly Istvan came running out of the doorway. It was such an amazing outfit that if Marius had seen it, he would have made it into a song, and it would have been talked about forever. He was almost naked. He had some clothes tucked under his arm that he barely had time to gather up, but all over his strong, lithe body were scratches that looked like he'd been attacked by a cat, and he was bleeding. But there was a little too much blood for it to be just from those scratches. The blood splashing from his leg to his chest must have been a spray of blood. He had a blood stain in his right hand, a pale face, and a bloody, naked Valkyrie clinging to one of his legs like a crab, despite his desperate attempts to free it. The woman was already dead. Even as she gasped for breath, she refused to release her grip on his leg. Help me. When he saw Guin, the merry rascal gasped like a whistle. These guys, these bitches are. In a moment he raised his sword in a frenzy of fear, slashed free the hand of the woman who clung to him, and sprang at once into Gwyn's arms. Quickly, Guin found himself back to back with him, so that even the surrounding, furtive-eyed witches of Valhalla could not find an opening to fall upon him at once, spitting wild, blasphemous curses. These monsters stripped me naked and pretended to fondle me, then tried to drink my blood. They showed their true colors and came at me with razors. I had no choice but to kill the one in there. Unless you want to be on the feast of these witches, Istvan, stay away from me, Guin said quickly. I saw them. These women pretend to be hospitable to travelers and then they beat them to death and put them in the back storehouse. What? Even the tough and jovial Istvan was so overwhelmed that he could not even utter a curse word at once. I don't like killing women. Even if you're a bad man, it's not right for a decent man to fight against a woman. Gwyn's eyes glazed over as he yelled at the witches, who bared their teeth in an angry, brutal grin. But I didn't travel all the way to the north to be torn to pieces in your filthy bellies, Valkyrie. I'll kill you all, even hundreds of you, if it means surviving and unlocking the secret of my leopard's head. Oh, you've got to be kidding me, Istvan groaned. Come on, fight, Guin. Women or babies, these guys ain't no sluts. I'm all scratched up from running from their razors. Blood. The Valkyrie did not even seem to have heard of this natural indignation on the part of the two men. Blood. Oh, that looks bloody good. Oh, I want to lick it. Look, it's dripping down like that. Neat. Come here. Let me kiss that breast. You're a monster, you're a thief. Blood-sucking witch. Ishtvan was completely terrified and ranting. Guin. What are we gonna do? They're pretty hardy warriors. And they have 100 of them. Guin didn't answer. Instantly, he slipped his sword into the sheath at his waist. Then he stretched out his hand and touched a tree as thick as his arm that grew in front of the house. As he did so, the muscles in his shoulders and arms twisted and rose. He pulled the tree down by the roots, even with his spirit. That's enough for the monsters, he said with a growl. Ishtvan, watch your head. I'll use this to open a bloodline. Stay close to me and watch my back. Oh, that's great. Great power. I've run over a live tree. Whether they know it's for themselves or not, the women are buzzing with mischief. Hey, Vili. I want to eat him. Oh, yes. I can't stop eating him. Let the source of his power be in you. I'm sure it must work. He is power itself. Shut up. Ishtvan got mad and yelled. Get the hell out of here. You cannibalistic monster bitch. Come on, Ishtvan. Guin is short. The girls are coming for you, okay? Okay. That. At a moment's notice. Guin sprang forward, swinging the tree in his strong arms with the force of a windmill. Not wanting to be left behind, Ishtvan followed closely behind, and even the female monsters ducked out of the way. If they had been grazed by the edge of the tree that Ishtvan was swinging, their heads would have been blown off and their ribs would have been broken. Don't get behind me. The women screamed at each other. Don't flinch. However, it was not an easy thing to say, and the women kept trying to move backward, unable to resist the large tree that was being swung by the thin sword. We're too many of them. One of the women screamed. Take them in, tire them out, take them out, and be done with it. We're going to drive that thing into a place where it can't swing. Yes, we're going to put a net over it. It seemed like a good idea. Some of them ran, shouting, for their nets. Guin flailed the tree more and more, impatient to get out of this dense village of buildings before they could do so. If he could just get to the open beach, he would be on his own, no matter how many hundreds of women there were. But the women brought out various boxes and heavy things to block their way. Guin. Ishtvan gave a desperate cry behind him. We'd better hurry. They'll block the whole space between our houses. Guin growled wildly. See, it's all locked up. The women's voices were now beginning to be laced with a winning crack. They began to think that they might be able to lock them up. Guin. Don't rustle. Guin is short. If it comes to it, I'll take the girls hostage. He stopped mid-sentence. Suddenly, the area was filled with the brightness of midday. Well, what's going on? The women turned their heads. And I screamed. Ah! The fire! The fire! The village is on fire. The fire seemed to have spread from the storehouse where the corpse had been picked up. Ha! Oh, my God! It's Emer. Our flesh. My precious warehouse. If we burn it, we'll starve all winter. Water, water, water. Oh, my God. There was no one to protect the two men. The women, screaming and wringing their hands, ran toward the fire and began to run around in vain, trying to put out the fire. Meanwhile, red and orange fires crackle and burn, licking their tongues as they lick house after house into the mouth of their flames. Screams, shrieks, the sound of things burning. The whole area was filled with a tremendous commotion. Guin and Ishtvan, of course, did not want to miss the opportunity. Now! Thank God! Heaven help us! Guin throws down the tree and they immediately run towards the entrance of the village. And a figure came running out of a house. They jerked and ducked, but it was Marius, who had brought Kid Aurra back to them. Come on, he urged them on. You're the one who started the fire. Yes. Those poor dead people need to find peace in their souls, and apparently, that's the most important thing to these witches. I figured if we set her on fire, she'd be too preoccupied to care about us, and I guess I was right. Even as he said all this, the three of them were still running. Marius was out of breath, but he did not stop or stop talking. Thanks for saving my life. That's all Guin said shortly. Ishvan had no intention of expressing his gratitude for Marius' thoughtfulness, but as he continued without saying a word, his eyes showed that he had just saved his life. No matter how far they ran, they seemed to be pursued by the shrill voices of the female demons, the crackling of the fire, and the flames that scorched the sky behind them. But the demonesses were certainly desperate to save as much as they could from the fire, and not to take revenge on the three men who had so cruelly and sinfully ruined their peaceful lives. Finally, when they got back to the street and found that everything was all right, the cries of the women and the sound of the fire had died away, the three of them slumped down there, unable to say anything. For a while, they just looked at each other in a daze, soothing their gasping lungs. Eventually, Ishvan finally said, "Oh, my God. Oh, my God, with the help of the mighty Janus, those bitches could have turned us into a stew." Marius started laughing like a madman. It was a reaction to the tension and fatigue. Ishvan got up slowly, he was still almost naked, and struggled to put on the clothes he had brought. However, he could not bring all of them with him, so he could not be dressed exactly as he had been on the way down to that dreadful village. As he put on the dress, he wavered and said, "My God, what a mess I'm in. What a mess," he kept muttering. "As far as I'm concerned, it may be true that those women are from Valhalla." Guin thoughtfully. Perhaps it began with some women who had been banished for being witches, and the difficulty of getting food led them to do such evil things. They didn't look like witches or monsters. "They're witches, too," Ishvan groaned. "I think I'm going to hate women. From now on, I'll never go into a woman's house without getting bruised. How many hundreds of travelers have I awed in my life?" Marius gasped and cut the amulet of Janus, not once, but many times. "May the soul of your wretched sacrifice rest in peace. And we were about to be too, you know." The three of them sat stiff and dumbfounded, as if they had now realized the truth. Had the men also been in that village and done such things, they would not have been so horrified. The fact that it was a family of only women was inexplicably unpleasant and soothing. What the hell did those women do with the baby boy that was born to them? But even Marius did not dare to speak of this unpleasant question. They did not rest very long, for they were afraid that the women would come after them. As if in agreement, the three men rose in silence and hastened their journey northward. The late sunrise was about to mark the end of this horrible night. The journey became pleasant again. Ishvan thought that Marius had been imprudent in stopping at the village of Valkyrie, and he did not cease to be persistent in his bitterness and complaint. Marius retorted that if it hadn't been for my quick thinking, none of the three of them would have survived. Although Marius had many good qualities, and Ishvan's insulting remark might have been a bit much, but it was true that Marius had the unmistakable vice of boasting about his achievements, his throat and his skill with the kithara. The virtue of humility was not associated with either of Guin's two companions. Ishvan said that even if Marius had been a little wiser, he would have been hunted down in the end if he hadn't had the skill to fight. I was in bad shape. Most of the time, Guin just listened to the foul-mouthed bickering between the two young men with a sly grin, and did not take the trouble to intervene or to make them get along. Only when the shouting match was about to turn into a serious quarrel did I scold them with short, effective words, but in any case, as the saying goes, the two men were too close in age and too self-confident for a true friendship, or even a compromise and agreement, to be born between them. They were both too old and too self-confident to make a true friendship, let alone a compromise and an agreement, and they both knew that they were too stubborn and too proud. The three of them went further and further north along the road, hardly seeing any more villages or witches. They had run out of food, but sometimes they took half a day or a day to replenish it by gathering nuts, hunting, and preparing game. Whenever they came upon a spring, the drinkers filled their sacks with water. They knew well, however, that they could not go on like that forever. In the midst of the plain, they could have continued their journey in that way forever. However, they were gradually moving toward the far north, and therefore it was becoming less and less easy for them to get food and to stay in the field. The scenery around us has changed. The deciduous forests with beautifully colored deciduous trees, fruits shining on their branches, and birds and small animals running around in a playful manner have been overshadowed, and instead, dark green coniferous forests pointing to the sky have appeared. There was little undergrowth, and it became difficult to shoot beasts with bows and arrows or to obtain fruit, and at the same time the temperature of the air dropped dramatically. Pure white snow glistened on the mountains in the distance. They no longer saw the houses of the settlers, and in the mornings and evenings the creek was covered with a thin layer of ice. The three travelers put on the furs that had been prepared for them with the utmost gratitude, and braved the morning and evening chill. As it became increasingly clear that it would be difficult to travel at will any longer, the three men consulted with each other and, before they had run out of food, they gave up the old method of relying on their own feet and once again headed westward to the coastline known as the Sawtooth Coast. This time, unmolested by the specter of the witch, and following the lonely gray coastline, they found what they had been looking for, a small Viking town. Marius and Istvan went to the town with Guin, grumbling and glaring at each other, and successfully bought what they wanted. Dog sledges and food. And a dozen or so Viking dogs on sledges, which were necessary to go deep into the snow, and for some time past, their path had been a field of white snow. They had already come a long way north. Dude, it's a shitty town, man. Istvan came back, balking at the barking dogs, and said, I'm sorry. You've got a big stick of shit, a bunch of dumb Vikings, a bunch of red-haired women twice my size, the booze is crap and smells like cow shit, and the roads are slick with mud and ice. And all they sell is lint and dog food. Oh, I hate it. It's a nice, quiet town, and the people are friendly. Marius has defied the odds. But Guin, the big Taruan who helped me with the dogs and the sledge, was worried. Are you sure you want to go into the country? This is the season when the short summer has just ended and there are many snowstorms. Moreover, the snow is not yet fully covered and is soft. It's not suitable for a dog sled trip, he said. Besides, I asked many people about the wise man of the north, Locandorus, and some of them said they had heard of him, but that was a long time ago and they didn't know anything about him after that. In addition, there was a white snow leopard that slithered in the snow, a snow beast, and a life-giving snow that choked people in the backcountry. Of course, that's just a superstition, of course. But your eyes are all round like a frightened pigeon's. If you're afraid, get out of here and we'll save a lot of food, Marius said teasingly. But Istvan smiled, seemingly unconcerned. Trying to get rid of me is no small feat, especially when I'm not trying to get rid of you. Especially when the only weapon she's got for it is a tongue as full of spikes as a vasha tree. I don't give a rat's ass. So the three of them packed all their belongings into a dog sled, and Guin rode on one of the sleds, while the other two, who were on bad terms with each other, could not ride with Guin because of their weight problems. Guin climbed into one of the cars, and the other one was occupied by the two dogs. The Viking dog is a huge animal raised only for the purpose of pulling sledges, a hairy beast only a little smaller than a pony. When it saw Guin, it bared its teeth and growled, but when he gave it a wolfskin whip, it became docile, and with a second whip it began to run in a disciplined sledge. The backs of his legs were hairy and thick, suitable for running on snow and ice. Guin had a peculiar rapport with such beasts, and he could make them do his bidding with as much ease as if he had commanded a dog sled in these snowy fields since birth. The other one was a little more difficult to control, but Istvan was merciless with his whip, and after half a day's running, he was able to establish his dignity as a commander. Two dog sleds trotted across the snow-covered plain, led by a pack of whining brown dogs. Soon they had left the coastline and were heading north again, and as they turned inland, the scenery around them became more fantastic than ever. It was a plain, white field of snow. In the distance, the mountains of Iskarn appeared hazy and gray, and the sky was heavy and leaden. From time to time, dead grass and dying trees, which seemed to have grown over the short summer, appeared in our vision, but they usually glittered as if covered with white powder, reminding us of something that had been made. When the sun would occasionally break through the heavy gray clouds and appear for a moment, the trees and grasses that the snow had frozen over, the stones that had appeared along the road, the snowfields, and the layers of clouds would glitter with a seven-colored light that reminded me of fuzzy protein stones. It made me think that I had entered the middle of a rainbow. Marius, who had a strong attachment to beautiful things, was in such a trance that he turned his enchanted poet's eyes to them and forgot that he was even riding on a sledge with an unpleasant partner. But when he was enraptured, Istvan would immediately make fun of him, and each time he was brought back from the temple of oblivion to the unpleasant reality, he would scorn him, saying that he had never met such a man who was so far removed from beauty and manners, so unrefined, so crude as the great ape of Gaver. I have never met such a man who is so far removed from beauty and style, so unrefined, so crude as the great ape of Gabol. Their sledges, accompanied by the pleasant musical sound of the bells on the necks of the dogs ringing, drove northward across the snowfield at a brisk pace. The powdery snowflakes flew up in the air, emitting a faint white smoke. As the man from the town of Teruel had warned, the snow was still somewhat soft and fresh, and the dogs found it difficult to run, but it was not as bad as they had expected, and, after all, it was still much more comfortable than walking on two legs. It seemed that the sighs of worry about the weather were not coming for the time being. They did not even take a rest, but once stopped the sledge and threw to the dogs a piece of dried meat, and they ate a simple meal of rosy salted meat and ground flour, and they rode through the snowy field for a whole day. At last, when the northern sun cast its last dazzling rays over the dark white world and enveloped them all in a brilliant blaze of fire before setting, they finally gave up and pitched their tents. They could not crush the dogs by overworking them too much in a single day, and even if running at night had been fantastic, there was a great danger of inviting the attack of snow leopards and other vicious creatures. It was not possible to light a fire. We removed the dogs from their skins, fed them, and put up a tent made of the skin of a seal-bearer, in which we lighted a fish oil lamp. They put their furs in the snow. They spread their furs on the snow, melted the snow into water by the fire of the lamp, mixed it with ground flour, and poured down their throats a meal that was not very warm. Well, I guess we'll have to make some plans for the future. Wrapped warmly in furs and blankets, Istvan said. It's not. No, Marius. Istvan's right. Up until now, I've only been heading north blindly, hoping that the wise man of the north, Locandorus, would know something if I went north, but now that I've come this far, it's too dangerous to rely on luck. Now that we have failed in our hope that the people of Teruel would know, we have no choice but to continue on into the Norms and Queensland, but it will be a difficult and dangerous journey. But now that we've come this far, we can't help it, you know. Marius grumbled as he replaced the strings on his kithera, which were quickly breaking in the cold. I thought Guin had an idea, of course. I have an idea, Guin admitted, chuckling and adding. And apparently, this Istvan has his own ideas. That's what I'm saying. I'm still thinking about going to the Norms or Queensland, but I'm not sure where I'm going. Queensland, huh? Istvan said with a sly, thoughtful look on his face. If I say I want to go this way, you're going to go that way because you don't care which way I go. In other words, you're going to use my heart as a yarn dice. Not really, but... Aurra. Istvan chuckled, as if troubled, and then, seeming to think that he could not conceal it, he smiled. I want to go to Midgard. Midgard? That's... Marius shouted something, but he was stopped. Is there a reason you're doing this? Guin asked calmly. Istvan cocked his chin. You see, Midgard is the source of all the world's treasures, guarded by the white serpent of Midgard, and hides diamonds like flames of ice, blood-red jade, green jade, jasper, protein stones, coral, pearls, and other wonderful treasures. You know what they say. Nonsense. It's a myth. Marius laughed through his nose. No. It is true that the legend of the serpent and the light that grows as jewels there may be true. But I met a group of men from Teruel many years ago, and when we sailed together, they told me that the treasure of Midgard was real. There is a great treasure lying in the ice, and all the people of the north dream of getting it, and many of them have gone north and never come back. And I want money. I desperately want to get my hands on a lot of money. I've got a great plan in my head, a plan that I'm sure I can pull off with 100,000 rand or so. But I'll need money for that. That's why I'm... Guin, don't listen to this madman, please. Marius exclaimed, with a look of dismay on his face. Midgard. That's not a joke, that's beyond Norn, not in the north, but in the far north, in a place where nothing is known. It's absurd to think that we'd go to such a place in search of a treasure that we have no clue about. Which is more outrageous, your story about the search for the wise men of the north who don't exist. Istvin became angry. And there is the treasure of Midgard. I'm not lying. If someone else had told me, a flippant double-talker like you, then I, the poster child for Eris, the goddess of suspicion, wouldn't have listened. But it was that woman who told me about this. A Taluan warrior woman, brave and fair-minded. She would never lie. Yes. Nigidia. The last part disappeared into his mouth as if it were a sacred secret that was too dangerous to share. Guin, I think we should let this adventurous boy ride to Midgard, Valhalla, or Vanheim as he pleases, and we'll take one of the big sleds and 2/3 of the food. Marius said with a chuckle. In my opinion, I think Queensland is the way to go. Because it's a little closer than Norms, and it's better known. It's relatively more accessible to the Middle Plains than any of the other northern nations, so I'm sure we'll find out more about Lokendoris once we get to Queensland. Do as you please. How can a soft man like you understand the ambition and determination of a true manly man? Istvin was poisoned. Guin, but I'm not strong enough on my own. Give me your help, and we'll go to Midgard and get the treasure. After that, I'm sure you'll find out all you can about Lokendoris. If this guy wants to go to Queensland, let him go. It's Guin who wants to go to Queensland. Marius shouted in anger. What the hell am I going to do in Queensland by myself? How would I know that? Istvin laughed and laughed. Why don't you just hit on a girl? That's why it would have been better for the world and humanity if I had left him in the belly of the female monsters of Valhalla. Marius shouted in annoyance. At that time, I begged you to let me go, but... Ho-oh. I didn't know that, Istvin said. That was very kind of you, brother. On the honor of this Istvin of Wallachia, I will never forget it. Your honor, the helpless Marius mocked. Well, I don't think it's a very good thing to put something on you. Come on. A disgusted Guin interrupted. I haven't told them I'm going to Queensland or Midgard yet, but you're going to Queensland, aren't you? Of course. You'll be rich when you get to Midgard, Guin. They were just about to say a few words when... Shoo! Suddenly, Guin threw off the fur he was wrapped in. His eyes flashed, and his hand reached for the hilt of his sword. What? Someone's here. Stupid. Marius looks incredulous. Because, you know, it's not an easy place for a human being to come. No. Istvin also sensed something and drew his sword with his eyes. Guin. And when they're ready to spring into action, the entrance to the tent went up smoothly and noiselessly. The three of them watched with bated breath the strange intruder and the guest who had appeared there without a sound. Gnaw, gnaw, gnaw. Istvin let out a whisper. What the? Oh, my God. It wasn't unreasonable for him to do that. It's a monster. Marius groaned weakly. He was disgusted. I'm not a monster. It said it loud and clear. He was a dwarf. He's not much more than a tar. He would be much smaller than even the dwarves of Nosferus, the Semites, with whom Guin once worked. And yet, it gives you the feeling that you are old, immeasurably old. He was only a little taller than Gwyn's knee, but stocky on the side, and he had a long brown beard that was as long as he was tall. His eyes were like two fires in an iron furnace. He had a strange, wrinkled face, and his eyes glowed like those of a kindly demon. He wore a triangular, tapered hood made of animal skin, and saggy clothes made of leather, and watched the three of them in amazement with a strange, mocking smile. The dwarf looked fantastical, as if he were a very old, mythical, wise old dwarf, or an owl in the forest who happened to appear in human form. Me? I'm Molfkin of the North. I'm of Snufkin's family, but I don't like to play the knight, so I live alone. You're from the south, so you don't know about Snufkin. He's a dwarf from Jotunheim. He wielded the hammer of the gods, the spear of Gungnir, the hammer of Mjolnir and the sword Thor gave to Skirnir. But that's not me. Oh. You're the leopard-headed Guin. What the fuck? You know me. I know. Your name is bound to appear sometime in the saga of any god-fearing people in any land. It's good to see you. Come on, guests, get out of the house. There's a snowstorm outside. And snow leopards are devouring your precious dogs in the storm. Emer. And a dwarf named Molfkin, with his long head turned away, laughed for a long time in a strange, shrill voice. But the three men were no longer bothered by the dwarf. When they heard, they turned and ran out of the tent, and stand dumbfounded. The snowstorm was a complete lie. A chirping, pale half-moon hung over the rolling, windy sea-like plain. But the other thing is, there was no sign of the dogs around the tent. After the blood, after the fight on the snow. And then, behind the tent, there was the sound of something being crunched. It's a chittering sound. Whoa! Istvin and Marius let out a breathy scream. Then they suddenly grabbed what they could find and rushed behind the tent. The dogs were their legs, the only thing that could carry them safely through this empty field of snow. Without them, they would have no choice but to freeze to death here. It was indeed a snow leopard that had snatched the dogs, and as soon as they ran into it, there was a great roar. Guin, however, was more concerned about the snow leopard than he was about the dogs, and he did not turn to face the dwarf. Molfkin, he said softly, drawing his sword. You said you knew me, so you know why I came to this snowy land. Well, everyone knows that what you're looking for is your lost self. You came to this northern country looking for that clue. I couldn't find it in the south or the west. Yes, Guin admitted. The noise coming from behind the tent gradually faded away and ended with the sound of something running away in a panic. So perhaps you're looking for the old man. The wise man of the north, Locandrus, who knows nothing. Do you know where he is? Gwyn's voice did not express the excitement he must have been feeling. Well, I think I know everything. They say Snufkin's people have long ears and can hear a rabbit swoop from miles away. Well, if it's Locandrus, the wise man of the north, then it must be in the north. But the north is a big place. It's a bit of a big place. Guin was about to say something. Istvin and Marius came back with a bang. Both of them were so excited that they seemed to have forgotten their daily feuds. How dare you! We are under the spell of Bjorn Nildar, the giant who sleeps beneath the ice. First the witches of Valhalla, then the snow leopards. Guin, what should we do? But you killed 5 of my best sled dogs. And the other dogs were afraid of the snow leopard and ran off in droves. There's no way we'll be able to bring them back. But from here we can't go back to town to look for another dog. Now, Guin, put your leopard head on and tell us what we're supposed to do. Or else. Then Istvin noticed the dwarf Morfkin. Oh, hey. The little guy from earlier, you're still here. Thanks for telling me about the snow leopard, but at least you could have told me earlier. It was a bad thing. Molfkin looked at Istvin with a glint in his nasty yellow sun. Who are you? And who are you? You claim to know the leopard-headed Guin, but you do not know Istvin of Wallachia, the future great emperor. I've come for the treasure guarded by the Misgard serpent to carve out my throne. And I am Marius the Bard. Marius said. Molfkin's eyes widened and he clasped his hands together in surprise, but there was something deliberate about the way he did so. The treasures of Misgard. He screamed. What a surprise. I didn't know there were still people who believed in such legends nowadays. Did you hear that? Marius ridiculed Istvin. Istvin was so angry that he grabbed one of the ancient tribes of this myth and lifted him lightly by the hair. Tell me, little one, in front of Istvin that there is no such thing as the treasure of Midgard. I'll rip out every beard on your head. The treasure of Midgard is there. Because without it, I'll never get the throne, and it's the Taluan pirate woman, Nigidia, who says she has it. Ida, ouch, ouch. Molfkin cried out wildly and flapped his short arms and legs, so that a strange shadow picture danced on the snow. Hey, Istvin, you're a dwarf. A race from mythical times. Don't do this. Let him down. How violent. Not even the black dwarfs of Wanheim, who once upon a time were Snufkin's enemies, would have done such a thing. When Molfkin was lowered onto the snow, he stroked his throat and arranged his whiskers in his small hands. You're from the south. Around here they call us little people, wise people, people who lived here before us. They give us milk and put our wine on the snow. When we meet on moonlit nights they tell us everything we want to know. In addition, they can teach us how to make a foal grow on a barren horse, how to catch a rabbit with a trap, how to catch a fish under the ice. But, oh, so you can teach me anything I want. Well, that's a bad thing, Istvin said meekly. So go inside the tent, have a drink, and tell me. Tell me if the treasure of Midgard is really gone. Okay, I guess I'll do that then. What the hell happened to your skepticism? Marius looked suspiciously at Molfkin, who was dancing his way into the tent, and secretly whispered to Istvin. Istvin shrugged his shoulders. I've never forgotten that non-human beings do indeed coexist in this world. I don't believe in ridiculous spells and ghosts. And this is my home, not the land of the sea. When I come to a strange land, I pay my respects to the ways of the land. What about you? I'll believe anything, of course only that the dwarf is as kind and good a half-blood as he pretends to be. Marius made a gesture that said he didn't understand. It doesn't matter to me. I don't care if the myth lives on, if it's good or if it's evil. As long as you tell me what I want to hear. The lump disappeared into his mouth. Marius shrugged his shoulders and followed him into the tent. Marius shrugged his shoulders and followed him, but he muttered in his mouth. I'd be willing to bet the dwarf's not a good guy. Those walnut eyes are just as bad as Iglek's. Even if you two are fooled by him, I'm not. In the tent, a dwarf was sitting on a fur coat happily. Well, have a drink. Don't drink 1, drink 2, drink 3. And talk. Thank you so much for this. The dwarf rubbed his hands together in an old man's gesture. Then he happily accepted Istvin's drink of strong fire. Molfkin seemed to like the wine very much and was already licking his lips. Come on, talk to me. Are you sure there's no treasure in Midgard? It's not there, it's not there. There was always something. Rubies and diamonds, green jewels and pyroxene, tears of the sea, blood of the dove quiver. Gold and silver and jade, coral and agate. But the wicked black dwarfs got rid of them all a long time ago. And now the serpent of Midgard guards what he believes to be a great treasure that's actually empty. But the real treasure is not in there. This Molfkin knows exactly where the real treasure is. Where is it? Whoa, 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 whoa. That's something you don't hear every day. Come on, why don't you have another one? Istvin suggested with a sly look in his eyes. The dwarf gulped down the drink and clicked his tongue. Oh, that's good. Phew, it's really good. It's enough to last me hundreds and thousands of years, even though I've lost the treasure I once had. You had the treasure. Istvin smiled slyly. It's probably just a snow bunny's eyeball or a starburst in the snow. You don't know anything, young man. Molfkin, already a little drunk, glanced at Istvin with dark eyes. Then he turned to Guin. Oh, leopard-headed Guin. I thought you'd understand. I had a great treasure. I swear by Ymir it's true. It was far more valuable than the lost treasure of Midgard, which wasn't mine to begin with. It belonged to the golden-haired men who came from the north and beyond, long ago, when gods and men still met and married each other. They were beautiful and wicked, and their number was small, but they were wicked and wise, so that they could increase their wealth even in the course of their journey. But when they tried to settle here, the gods challenged them to battle. And the people saw their treasure, so they summoned our honest people from the depths of the earth. They knew the spell to deal with the dwarfs. And when they had summoned the Snufkin clan, they gave them their riches and said, "We've come a long way and know not where to hide the treasure. But we know that you are honest and trustworthy. I give you this treasure and I ask you to keep it safe until the war is over. If we are victorious in the battle, I will give you many rewards from this treasure. If our fortunes fail, then all this treasure will be yours." So Snufkin and his friends took the treasure to their cave, and covered the entrance so that the black dwarf and the wandering Loki could not find it. But in the end, the treasure belonged to Snufkin. Because the men with pure golden hair went off to fight and never came back. In fact, what a great deal of treasure it was. "Hey! Where the hell is it now?" Istvan cried out. Morkin looked up at Istvan wickedly, and there was a gleam in his eye like the germ of some dark design. "Well, that's what I'm going to tell you, isn't it?" the dwarf said condescendingly. "When you hear that the treasure is still in our possession, the next thing you'll do will be to bring me to justice and make me tell you where it is. But fortunately for you and for me, the treasure is no longer in the possession of the Snufkin clan. It has been wickedly stolen." "Did you get kicked out?" Marius and Istvan asked each other in the same tone. "To whom?" Now, if it had been the black dwarfs, we could have fought them and tried to win them back, but that was not to be. For the men who had stolen it from us had terrible power. We gave up the treasure without a fight, and one of our chiefs even died of apology for the golden-haired people. I don't care about the chief of the dwarves. Who took the treasure and where did they take it?" Istvan shouted excitedly. Before he could answer, Molfkin sipped his wine and clicked his tongue. "Well, don't be so hasty. After all, it happened hundreds or even thousands of years ago, and it's been there for a long, long time, helplessly in the same place. Of course, nothing was done about it during that time. Reckless and vain youths, outlaws who ransacked the world's treasures, greedy men and heroes came from the north and the south and from far across the sea in search of that legendary treasure, especially the world's greatest red jewel as big as my head, which we call the blood of Freya. While many countries were rising and falling, many people were going out. The unlucky ones were going north blindly and getting stuck in the icebergs, or in the blizzards, or in the hunger, or in the snow leopards, and the lucky ones were searching for the legendary treasure of Snufkin's family. The luckier ones tracked down some of Snufkin's family and heard the fuller part of the legend, and perhaps because of that, they ended up having a worse end than the unlucky ones. But don't think that I know everything about them, where they all ended up and how they ended up. All I know is that not one of them ever came back. Not one of them came back. But at any rate, because of it we have come to know. We all know that the treasure that belonged to the pure gold people and should now belong to the Kajira and the Snufkins was stolen by a wicked heart and now has a fearsome guardian. We all know of the subterranean kingdom of Jotunheim and the great monsters that guard its treasures. It was probably imitated by the Icemen of Jotunheim when they heard the legend of the Misgard serpent guarding the treasure. Jotunheim. Jotunheim. Is that where they're hiding the treasure? Istvan asked loudly. Yes. Jotunheim lies in a dark place where daylight does not reach. For the Icemen are the blessing of the sun. Legend has it that when daylight reaches their subterranean kingdom, Jotunheim will fall and all the Icemen will melt away. It is said that the Icemen were originally the souls of the dead who had been imprisoned in the northern ice, and that they had begun to take on ice as their makeshift bodies. And they are ruled by the Ice Queen. She is very wicked, and it was she who stole our treasure. The story goes that she begged for the 3 evil guardians from the land of Yomi, Jotunheim's closest neighbor, in exchange for some treasure. Because of those 3 fearsome guardians, no one has ever been able to enter Jotunheim. The three are, first, Frugol, the life mist, which always hangs around the entrance to Jotunheim, and then Garm, the hellhound, who threatens those who dare to pass through it. Finally, there is the maggot crawler, who guards the throne and the treasure. And all of us who dwell in the north know that Jotunheim lies at the boundary between the world of men, the world of the gods, and the land of the dead, the land of Yomi. Molfkin finished his story and stopped talking. For a while, Istvan did not speak at all, and seemed to be slowly examining the information he had just received. Then he opened his eyes and looked at Guin as if he were watching him, and at Molfkin as if he were coveting him with his eyes, and said nothing. Marius, who was secretly testing to see if he could sing the legend to the tune of the Kithara, was also quiet, while Guin, too, said nothing, and could not tell from the expressionless leopard's head whether she felt anything at all from the story. The light from the grease sizzles and flickers, casting the shadows of a beast-faced giant, two young men, and a mythical dwarf tribe into a strange, shimmering, tangled pattern inside the tent. In the strange silence, it seemed as if even the sound of the sands of time spilling over could be clearly heard. Strange as it may seem, it was Molfkin himself who first found the silence unbearable. Molfkin looked round at the three with a dazed look, his long, pointy tongue flicking out and licking his lips. Then he retraced his steps, put down his cup, and did many other things, waiting for someone to say something, but at length he could wait no longer. "Hey, leopard head Guin. I swear I never lied to you. I've told you the truth. No one said you were lying." Gwyn's frustration still did not reveal any of his feelings. "Hey, Guin. I want you, hero of the saga, to tell me another tale of adventure that will become the flower of the saga." "What do you mean?" Guin didn't seem to be teasing him, but he didn't seem to be interested either. "I have a favor to ask of you. I want you to do me a favor, just like Silenus, the hero who came all the way to the north and did all these adventures for Queen Tavia. I wonder, Guin, would you do me the favor of keeping Snufkin's treasure out of the hands of the Icemen of Jotunheim?" "Hey, hey." Istvan quickly elbows Guin in the side of the head. Guin had no reaction. "Of course, I don't mean for free. I'm not the most beautiful woman Tavia's ever seen, so I don't expect you to risk it all for my sake. But I can tell you the whereabouts of the wise Lord Locandreas of the North. And he will reveal to you the mystery of your lost identity and your leopard's head. You're going to pay for it," Guin said gravely. But Istvan held up his hand to interrupt him. "I'll take care of the walking, Guin. You're not cut out for that kind of thing. Whisper quickly and turn back to the dwarf. That guy seems a little too cheap for his money." He snapped his fingers. 3 amazing yokai and a land of ice men near the land of Yomi. That's a lot of risk, and all you have to give us is a tiny bit of information. If you had any sense of etiquette towards distant guests, would have given it to you for free. Even those goldmongers offered you a share in their hoard. That's a lot of treasure, isn't it? And all this from Locandorus. No matter how heroic Guin is, he can't undertake such an adventure alone. Of course, he'll need my help. Well, even if Guin is satisfied with that, what does that make me? All right. Then, for you, take the magnificent golden necklace, the agate, and one of the precious swords. A necklace and an agate. And one jeweled sword. Istvan mocked him. Listen, elders. You don't seem to know what you're talking about. You say the treasure is guarded by the most dangerous men and no one has ever come back for it. But we're mythical heroes and maybe me and Guin can do it. So you came out here to trick us into letting you take the treasure. Maybe you're the one who fed our dogs to the snow leopards so we'd have no choice. But think about it. If we don't like it, there's nothing you can do to get the treasure back. Which means if we get it back, we got nothing to give you back. We didn't come down here to do you justice. But you taught us, so it's unreasonable to take it all away from you. So let's be very fair. When we get the treasure back, you tell Guin where Locandrus is. And the treasure, if there really is any, will be yours and ours. You understand? We'll split it. Molfkin jumped up and started screaming. That's terrible. That treasure is ours by nature. It was your carelessness that led to it being taken, and it originally belonged to the pure gold people, didn't it? And as long as we don't do something about it, it'll be lying in the dark of Jotunheim forever. Then how can you say the treasure is yours? It belongs to the one who has it now or has stolen it, not to the one who can't do anything with it. You're too generous. If you don't like it, then we don't have to talk about it. Hey, Guin. How can you people torment such an old man who has lived for hundreds of years? Molfkin was grieved, but eventually he reluctantly compromised. I have no choice. Well then, that's the way it's going to be, and I hope you'll do me a favor. All right. It's only fair, Istvin said with satisfaction. Hey, what about me? I don't want to be dragged into a cave full of monsters and left here all alone. Marius cried out in a panic, but Molfkin stared attentively at the kithera on his back and at his hands. You're a bard, you say, but then you've probably got some work to do. Because, and this is an old saying, Garm, the three-headed dog of hell, even when he sleeps, one of his 3 heads is always awake, watching for intruders. So even if adventurers are lucky enough to pass through the life-giving mists of Fulgur, they will surely be bitten by Garm. The only way to avoid that fate is to sing Garm's favorite song in a most beautiful voice and put all 3 heads to sleep. Then you finally have a job, don't you? Istvin said shamelessly. I hate it. Why should I sing for a monster with 3 heads? My song is for a beautiful woman, for love, for the fruit of the world. You can sing it if you like, Istvin the Valachian. Marius knew that Istvin was distressed by his inability to sing, so he teased him. Istvin's face darkened, and then Guin said, What is the matter with you? No other poet, not Istvin, could sing as well as you. You have the throat of Ophiuchus. I've never met a singer like you. Will you not add to your glory the glorious legend of the one who put Garum to sleep for me? If you say so, Guin. Marius was flattered by the compliment. It's settled, Molfkin said gravely, and so the 3 of them embarked once again on a mythical adventure they had never dreamed of. After a night's sleep, everything seemed too mythical, too fantastic, even for such a faraway land. The fact that the figure of the dwarf was nowhere to be seen strengthened this feeling. Wasn't that a snow fox that turned you into one? Marius said doubtfully. But when they had eaten a quick meal and had gone out of the tent, there were still only a few canines wandering around the tent, and when they had folded up the tent and prepared to leave, without the canines they were preparing to leave, without a canine, they were at a loss as to what to do, when suddenly a small, legendary figure appeared on the snow. Are you ready to go out now? Said Molfkin, who had become very familiar. Then let's go out. Where to? It's Jotunheim. I hope you didn't forget your promise in the morning. I'll be back, Istvin said. I thought you only went out at night. I'm surprised the sun's light isn't poisonous to monsters. I'm not a monster, Molfkin retorted angrily. I am one of the survivors of an ancient race, from the time when there were many races between the gods and men. Despite my appearance, I know the times when the gods still made their appearance on earth. I have seen with my own eyes the days when human-faced serpents and other half-human, half-god creatures with human bodies and the heads of various beasts wielded sway on earth. In those days, you were little more than monkeys, and I taught you well and saved you from cold and hunger. I don't want you to think I'm a fool because I'm only as tall as your knees. I'm older than your great-grandfather, you know. Istvin still tried to open his mouth to make fun of him, but Guin looked at him as if to reproach him, so he stopped. This put Molfkin in a good mood, and he answered Gwyn's question, What is the matter with us that we have only dog sleds and no dogs? Oh, I'll take care of everything, I will. First of all, you can't get to Jotunheim with thousands of ordinary dogs. To get to Jotunheim you'll have to put something else on the sledge. When Molfkin stretched his little body out into the damp air, put his hands to his mouth, and made a series of strange, calling noises, something strange happened. And there came to them from the horizon something that seemed to them like a gust of wind, and it stopped before them. Seeing what it was, the 3 of them backed away. They were two huge snow leopards. What the hell am I supposed to do with all this? Istvan ranted. But Molfkin, confidently, took something from somewhere. Don't worry. I'm Molfkin of the Snufkin clan. Even the snow leopard and the legendary heavenly horse, Slavner, will be at my mercy as long as I keep my Brugdar at the ready. It was not a trick. When the dwarf took the beautiful gold-plated reins and slipped them to the two snow leopards, they narrowed their red, dangerous eyes and gave a shrill growl, but when Molfkin managed to leap swiftly onto their backs and put a hook in their mouths, they became as frightened as the smart horses that had been kept by men since birth. But when Molfkin had managed to get them on their backs and put a hook in their mouths, they became as threatening as clever horses that have been kept by human hands since birth, and they obediently tied themselves to the sledge with reins. Come on, get in, get in. And keep your mouth shut and hold on tight to the wax. Snow leopards are as fast as Slavner, and if you get knocked off, you'll break your neck. Finally, he crawled up to the leader's platform, sat down and took the reins in his tiny hands. It was a fantastic sight indeed, a huge pure white snow leopard on a dog sledge and a tiny little northern Molfkin controlling it. Marius stared at it and thought that even if he wrote a song about it, perhaps no one would believe it was real. And Molfkin shouted, "Hi-yo," and gave the snow leopard a whip, and the snow leopard began to sell. Molfkin was right. They had never ridden in a sleigh so fast before, nor had they ever thought of moving at such a speed on any horse. They were so breathless that they could not keep their eyes open, their hair flowed and swirled behind them, and the landscape melted around them. If they did not want to be knocked down, they would have had to hold on to the spikes of the sledge with all their strength, but Guin did not know, and the other two felt as if they were being beaten by the cold machete-like air that hit them squarely in the face. His nose and fingertips became blurry. I couldn't even tell where I was running. The frozen trees, the mountains, the gray sky, everything was just a drifting white wall. Molfkin was in a good mood. The old dwarf was driving his sledge with ease, singing a strange song in a tongue they did not understand, perhaps the tongue of the dwarfs, much older. For a while, they just held on to the sledge to keep it from falling off, and let it run, gasping for breath. Time had lost all its meaning, and they had no idea how long they had been running, how far they had gone, or which way they were going. Great speed has the mysterious effect of numbing the mind, of making one think of nothing, of intoxicating one. At first, the pain of the air on their faces and the agony of their breathing became a matter of course, and they were filled with a numbing sensation, and all they could think about was running, running like the wind, everywhere and nowhere. They could not think of anything but running. In the end, I no longer cared where I was, why I was doing it, or where I was going. Even from where I am and from where I am a person becomes indistinct. So when, after what seemed like an eternity, the sleigh suddenly stopped and everything around them returned to normal, they were rather startled at the thought that they had been pulled back from a dream to a dream. Already on, Molfkin. This was called out by Guin, who was calm throughout. Inya. Molfkin didn't even pretend. Things are going to change a bit from here, so we can't run as fast as we did before. Oh. Marius looked around and was surprised again. It's already evening. I wonder how long it's been. Marius had a right to be frightened. Before they knew it, the atmosphere had changed completely from the bright morning when they had started sledging. It was already a world filled with the colors of twilight. The dark, pale blackness of the sky, the trees, and the snowfields were heavy, and the topography had also changed. They had come very near to the mountains. On either side of them were dreadful mountains, colored with ice and snow, and nowhere was there a wide expanse of snow where they could see to the horizon. Beyond the mountains, there were more mountains, and at the end of them, glaciers. It was a dreary, heartbreaking, lonely and desolate world of twilight. No, no, Molfkin said. We're not running a good part of the way. It's not time for daylight yet. We've set foot in no man's land, beyond the Norn Mountains. No man's land. That's what we're calling it. Well, what is it that's not human? Istvan asked while secretly performing a spell to ward off evil. By the way, the scene around them had the hint of a mysterious time of death. Even Molfkin seemed to be a strange, monstrous creature, as he had been the night before. No. But Molfkin cheerfully denied it with a single word. You're talking about the Golden Land. It's north of the North Pole and south of the South Pole, where time doesn't flow and life and death don't exist, not in no man's land. This is a land of no habitation, remote from all the northern nations, but it is the gateway to Jotunheim, where earthly time and God's hand are at work. There's nothing to be afraid of. I'm not scared of you at all, but why is it so dark around here when it's not even night? For half the year, no man's land is always in the dusk of night. And for the other half of the year, the sun never sets. Summer comes to the farthest land only for a short time when day and night change places. But it is so short as to be frightening, and then comes the long winter again, a winter of only one day in total. Somehow, this land has been like that since ancient times. That's why even the bravest pioneers didn't dare settle here, that's why it's called no man's land. Ha! Both Istvan and Marius have traveled and seen a great deal, which is remarkable for their age. That is why it is not surprising that there are so many different countries in the world, and moreover that such a land as this, which is near the pole, is in a very special place, no matter how strange its appearance may be. He was well aware of this fact. The two men drew back in astonishment, and Istvan, crossing his fingers to ward off the evil, only said, with a scornful look on his face, that a country where 6 months of the year were spent in the evening must be an easy habitat for demons. But Molfkin had not reached the end of the road, so he drove the sleigh into the long twilight zone without hesitation. But the road was much narrower, and the going was uphill, so they could not go as fast as before, and the going was getting steeper and steeper, so the three of them had to get out of the sleigh and push it from behind. Their speed was naturally much slower. But still, after a tick or so, they knew that they had reached the end of the path. We were able to use the sled again on the way down, but this time the sled was sliding so fast that we could hardly keep our eyes open even when we were holding on tight. In the blink of an eye, they were at the bottom of the valley, and the path was uphill again, and this was repeated. But after the third ascent, Molfkin did not ask them to ride in the sleigh, and they walked with the sleigh, though the way was down. The reason was that the road was so twisting and turning that if the sleigh had gone too fast, it might have missed the turn and gone down the cliff, and everything would have been torn apart. They circled again and again, descending along the face of the mountain, until at last they had lost all sense of direction, and knew only that they were descending. Moreover, the road was very dangerous. Even in normal conditions, it was a dangerous slope, and on top of that, the road was completely covered with perennial snow, which made it smooth and slippery. Many times Guin had to grab the sled from behind and stop it from sliding away with Molfkin. The road, however, must have been very well traveled. The ice was hard, but at least it was easier than shoveling through the soft snow. When the road began to climb again, and at the same time the mountain seemed to close in on them from both sides, Molfkin stopped the sleigh. "We can't sled any farther. There's a narrower path ahead," he declared gravely. "We'll have to leave the sled here and walk. Fortunately, we're getting pretty close to where we want to be." So they unloaded the sleigh, mumbling, and put on their backs only what they needed, and wrapped what they did not need in a tent, and set the sleigh upon it. At last Molfkin took off the magic hitch from the snow leopards and set them free. The snow leopard ran up the path he had come, splashing with frightful speed, and was never seen again. "Hey, if you leave, who's gonna pull the sleigh on the way back?" Istvan complained. Molfkin laughed. "It's not like you guys are going to care. It's not like you're going to need a sled to get home." "What?" When even Marius was screaming, Molfkin rushed to make an excuse. "That means I'll catch the snow leopards again when I need them on the way back. They can't survive without food." Istvan and Marius glanced at each other. Their eyes spoke very eloquently of the same thing, but neither of them dared to say anything, so they lightened themselves and hastened onward. Soon, as Molfkin had said, the road became so narrow and slippery that they felt as if they were clinging to a block of ice with their bare hands, and they could no longer walk side by side, but had to proceed with caution after caution, sometimes on all fours. Sometimes they had to go forward on all fours. In the meantime, a strange sight appeared before them. A huge rock stood in the middle of the road, blocking their way. The rock, of course, was covered with ice and snow, but it looked as if it were a huge head. The hollows, which look like eyes or noses, are in their proper places. When the three of them were astonished, Molfkin looked as if he had created it himself. "This is Gundel Rock," he explained. Gundel, a giant of Misgard, came one day to claim the treasure of Jotunheim and was killed by Crowlier. Ymir took the giant's head and placed it at the entrance to Jotunheim, as a warning to those who would come for the treasure. "Now that you've come this far, you're at the entrance to Jotunheim. That's great, but how do you want me to do this?" In dismay, Istvin looked up at the rock towering in the eternal twilight. "Just climb up. One of us climbs up, drops the rope, and the rest is easy. And, by the way, I'm not going into Jotunheim. I'll be watching you with my long ears and I'll make the occasional appearance, but don't worry if you don't see me beyond these rocks, and don't tell them my name is Molfkin. And do not speak the name of Molfkin." It sounded strangely plausible to them, but they promised to do so without complaint. Then they set about the great task of getting to Gundel Rock. It was Guin, after all, who was found to be the most suitable to be the first. Guin, without complaint, set himself upon a rock, and, using a sharp pickaxe of ice, which the dwarf had given him as a foothold, he climbed slowly upward. Then he built a foothold on the slippery summit, stretched out a ready rope, and with a mighty effort dragged the other two up. The three of them were now standing at the top of the legendary giant's head, looking down at the other side. On that side, which they had not been able to see before, was a dark and narrow valley, as if they had passed the twilight zone and entered the night zone. The valley was snowbound, and beyond it, there was no road, and it was completely blocked by mountains and hills. All the way down that valley, at the end, there's a narrow cave, Garm's Cave. "That's the entrance to Jotunheim," Molfkin said. Before he knew it, he was crouched at the feet of the three men. "This is the Valley of Fulgur, so all the people who know it call it the Valley of the Shadow of Death after the gods. But this is the only way to Jotunheim. Then I guess we'll just have to go here," Guin said, then carefully tied the rope he had pulled up to the pickaxe on the scaffold and slid down the valley following the rope. They did the same. The rope was still attached. It was the only clue to their return from the land of the dead to the land of the living, and the cool air surrounded them. They stepped into the Valley of Fulgur. Chapter 3. The Three Trials. "Hey!" Before his feet had even touched the ground, Istvin spoke. It was a small voice, but it rang out so loudly, perhaps because the valley was surrounded, that the man who had said it shrugged his shoulders. "What's this Fulgur thing, killing people? You're not gonna kill me, are you?" "You do," Kodama replied with a whimper. "I'm not gonna kill you," Molfkin said from the top of Gundel Rock, where he was the only one still standing, as if wondering whether he should go down or not. "It's like, well, it eats you alive. When the mist engulfs you, you can't breathe. And it won't leave until its flesh melts and it's nothing but bones. Be it a bird, a beast, or a man." "Apparently so," Guin said gravely, raising his hand and pointing toward the end of the valley. There, dimly white in the darkness, hovered something that was clearly a beast's bone, and as he looked more quickly, he saw that human bones and what appeared to be a mockingbird were scattered all over the valley. "How thankful I am that you're no longer here." Istvin uttered a curse word. "Guin, what do we do? How can you stand up to something that just happened to come to life in the mist when you have flesh and blood on the other side?" Marius asked worriedly. "But don't worry about it. I've got an idea," Guin said calmly, her eyes widened. "The idea? I'll handle this. Follow me. But first, let's make some torches. We can't risk losing our footing in the dark. Isn't that like asking a fog monster to find you?" Istvin grumbled and mumbled, but he did as Guin said, and soon a bright torch was lit. Guin, who had started the work, was rummaging through his things, and left the torch making to the two men. When the light was turned on, what appeared on the screen was a fantastic and somewhat frightening image of the valley, which was so vague and dim that it was no wonder that it was said to be the entrance to Hades. Strangely enough, the snow was beginning to disappear, and here and there even the black earth was peeping out. It seemed to have been done by human hands. In any case, this must have made the mute bones that had been discarded and forgotten here and there appear clearly and strangely. The cheerful Istvin and the talkative Marius fell silent, as if struck by the mystery of the valley, and followed, clutching their burdens tightly, like frightened children who do not want to be separated from the torchlight of Guin. The leopard-headed warrior at the head of the group reminded them that the mythical age was not yet all over. They went on, step by step, with the greatest care. And when they saw the night gloomy in the distance, they could not help fearing that it was not the life-giving mist, and their feet tended to falter and stop. But it was only a dense, stagnant darkness. At first, Molfkin looked at them fearfully from the top of the high rock, but when he saw that the three of them were going on unhindered, he became bolder and bolder. He jumped down from the rock and followed them, muttering something in his mouth. Their progress was very slow, but that was to be expected. Istvin sniffed and murmured that he smelt something strange and unpleasant. Smell unpleasant, Marius said. It's no wonder. There are so many bodies lying in this narrow valley. I mean, it's a little different than the smell of dead people, Istvin said uncomfortably, and continued to sniff. Behind them, the safety of Gundel Rock was far behind. With every step they feared the coming of a deadly monster, but their fears seemed to grow fiercer and fiercer. For they had already reached the middle of the valley, and it would take them a long time to get straight back to Gundel Rock. Hey, hey! Istvin was afraid of the echoing echoes, and more than anyone else, he didn't appreciate such things as fog monsters, but by nature, he couldn't keep quiet for very long. This was even more pronounced than his familiar. This was even more pronounced than Marius, who was a chatterbox by trade, because of his familiar habit of talking to himself. Marius, at least, could keep quiet if he wanted to, but Istvin was in the habit of thinking out loud. Hey, Guin, walking like this reminds me of something. When was the last time you and I approached the valley where the monsters were waiting, step by step? I wonder what time it was. When we crossed the valley of the ID. To go to the Semitic village, Guin said shortly. Oh, yeah. That totally reminded me. Ito's cleavage, wow, that's an amazing experience, just like that one. Actually, Guin, you're giving me experiences I never dreamed I'd have. It's not like Guin is making you do it, it's just that you're going along with Guin's adventures on your own. Marius pointed out to them that they had no choice, and they were about to start a heated argument again, but Guin stopped them and gently held up a torch. What's wrong, Guin? Guin's voice was grave and he suddenly stopped, so they rushed forward to look at him. There's a fog coming. I hope it's just a normal fog and not one of those fog monsters. Startled, they both looked over. Guin had been right. A gray mist was about to descend into the valley with a whooshing sound. The three of them stopped and huddled together in one place, staring at it in wonder. The fog is filling the other half of the valley at an unusual rate, so that the valley looks like a chimney filled with gray smoke. Doesn't it smell like? When Istvin said in a trembling voice. It's Fulgur. They heard Molfkin utter a short scream, and then the dwarfs suddenly fled towards the safe zone with a speed that no one had expected. Guin. Marius and Istvin ranted at the same time. Take it easy. Don't worry. A strong voice answered. No, you don't understand. He's coming over here. Now it was clearer to them than ever that it could be no other than the fog monster they had been told about. Indeed, it was different from ordinary fog. It was sticky, crawled on the ground, and swirled around, but it seemed to be denser than ordinary fog and strangely clumped together. What was more suspicious than anything else, however, was the fact that in the way the mist moved, there was a clear hint of intelligence, or, if intelligence was too much to ask, of the existence of a clear and unified will. It gave me an indescribably disgusting feeling. It's so fast. Marius shouted. We've got to get out of here, Guin, we've got to get back to the rock. Take it easy, Guin repeated. Then he suddenly dropped one of the bags he had been dividing up and began to do something strange. He threw it down and began to pour the fire wine he had brought in a large jar on the rag and the bark on which he slept without hesitation. Guin! They screamed in fright. They wondered if Guin had lost his mind. What are you doing? Look, can't you see the fog? Oh, my God, it's so close. Calm down, Guin repeated 3 times. His voice was filled with a strong, clear and intimidating sound. Then Guin turned the torch down and set fire to the cargo, which had been heavily soaked with fire wine. What are you doing? You're out of your mind. I'm sane. Guin shakes off Marius' hand. The alcohol content of the fire wine was very high. It had the effect of an oil spill, and rose up in a pale flame, so that an untimely bonfire lighted up this deadly valley. Is there anything more to burn? I don't care about the rest. Just leave the sword and the clothes and throw them all in. Make the fire as big as you can, Guin ordered. Istvin was dumbfounded, but then something suddenly occurred to him. Ah! I see, I yelled. Oh, yeah. Hey, Leopard Chief, you're a smart guy. Oh, yeah, the fire, I didn't see that one coming. I still don't know what's going on. Istvin shouted at Marius, who was about to grumble. Steady, wise man. What happens if you keep building the fire? The air will rise and a strong wind will blow, and fire will bring wind and wind will bring rain. Even if it doesn't rain, the wind will easily chase away the monsters in the air. Oh, right. Now that that's settled, we can't keep the fire going and going and going, no more furs. Oh, what's in this bag? It was a bag of white lard. When it was thrown into the fire crackled and blazed with joy. All right, let's have a great feast of fire. Call Dagon the wind. Give me that kithra. It's wood. And, no way. Marius jumped back in anger. This is second only to my life, and without it, how do you expect me to put Garm the Hellhound to sleep? I'd like to know. All right, I'm just messing with you, man. What are you gonna do, man? The fire's getting too strong. Istvin was right. Fulgal, the misty monster, evidently disliked fire, for when they began to kindle it, he ceased to approach them long before they did, and wavered and staggered. However, since there were not originally many things to be smothered or suitable for smothering, the fire was already beginning to stagnate because of the smoldering and burning. Fulgur seemed to be aware of this, and was hovering grayly on the other side of the fire, as if to say that he would come slowly after it was gone. This guy shouldn't be. Marius murmured, and stripped himself of his furs and threw them into the fire, but this might have retarded the fire. Guin and Istvin had even thrown the meat of their provisions into the fire. When Marius looked at it hesitantly, wondering whether he had no choice but to offer the kithra, there was a crash and a lot of stuff fell behind them. Marius rushed to see what was the matter, and then came rushing back, roaring with rage. He came to the fire with his hands full of a well-watered and perfect fleece, which he threw into the fire, and immediately the flames regained their strength and burst into a blaze. Guin, Molfkin sent me a pile of sod and wood from somewhere. Marius never mistook his helper. We have enough to set the whole world on fire, not just Jotunheim, if we have to. Thank you. Guin said a few words and immediately set to work carrying and throwing in the reinforcements. For a while, the 3 of them worked frantically, sweating and scratching their hands and bare skin with the rough wood. However, the power of this new and proper fuel was so great that the situation was immediately changed, and the fire began to roar with joy, sending up a lively flame to the sky. My God, that's amazing! You're leaning like a lure fire wagon, Istvin shouted. His face, smeared with soot and dust from the firewood, was like that of a demon, illuminated by the glowing fire. But Marius and Guin were in a similar state of greatness, and all were illumined by the purifying fire. Their faces were red with the burning fire. I think I'm going to be burnt to a heavenly iris. Marius said that. If we were in the mountains of Zhongyuan, instead of this northern land of ice and snow, we would probably start a terrible forest fire with this fire. They had now thrown most of their clothing into the fire as fuel, except for their cloaks, underclothes, and one coat, and yet they did not feel the least bit cold. The fire crackled and blazed, reminiscent of the great bonfires used to roast sacrifices in the days when the gods of the heavens came down to the earth to hold feasts. Soon the sound of air began to be heard. "Come on, the wind is coming," Guin said. In a sense, however, their goal had already been reached. Because, thanks to the fire, the warmed air began to move more and more, and the gray fog that had been hanging around was already more than half broken up. Obviously, they gathered together again and regained their strength and struggled to regain the denseness of the beginning, but they were so light that they were blown away and could not do what they wanted. Perhaps it was understandable that wind and rain could not penetrate this quiet valley in the land of the dead unless there was a great deal of trouble. Even a snowstorm could not disturb the tranquility of this valley, because it was quietly protected by the mountains. Otherwise, a mist creature could not have remained for hundreds of years as a guard at the entrance. Perhaps for the first time since the beginning of the valley, this violent action had caused a strong wind to swirl and flow into the valley from above. It blew in after the air that had been heated up, and blew away the mist of fulgur, which had been trying to gather there once more. Istvin and Marius both cheered. Then they waited for the fire to die out, for they knew that if they waited for the fire to die out, they would lose their precious time, and that the fulgurs would begin to gather and take shape again. But he did not wait for the fire to be completely extinguished. The other two followed suit. Even through their heavy boots, they felt as if they were being pummeled by the heat, and Marius felt the ends of his hair burn, but he was able to hold his own. Ha! For a while they were breathing on their shoulders. But then, fearing that fulgur would return, they ran through the last half of the valley. When they reached this side of the valley, there were fewer white bones and corpses, probably because few of them had reached this part of the valley in time, as they had been killed by the mist monsters on the way here. "Hiya, you've survived Fulgur's Valley." Suddenly a voice came from beneath their feet, and the three of them were startled to find that Molfkin had appeared and was clapping his hands in the air. "So, first of all, you're all who I thought you were. But don't be too sure. This far is a relatively easy obstacle to overcome. There are others who could have fooled Fulgur's eye somehow. But using the fire was a good idea. From now on, we can forget about the threat of Fulgur." "Don't talk so big, little man," Istvin said angrily. "If you're going to say something like that, why don't you just go and get the treasure yourself?" I'm sorry. Good grief, you're an angry man. "Come on, guys, the entrance to Garm's cave is right there." Molfkin's little hand pointed. There was, indeed, a kind of small opening that could be missed if one did not look carefully. Rather, it seemed that the entrance had originally been a little wider, but the rocks had been rolled away later to hide the entrance. "You want in, Guin?" Istvin said to Guin, who was silently examining the area. The entrance may be a bit cramped, but once you get past that, the inside seems to be quite spacious. Do you see that dog with the 3 heads? No, I can't see. But there's a strange, bestial smell coming from inside the cave. Perhaps it's something that's seeped into this cave over the years. After the fog monster, the 3-headed monster, that's creepy. That's creepy, Istvin grumbled. I'd have to put up with that for gold and silver and treasure. Remember that. If by any chance we should ever reach Jotunheim and discover that Snufkin's treasure was a lie, I will twist your slender neck, bend it, twist it around and tear it to pieces. Istvin was still counting up the figures he was going to add to Molfkin's list when he suddenly noticed that the dwarf was nowhere to be seen, so he stopped, scornfully. He's gone again. He called me a jerk. What the hell kind of a wife is this? First of all, if she's so capable of wandering in and out, why doesn't she just go into Jotunheim herself and get the treasure back? He's a shady fellow. There's something I don't understand about him. Rather than being fishy, there must be something very simple about it, Guin said. If he had been able to go on his own, he would probably have done so long ago, and he would not have wanted to ask us to take his place. He may appear and disappear as he pleases, but that may be as far as we go. Ha! What are you trying to tell me? Guin did not answer. Instead, he urged them on. Well, we'd better start mimicking the mole, or Frugal might come back. So the three of them entered the cave of Garm. Ugh! Here, too. Ishtvan was the first to speak up. What the hell is that smell? This guy's a mess. Sho! This time, Guin gave him a good talking to. When you don't know what's going on in Garm, make as little noise as possible. The inside of the cave is empty, not even a shadow of a living being. It took Guin a great deal of effort to get his strong body through the narrow entrance, but once he was in, he could stand and walk and not worry about hitting his head at all, not even with his too tall frame. But once in, it was high enough that even a man of 2 tars could stand and walk without fear of hitting his head. The cave was cold but strangely damp. The ground was wet and slippery, probably because of the underground water. The cave was as wide as 2 people standing side by side with their hands outstretched and the tips of their hands touching the wall, but the depth of the cave went downhill little by little, and it was hard to tell how far it went. It was not a cave, after all, but rather a terrifying passage to an underground kingdom. The walls are strangely slimy, and there are moss-like things stuck to the walls in some places, and the moss is emitting a pale light. It seems that the moss is acting as a light source in the cave. The wall, dimly illuminated by the light, was bumpy, but it was also a strange, disgusting, round bump that looked as if it had been used as a passageway by huge animals that had rubbed their bodies against it over the years and had completely worn away its rocky smoothness. But still, the worst part was the smell in that cave. It stung my nose like a poisonous gas when I was unfamiliar with it, and even when I became somewhat familiar with it, I could barely tolerate it at best, let alone forget it. It smelled like a beast, or rather, it was a combination of animal dung, shed hair, stale meat, and other odors, creating an indescribably pungent odor. In the corner of the cave, there was something vague, sticky, slippery, and indescribable, which seemed to be the main source of the stench, but it was also not surprising that the air in this miserable cave itself had become stale and emitted such a smell. It was not at all surprising. They put a cloth over their mouths and covered their noses, and barely breathed. On the ceiling there was something small and long, slithering about, sometimes coming down towards them like an unpleasant nymph, and then twisting itself about in a panic and fleeing back to its place. It was a place like a nightmare itself. And if I could go outside and breathe in the fresh, cold air, I might feel that I didn't mind even if Fulgur was waiting for me with his mouth wide open. It was not surprising. It took a lot of courage, even for Guin, to go deeper, but Guin dared to encourage the other 2 and went on his way. The road twisted and turned, and in the middle there were branches and hollows up to the ceiling. But the path went straight down, and the grade became steeper and steeper. In order not to slip, they often had to hold on to the slippery walls, which were covered with an unpleasant moss. Fortunately, there was no danger of taking the wrong road. Because, in this case, the branch road was very narrow, very dark, and the end was visible just by looking at it. There was no other way to go except the original way. The 3 of them, terribly nervous and wary, proceeded with their hands on the swords at their waists, except for Marius. The further into the cave they went, the clearer the feeling became that there was something, and it was something terribly huge, definitely existing somewhere in the same cave. It was neither advisable nor wise to run headlong into such a monster. Especially Guin did not like to be brave enough to take unnecessary risks. So he led the way, very cautiously, using his excellent eyes, ears, and sense of smell to the utmost, step by step, and when he came to a corner, he always kept them a little behind him, and was very careful to watch for any sign of them on the other side of the corner before then he peeked around the corner. Marius willingly took over the role of the guards, and in order that he might not be struck by the monster without noticing it coming from behind, he kept looking back to see what was going on. To go on in this way, and in this stench, was with terrible difficulty. It seemed as if they had been walking in this way for a long time, many years, many months, and they could not help feeling that it had been a long time since they had been able to breathe the clear, faint, fresh air. Moreover, to my horror, I could only think that the stench was not getting weaker as I went, but was getting stronger and weaker, gradually increasing to an unbearable level. "Hey, Guin, no matter what this smell is." Istvin, who had been admirably quiet for some time, began to speak, but Guin said, "I'm sorry." "Shoo!" The roughest I've ever had to shut him up. Then he stopped and gently patted the two men behind him, urging them to look at what he had seen. It was a little further on than where he stood, where the road apparently split in two, or at least where a much larger branch of the road formed at the side of it. Guin put his hand to their noses, but still kept signaling them not to speak at all. The stench became so horrifyingly strong near the technical path that it actually choked me. It was so strong that it passed through my nose and made my eyes ache. Guin also gently put his hand behind his ear, as if to say, "Listen." As they listened, they heard a strange, but unmistakable sound. It was a rough, breathing sound of some big animal. It is hard to say whether it is asleep or just awake and breathing hard, but judging from the size of its breath, it is definitely a huge animal. They tensed up quickly. Then Guin made a hand gesture to them to stay back, and when he was sure that they were safe, he crept toward them, little by little, with great caution. He began to creep towards them. In fact, at that moment he was already nothing more than a huge beast. There was nothing human about him, neither in his astonishing alertness, nor in his patience, nor in his silent suppleness. It took him what seemed an eternity to the two observers to reach the end of the path. Thus, when he reached the corner, he lay down on the ground, undaunted by the stench and the slush, and peered in as far as he could. And I've seen what lies beneath the surface of that art. He was an extremely calm and collected person, and he did not even twitch. But this was truly unique to him, and perhaps to any other man. No matter how brave he was and how well he knew how to restrain himself, he would unintentionally suck in a breath or writhe or, more likely, scream, and as a result, the result would surely have attracted the sensitive attention of that fearful thing there. That's how unbelievable and horrifying what he's witnessing is. Guin stared at it again, as if he couldn't believe his eyes. It was there, unmistakably there. Flesh and blood, just like Guin herself. But no one had ever imagined something so hideous. No one would have believed that such a bizarre thing could exist in reality. In the depths of the hole in the branch, there was a warm-looking nest made of straw, loose hair, and a kind of rag pulled up by the straw. However, it was not the kind of small nest one usually associates with the word nest, and I would have guessed that it was perhaps a tar and a half in size. Huddled in the warmth of his sleeping quarters, surrounded by sleeping straw and a horrible stench, was something terribly strange and distorted. Molfkin called it Garm, the three-headed dog of hell, but even with the word hell, calling it a dog was like equating a giant viper with a tiny, finger-sized water snake and calling it a snake. Indeed, it could be said that it resembled a dog. It had a stout neck, a strong torso, and thick, flat feet. But that was the extent of the resemblance. It had 3 pairs of legs on each side of its body. In other words, this dog had 6 legs. And the tail, which was split into 3 forks at the end, was completely hairless and naked like the tail of a torque, giving it an indescribably disgusting feeling. But the most horrible thing was his neck. Oh, that neck! Guin was so mesmerized, he couldn't look away. It has 3 long, slender, snake-like heads growing out of a thick body. And on each of them was the head of a monstrous monster with a row of terrible, spiky fangs. 2 of the heads have closed their eyes and are clearly asleep. Their long necks hang over their chests, drooling on their bristly hair. But one of the heads in the middle of the room was upright, its eyes wide open, its twin eyes glowing with a fire-red, brutal, ferocious light, and it was standing guard over the other 2 heads. Their fangs and powerful jaws would chew through the flesh of their poor victims, bone by bone, as painlessly as if they were chewing butter. Guin never dreamed that he would have to test the power of his fangs with his own flesh and blood to catch the attention of that waking neck. However, he watched the monster with bated breath for a while, hoping that its final head would also fall asleep. It looked as if his hopes were about to be fulfilled, because the head sometimes closed its eyes and looked as if it would fall asleep. Each time, however, it would look up at the light of day and return to its sleepless watch, once, for instance, for a very long time. When its head began to slump, Guin believed that it had fallen asleep. At the last moment, however, the other head, which had been asleep until then, opened its eyes, looked around, saw that the other two heads were asleep, and began to take over the sleepless watch. The rasping sound was the snoring of the two sleeping heads. Guin, careful not to mutter a single curse when he saw another head waking up, took the same trouble he had taken when he had crept in, crawling back inch by inch. When he finally came to the two people who had been left behind and were getting impatient, he drew in a deep breath for the first time. But he made up his mind and went back again and whispered to them about what he had seen. There's always a waking head looking straight at you. You can't go through there without being seen by those eyes. And that's where our man Orpheus comes in. Istvan, not being himself, said in a buoyant tone. Marius shook his body sensitively. No, I don't want to. I don't want to crawl up there like Guin and sing a song. What if he comes at me and gobbles me up as soon as I start singing? I'm not going to be a pillar of this ambitious teacher. What? I've thought about that. Guin said. I'll take care of the danger. I'll check on him like I did before and start singing. You're far enough away that he can hear you. I'll hold him off if he comes at me. If he's all right, come up to him, singing one after the other, and walk quietly past him. Then you'll never be in danger. You're a fine biographer, Istvan said sarcastically. We're going to use Guin as a bridge, so to speak, and cross over to the other side. I can't sing, but if I could, I'd show and tell these brave men how a true man should behave. Marius's sensitive face turned red. Istvan of Wallachia, you may be brave, but that's only because you were born that way. He grabbed his kithra and said, I don't like to fight. Call me a coward, call me whatever you want. Something happened to me, and I decided never again to live for myself, never to take care of myself. The blood, the dead eyes, the betrayal and the pain, the death and the revenge, that's enough. If a real man is not afraid of such filth, then I don't want to be a real man. Struggles, battles, assassinations, schemes, ambitions, it's always the poor women and children who die in them. Come on, Marius. Don't talk so loud. Guin gently patted Marius on the shoulder. Don't worry about what it says. Just think of something beautiful and sing a quiet, gentle, soothing song. Will you do that for me, Guin? If you're not sure you can sing like Orpheus, don't do it. Molfkin appeared and interrupted him. It is said that if a Garm hears a song that is truly beautiful, he will fall asleep, but if he hears a song that is incompetent or ill-tempered, he will become enraged. Get out of here. Get out of here. Furious, Marius raised his hand, and the mischievous dwarf disappeared as quickly as he had appeared. I can't sing like Orpheus. Marius shouted angrily. Come on, Guin. Start now. If Garm doesn't fall asleep, in the pride of the singer, I'll feed my body to him and let you both pass while I do it. Guin nodded and patted Marius on the shoulder. If I move my hands softly, you can start singing. So, once again, Guin crawled slowly to the front of the branch hole and started again. And when Marius saw Guin waving his hand gently, he took back his kithra. He was, by nature, an excellent singer and performer, and he took great pride in his work. In fact, his voice was a clear, sweet, innately beautiful voice that must have enchanted even the most shy of listeners. But then again, never before had Marius sung with all his soul and all his passion in this stinking monster's cave, with only the three-headed monster, Guin, and Istvan in the audience. When the first chords of Marius and the first voice flowed out and echoed through the cave, Guin saw the monster's one awake head startle and look around. With a sigh, Guin grabbed his sword and readied himself to return fire at any moment, though he doubted how effective it would be. But when, following that, the other two heads that had been asleep woke up, looked around, and stood on their heads. Guin noticed that they did not have the slightest hint of violent murderous intent or anger. This might work. Gently, Guin thought. Good luck, Marius. Marius sang. At first, he may have still had many thoughts, fears, hesitations, and anxieties in his heart. However, by the time he had finished singing the first song, it had finally disappeared completely, and his heart had no more feelings other than that numbing euphoria and ecstasy of singing that can only be felt when a person who has been given a voice and hands to sing sings to the fullest. There was nothing more. Marius had forgotten where he was, what his audience was, and what he was singing for. The pure joy of a golden-voiced little bird who loves to sing with all his heart, the praise of life, swelled up and overflowed in him. He sang. He sang, Daughter of Ceria, Queen of the Moon, Sonnet of Iris, and every lullaby he knew. He sang the swan song, and far and away. He was hardly aware of what he was singing. Some of the songs had sad memories of the time when he had sung them to the young prince on a bench in the inner garden at the court of a remote country in the far Middle Kingdom, but even the pain of those memories was far away from the present Marius. But even the pain of those memories was too far away for the Marius of today. All he wanted to do was to sing one song after another, to make the chords flutter beautifully, to sing the melody most beautifully and most gently. The slippery, moss-covered cave vanished from his sight, and he was a devout Ophiuchus in the temple of the goddess of music, offering offerings to Musa, the only goddess he believed in. What a sweet, gentle, comforting voice it was. He could sing as sadly as tears, as sweetly as a mother's breast, as tenderly as a lover's kiss, as heartily as he could. Before long, Istvan, this ambitious, mischievous, devilish, cynical young man, was shedding tears. It was the first time he had heard Marius sing so close and so often, and it soaked into his foul, cynical heart like rain from heaven. How many things Marius's song reminded him of. Home, the sea town of Wallachia, the land of the mother he had left behind and never looked back on, the dead mother he never knew, the father whose face he never knew, the many loves he had left behind, the sweet first love, the parting, the comfort, light, gentle rain. I'd forgotten. How long I've forgotten. How many things I've forgotten. Istvan lay still, filled with tears of wonder and peace, as if enveloped in the light and warmth of days gone by. And suddenly, he came to himself. Guin is beckoning. And then he remembered where he was and what he was doing. Then he looked over at the singer. Marius was singing a lullaby of the seaside region in a soft, low voice. A beautiful smile appeared on his lips, and his eyes were completely closed. Marius. You have to go. Guin wants you to come, Istvan whispered, feeling as if he were an intruder. Marius paid no attention. Istvan was troubled, thought for a moment, then gently took Marius by the shoulders and let him walk away. Marius moaned surprisingly calmly. Rather, he didn't seem to feel what was being done to him, and continued to sing in his beautiful, taut voice. When he had brought Marius before Guin, Istvan slipped close to Guin and said in a whisper. How's it going? I asked. Guin squeezed his chin in silence. Istvan poked his head out and looked at him, then rolled his eyes. The dog of Garam had its 3 heads completely leaned on its chest and was sleeping deeply. This guy scared me. Yako-san, you're Ophiuchus. Shoot, whatever you do, get past this point while you still can. I don't know how much further I can go. Guin laughed a little when he said that. To be honest, I didn't know he was such a great singer until today. Even in Paro, the city of music, he would be one of the top 2 singers in the court. I don't know what kind of story he's got to tell about himself as a humble traveling minstrel, but that Marius is something else. Looks like you're not just a cowardly man-whore. Istvan said and closed one eye with a grin, and walked back to let Marius walk past Garm's dog in the previous den. Marius continued to sing, and the infernal monster sank comfortably into a dream of peace. The 3 of them passed the second ordeal without incident. And when they had passed the den of the Garms, they did not speak for some time, nor did they ease their steps, for they were afraid lest they should awaken the eyes of that terrible monster. Marius continued to sing. But Marius was so absorbed in the song that he began to sing not only lullabies and quiet songs, but also joyful and stirring songs, just like the little girl in the legend who could not stop dancing. It was as if she were a little girl who could not stop dancing. When the den was no longer visible, and the stench had died down, the other two told Marius to stop singing, not because they were tired of hearing him sing, but because they had a new fear that the people of Jotunheim might learn of their whereabouts because of their singing. And so it was. Marius stopped singing, but for a while he was dumbfounded, like a person who has been suddenly brought back to reality from a deep, deep dream, unable to hear the voices that were speaking to him, unable to see what was going on around him, just walking along with them, listening to his own inner voice, while secretly looking over at it in the distance. "No, poets are a funny lot." Istvan whispered a comment, which Marius probably didn't hear. "I've always thought that singing is useless except in such cases, that it's for the pleasure of women and children, and that it's for men to pick up swords and fight, but it seems to me that singing is more important to them than life, just as honor and fame are to us. But it's funny because they seem to think that singing is more important to them than life, just like honor and fame are to us. And if he can sing like that, he'll be perfect for fooling those stupid girls. I once had a friend teach me how to play the flute, but I wish I'd learned until I was better. Maybe then I wouldn't have had to search for treasure and I could have won the hearts of as many women as I wanted." "Hey, that was all Istvan cared about." Guin laughed. "You have your sword and Marius has his kithra. You have your sword and Marius has his kithra, and they were made for each other because they are the most suitable, and I don't think it would make either of you feel half as good as the other if you exchanged them." "Yes, that's true, but I can't help thinking that women in general prefer a languid man-whore who sings and picks flowers to a powerful warrior and ambitious man. But there are exceptions, of course. If it's a proper woman, it's a different story altogether." Istvan grinned reminiscently, as if he were too proud to resist. "You want to tell me that the only woman who falls in love with you is a proper woman and the rest are bastards, Istvan?" "That's right. And I don't think a woman who is useless to a man should be talking about her love. A woman who can bring out the best in a man, a woman who can fight with him and follow him everywhere, a woman who is strong, well-born and beautiful. A woman who won't slow down a fighting man at any time, a woman who can be my other sword if necessary. I can't be a limping, whining coward, man or woman. I can't. A woman who can take care of herself properly, a woman who will never be defeated if she falls in love with me, a woman who will come straight back to me when she feels like this." Istvan's eyes were enraptured, as if he were contemplating a vision of the ideal woman. Whether he was thinking of the girl whose silver hair and violet eyes he had cut off and given to his first love or not, Istvan could not tell. "What about you, huh? You're a man. You know what kind of woman you want, right? I've never heard you talk about it, Guin." Me, I'm in such a body." Guin laughed. "First of all, most women won't think I'm a full-fledged man, they'll think I'm a monster. It's not what the girls think, it's what you say, Guin. And don't be so down on yourself. There's a lot of women in this world who like ghetto food," Istvan said in a soothing tone. "And even if your face isn't quite human, if it's as tough and strong as yours, hey, Guin, tell me. Do you like quiet women or are you strong-minded? Are you thin, fat, pretty, smart? I'm sure you'll get a wife someday." "Well, I don't know." "Shay. You don't know what you're talking about. You're a real piece of work. How are you going to get the girl you love?" Istvan chuckled. "Sometimes I feel like you're a myth, not a real person. Of course you're a good guy, reliable, and the best warrior I've ever known, but you could be a little more human. He's a womanizer, he's a drinker, or something." "Well, don't say that, Istvan. After all, I'm not entirely sure I'm even really human." Guin was very calm. "Che, you're boring me." Istvan shrugged his shoulders. "Anyway, I'm not going to touch anything but the best. The face, the figure, the birth, the temperament, everything. Yes. I deserve that, and I'll do whatever it takes to get it." Yes, you do. Istvan's voice grew louder without him knowing it. But that, too, may have been unavoidable. They had passed safely through 2 of the 3 trials foretold by Molfkin, Fulgur the Mishti, and Garm the Three-Headed. Thinking that all that was left was to enter Jotunheim, it would not have been strange if he had felt a little bit of excitement in reaction to the long hardship. Guin held up his hand as if to restrain him, but he was a little too late. For suddenly a piercing cry came from across the aisle, stopping all 3 of them in their tracks. The cry was one they had never heard before, and they had no idea what it meant, but they could somehow sense its meaning by the sound of it. Who's there? Who are you? And it was the crack of a voice that was very reproachful. Istvan covered his mouth in a panic. Let's get out of here, Guin. No, it's too late for that, Guin said, pointing. There's a lot of people out there, and it's only a matter of going back and jumping straight into Garm's doorway. So, do we fight? Istvan said, sneezing at the people who came to him as if he were a stalking horse. No, it's still bad. Then what are we gonna do? Do they get you? For now, we have no choice. We don't even know what he's like. Don't try to fight him unnecessarily. That's terrible. Istvan frowned and looked at him intently. They look weak to me. Guin raised his hand to control Istvan. But Istvan was right. There were perhaps a dozen of them, perhaps the guards at the entrance to Jotunheim, who came running up and surrounded the 3 of them, but they were only as tall as Istvan's chest and as thin as they were wide. They were all very pale and white, and the word white was used to describe them. They were all very pale, rather than white. They had the complexion of people who had not been in the sun for many years, and they looked very frail. By all odds, Istvan or Guin alone could have easily defeated and driven away twice this number. They were talking to each other with thin spears at their sides, as if they were terrified, and questioning each other. There were words like Galam and Fulgal in the mix, but mostly they were words they had never heard before, not a word of which they understood. It was different from the language of the Vikings of Tarchuan, and it did not seem to be an accent on the language of the Central Plains, but a language of a completely different system. But men can, after all, make their will known in any way. They, the Icemen of Jotunheim, as Molfkin called them, had no intention of killing the 3 as soon as they caught them or doing anything about it. They had no intention of doing anything about it. They urged the 3 to come with them by means of hand gestures and spear points. And one of them, who seemed to be the captain of the company, which we knew to be the case, because he alone wore an ornament on his armor, bared his teeth and laughed at them, and made strange sounds with his hands. But when he had given up, he signaled to them to follow him. Their eyes were all of a pale blue, almost white, and their hair was also of a pale gold, and they wore almost no colored clothing on their bodies, so that their whole appearance was strangely whitish and vague. What the hell? As Istvan followed them, he whispered to Guin. So these are the ice people. With a name like that, I thought this was a land of ice monsters that could talk and take human form. These guys look like normal people, just a little wobbly. Guin shook his head, expressing the feeling that even he did not yet understand. The 3 of them followed the Icemen meekly, and the Icemen soon let their guard down. Moreover, they seemed to be reassured by the certainty that they would not be able to escape Garm's notice if they ran away anyway. And it seemed that the 3 of them, after they had passed the cave of Garm, were already very near the entrance to Jotunheim. This was because, before they had gone any farther down the slimy path, they saw a bright white light before them. As they got closer, the nature of the light became clearer. The 3 of them looked at it and thought that it was like a dream that such a thing was spreading in the depths of the earth where they had already descended for a long time. It was a cave of glittering white ice everywhere, with a ceiling so high and wide that it was hard to believe at first glance whether it was really a cave or not. Everywhere shone with white and rainbow colors. From the ceiling, which was so bright that it looked like the sky, there were countless icicles. All of them were made of ice, white volumite and calcite. The whole thing was like a town or a small castle. There was a line of small houses shaped like piled-up ice cubes, and a wide street stretched in the middle of them. On top of them, there were a number of white tower-like structures protruding as if they were leaning on top of each other. The whole scene was more fantastic than anything I had ever seen before, and gave me the impression of a fairy tale, a place where nymphs or mysterious gods lived. In the midst of this icy land, the same small, white-skinned men with light blue eyes and platinum hair who had taken the three men were moving about quietly. Many of the men wore the same armor and long boots, but some of them wore thick, square clothes made of cloth folded in two and open only at the neck, and underneath they wore long, furry boots and fur caps. And the women, who were very few in number, wore the same square-shaped garment, with a long, ankle-length skirt and fur shoes, and a full-length shawl wrapped around their bodies. True, but this was a subterranean kingdom, and its inhabitants would probably never have known the sunshine that shone on the city, or the crisp, fresh air outside, in their lifetimes, except through those long, winding passages and the dangers of Garm and Fulgur, and the fresh air outside. But this was a no-man's land, as Molfkin called it, and half the year the earth was covered with a cold twilight. Instead, in this cave, somehow, the ice and the snow reflected each other's light and shone brightly, filling the city with a more fantastic and gentle brightness than the daylight on earth. Guin noticed that among those walking around the city, there were occasionally non-ice people, and without exception, these people were tied up and nodding. It also seemed that no non-human animals of any kind could be found in this town. Guin and the others went down the slope of the stairs and entered the Castle of Light. Immediately, people sprang out of the houses, streets, and gaps between the buildings, gazing at them with great curiosity, and following them wherever they went. The captains made no attempt to drive them away. Then again, it's not like Jotunheim doesn't have access to the outside world at all. Guin thought secretly. Those slaves are probably outsiders who have become obsessed with Jotunheim, either because they were blinded by the treasure or because they wandered in carelessly. And judging by their unusual appearance, such captivity, while unusual, is not unheard of. But he thought that they were very quiet people. No one raised an uproar or made a complaint at the sight of his leopard's head or his unfamiliar appearance, and even when he entered the town, he could hardly feel the murmur, the buzz, or the indistinct sounds of the town, which he would have felt in any town. Even the crowded people remained silent, and turned their very pale eyes, some of them even had eyes almost as white as their own, to them, and followed them forever and ever. All in all, they were strangely transient and lifeless, and made the beholder think that it would not be surprising if they were said to melt away in the sunlight. Another thing that made the town peculiar was that there were no shops or merchants spreading out their goods in the streets. Whichever way they turned, the glitter of the land of ice was dazzling. Perhaps the light-colored eyes of the icemen were well adapted to it. They were unconcerned, not dazzled, not bothered, but the three who had passed through the long, tantalizing underground caverns often closed their eyes and rubbed them. They often closed their eyes and rubbed them. Even when they closed their eyes, they were flooded with 7 colored lights that flashed behind their eyelids. The soldiers who had knocked them down led them across the street and into a large house, or rather, a hole in a semicircular ice structure that was much larger than the others. To their surprise, everything inside the house was also ice. And yet, they hardly felt cold or chilly at all. The room was empty. They were made to wait there for a while, but at length 3 men, who seemed to be quite old and wearing headgear, came in and began to ask them various questions in a hurried manner. The 3 men, of course, did not understand a word of what was being said to them, because they could tell by the tone of their words that they were being interrogated. The 3 men shook their heads and took turns speaking slowly in the language of Nakahara, trying to make the other understand what they were saying. Guin tried to speak in Semitic and Laganese, and Marius tried to speak in Kaitai, a language he knew a little, all to no avail. When the elders learned of this, they shook their heads and walked out of the room. A couple of girls came in after them, unrolled a cloth and motioned for them to sit down on it. By this time both Istvin and Marius were quite hungry, but they had no food, having burned it for fuel in the valley of Fulgur. So they made desperate appeals to the girls, asking them to give them something to eat. Even if you're going to kill them, even the condemned should be treated to a feast the night before their execution. Ishtvan murmured. The girls looked at each other, said something to each other, and disappeared, but when they came in again, thankfully, they were carrying trays of food. The daughters offered it to him by imitation. The food was a pink square, and Ishtvan did not understand what it was, but he seized it with the impetuosity of a tiger, and filled his mouth with it, saying, "It's cold." And he rolled his eyes. What? That's raw meat. And it's frozen to a crisp. Huh, do people here eat that stuff? Marius rolled his eyes and withdrew the hand he had been holding out. But when Ishtvan took a bite, he looked indescribable, but then he bit down. No, it's not so despicable. It's a little raw, but yeah, it's pretty good. He grinned and kept on eating. Guin ate it too. Marius was afraid to take a bite, but he did. It seemed that Marius was at a disadvantage because of his good upbringing. Guin did not mind at all what he ate, and Ishtvan did not complain as long as he had something to eat. For he, too, once starved and ate raw fish and rock moss to sustain his life. Marius took the smallest lump of meat he could find and chewed it carefully. It's such a delicious-looking meat, if only it was lightly cooked. He sobbed sadly. Guin laughed. Look around you. In this house of ice, in this land of ice, where do they get the sparks? What do they burn? Where do they burn? Come to think of it, it's not too cold for that. Maybe it's the reflection of the light. And those furs and cloths, they'd probably have to go out and get them. And when they had eaten their meal, and had quenched their thirst with the drink which was brought to them, though it was only pure water, their daughters came in again, and when they saw that the trays were empty, they smiled at them and took them away. They smiled at them and took them down. It's nice to know that there are young girls in this underground country, but with such pale eyes and hair color, she doesn't look very young. Marius said. Then the elders came in, but this time there was another man with them. He was not of the race of this subterranean country, but a tall, red-haired, blue-eyed Terran man, not yet very old, wearing a fur coat and a bushy beard. On one leg, a heavy shackle stands out. At the urging of the elders, the Terran man came before the three of them. Do you understand what I'm saying? He speaks very slowly and sluggishly. However, Terran is a neighboring country of Chironia and is connected to the Middle Plain. The people there are of a different race from those of the Central Plains, and although their particular accent makes it difficult to understand, the language of Terran is originally the same as that of the Central Plains, so the three of them were able to understand it. I know. Are you a Tartan Viking? How did you come to be trapped in a place like this? Ishtvan said. But the Terran man, who was staring at Guin in astonishment, paid no attention to Ishtvan's question, but, again urged on by the elders, began to speak again. This thing called Sven of Terran, where do you people come from? From this outside world. Guin said, and more, Sven the Terran seemed astonished that the leopard head could talk. You're not human, he said without looking at the other two. And you, Fulgur, have survived the trials of Garm. Who are you? My name is Guin. Guin said. Guin. Yes, and though I look like this, I'm not a monster. I talk like one and I feel like one. It is not by magic that I have overcome these two obstacles, but only by wisdom and a desire to reach Jotunheim. Sven translated it to the elders. Then why did you come to Jotunheim? From where did you hear of this entrance and the three trials? Jotunheim is a beautiful northern legend. Guin got away with it. And I, for some reason, wished to seek out Lokandoras, the wise man of the north, but I wandered through the northern lands and could not find him. So I came to Jotunheim, the last place I could find him. These are my companions, Ishtvan the Valachian and Marius the Bard, good men, I assure you. Sven also turned to interpret, and now the elders had been conferring with each other for quite some time. At last, Sven was in front of Guin again. I've never heard the name Lokandras before, or so the elders say. He said. Two suspicions have been cast upon you. The first is that you are a servant of the Loki, a fearsome demon who has come to bring ruin to Jotunheim. The other is that Lokendoris is not here, nor has he ever been heard of, and that you have been so informed, and that in the end, like the others who have crept into Jotunheim, you have come to bring ruin upon it. I suspect that you are a bandit who has been after the world-famous Fafnir's gold. I'll make an offer to either of them if I'm given the chance to explain myself, Guin said. Inwardly, Ishvan wondered how the devil would defend himself against the suspicion that he was after the treasure, but he said nothing. There was a brief exchange between Sven and the elder. Then, Sven said in a strange way, "No, no. You will not be given a chance to explain, not a chance to explain," the elder says, "because your appearance cannot be that of a man. Therefore, you and your companion will be thrown into the Crowlier's pit immediately. I'm sorry, but Jotunheim must protect its treasure." So they say. Oh, my God. So, in the end, I guess we'll have to face all three trials, huh? In spite of Ishvan's shouting, the three men were quickly stripped of their swords and beaten without any weapons. Ishvan was dissatisfied with Gwyn's meekness. He had thought that he and Gwyn would be able to take care of the small and humble inhabitants of this subterranean kingdom without any trouble. If they don't start rioting now, when the hell are they going to? Ishvan shouted bitterly, and for a time Marius thought that Ishvan was right, but Gwyn restrained them, saying only that he had an idea, and that he would leave everything to them. But as they left the ice house and were led all the way down the street, they became increasingly worried. "It's Crowlier," he whispered a warning. "A maggot. It's probably some kind of worm. Don't let it consume you." "No, don't worry, Ishto boy of the vents. You're going to be king. You're going to sit on the throne of light. You're not going to die like that here." "I will not." However, his conviction and optimism gradually began to waver. The three of them, surrounded by a tightly packed platoon of more than 20 men, obviously, the elders must have changed their judgment after seeing Gwyn's physique directly, were led straight across the street, just before the ice mountains that seemed to be at the edge of this subterranean city. The tops of the mountains were attached to the ceiling, so they might as well have been huge icicles. The underground city suddenly had a completely different feel to it. This was because, on the other side of the icicle, I suddenly saw that the dazzling lights that flooded everywhere in Jotunheim had disappeared, and that a dark cave lay beyond. It was evidently a deep passage, similar to the cave of Garm. With his quick eyes, Gwyn saw that the huge pile of ice seemed to be hollow inside. There was a soldier standing at the entrance, and as far as he could see, the inside was also like the inside of an ordinary ice house, but because it was not in the shape of a semicircle like the other houses, it somehow gave the impression of a temple. They passed by the side of the temple, and were aiming at the entrance of a cave beyond it. Its black mouth, gaped open in white and light, smelled of evil, like an ominous prophecy, and gave rise to a chilling anticipation of what lay within. The soldiers walked in silence. It was as if approaching it was a great terror even to them. When they were finally close to it, Gwyn stopped. "Go on. Walk." Sven, who was following him, rushed to his feet. And Gwyn said to him, "Translate for me. I wasn't given a chance to explain myself, but there is one thing I would like to say to the elders." Sven was frightened and looked at him and the Jotunheimers. But he feared Gwyn so much that he finally, though he was frightened, told him what he had said. The elder turned and stared at him with a grim face. And Gwyn said, "I don't know how I came to be born this way. So if you say I'm the devil, I don't have the confidence to say I'm not. But, as you can see, the other two are perfectly normal people. There's nothing about them that's different from you. They just happen to know me and they happen to be with me. So if you insist, I won't complain no matter what you do to me. I'll take my punishment for being like this. So please forgive the other two. As for whether I'm a hoarder or not, I can't give you any advice if you assume that I am before I've even shown any sign of it. But I'll say no more about that. Therefore, ask me to atone for your sins. The other two have nothing to do with it." When Sven finished translating what Guin had said, it was clear to him that there was a great deal of confusion and turmoil among them. They must have disagreed with each other, even among themselves. But when Sven interpreted the result of the discussion after some time, Ishvan and Marius, who had been holding their breath, were disappointed. No, no. The devil's errand is the devil's, and a thief in search of treasure will not survive here in Jotunheim. All three of you will be given to the Crowlier. The judgment has been made. The sentence has been passed. Nothing can change that. Guin tried to fight back, but Sven, who had already forbidden him to do so, did not try to interpret him, but moved back. Yeah, I guess so. So this is what you meant when you said, I'll take care of it, right, Guin? Ishvan uttered a curse. Guin took no heed of it and pondered once more in front of the cave. So I'll say no more. Just hear me out. So first, you give me to Crowlier. Then you can put us both in the pit. There was a lot of debate. No, no, no. The three of us are going in together. Because you might be up to something since you're saying that. I don't believe in anything that looks like that. Well, these are the hardest people I've ever seen to get along with. Ishvan whispered to him. When they looked closer, they saw that at the entrance to the cave there was a large rock rolled up, and that it held the cave shut. The soldiers took hold of the rock and set about the task of opening it, which seemed to them to be a very great task. At last the entrance opened. As soon as the dark hole appeared, the soldiers fell back in fear and would have run away if not for the elders shouting. The elders were no less fearful. But they were holding their own with all their might. Come on. One of them raised his hand and pointed inside. You're going in. There was no longer any defense. The three men were frightened by the spear and took a step into the hole. They were immediately thrown out from behind and a rock was rolled in behind them, blocking the only entrance. My vision was suddenly darkened as if a light had been blown out. Whoa. Fuck. Get me out of here. When Ishvan saw that the rock did not budge, he began to scream. Guin, how dare you deceive people into letting you do nothing until you've got your hands on them, otherwise, you would have managed to get rid of those idiots long before you got into this mess. Loud, don't scream so loud. Marius scowled and whispered. It's like luring a Crowlier, isn't it? Who'd be scared of a big, stupid lickety-split? Ishvan saw that Marius was frightened and deliberately shouted. That wasn't me. Hey, Guin. I know you're thinking of something to get us out of this. Tell me, what do you want me to do? Like you did with Garm when you put him to sleep with that song. No one gets eaten by slugs if they can get their hands on the same thing. I don't know if they're slugs or snakes, but they don't have ears to hear a song. I can't stand it when they always think they're getting the best of me. Ishvan cursed loudly, and Marius began to rant in desperation. Hey, don't make a big deal out of it. Well, take it easy. Guin is trying to calm him down. When I said I had an idea, I didn't mean it as a stopgap measure or to be taken lightly. I had to see if I was right or not. I don't know what it is, but if you've got an idea, you better get it out of your head. Before that monster comes to dinner with us. Ishvan stopped talking and looked deeper into the hole. Hey! Didn't you just hear something strange? Yeah. Immediately, Marius let out a voice that was almost a scream. But, whether it was an illusion or not, there came no more sound of that kind. They looked at him as if they were afraid of him. The cave was deep, and unlike the one in Garm, it was not slippery, and there was no terrible stench, but there was still a strange smell. And because there was no glowing moss, when I first entered it, I could not see anything, and it seemed as if my eyesight had been robbed, but eventually my eyes became accustomed to it, and I could vaguely distinguish the walls and ceiling. There's no human remains here, no feces of any kind. Guin touched the area thoughtfully. The rocks are craggy, too. Maybe the Crowliers didn't come this far, so they're further in. But since we can't get out of here, that's no consolation. Most likely, those elders think we'll be trapped in the Crowlier or else we'll be stranded here and starve to death. Until then, I don't think they'll open that door for us. Perhaps. But fortunately for us, we have just finished our meal and will not die of hunger for the time being," Guin said calmly. "So, here's what I'm thinking. You're probably safe as long as you stay near this entrance. You stay here for a while. I'll go alone and see if there's a way through or something and what's up ahead." "Oh, no, no, no way, Guin. I don't even have a sword." Marius was astonished when he heard and tried to dissuade him. But Istvan did not say anything, but stood by and listened as the two men argued. Guin resolutely dismissed Marius's concerns, and Marius finally stopped talking. "Don't worry about me," Guin said finally, firmly. "I know this Istvan, but I am protected by a strange fate. It's not so easy for me to die, but the truth is, I'm not even sure I'm mortal." When Guin turned away from the objection, he ordered him once more never to go out to see what was going on or to make any rash plans, even if it took a long time, until he came back. "In any case, I have no intention of doing anything dangerous, and I intend to return when I have ascertained what has happened. So, please don't leave this place," he said firmly, and then Guin set off on his own, cautiously, on a reconnaissance mission. The cave was more crooked than it appeared, and soon his figure was not visible to the two who were left behind, nor could he see anything but darkness behind him. But solitude, like darkness, could not trouble Guin. He was much more able to see in the dark than the other two, who had only the ordinary faculties of men, so that in this degree of light he could see as if there were light, and was not troubled in the least. There were things that he had to think over and find out. He went slowly, carefully, but surely, step by step, with care. The footing was rough and much easier to walk on than in the cave of Garm, but after a while, he saw a white glow by the roadside, indicating the fate of those who had once been taken into this cave as well. There are no wounds anywhere. That means Crowlier was so frightened he couldn't go any further in and couldn't turn back, so he starved to death. "Examine the bones," Guin muttered. "Even under the rock at the entrance, I could see that he had tried to pick it up with his bare hands." As Istvan said, the punishment is either to willingly collide with the crawlers to shorten the suffering, or to cower here and starve to death. The bones seemed to belong to a Jotunheimite, judging by their height. It seems that even the inhabitants of this city cannot escape this sentence. There were 2 or 3 more bones a little further on. But when we walked another half-motored, we could not find any bones at all. Besides, the roughness of the rocks beneath his feet had become a little smoother, Guin thought. Something big must have come and gone here many times and worn it down. The darkness was getting thicker and the faint odor was getting stronger. Guin's steps became more cautious and slower. This cave was much wider than the cave of Garum, but its depth seemed to be less than half of it. Garum's cave was more of a passage than a cave. However, this cave and the Crowlier's cave also had twists and turns, branch paths and branch holes, and if we were not careful, we might have lost our way. How far did we walk? From time to time, Guin looked behind him. He didn't want to see how far he'd come, but rather he had a strange, uncanny feeling that something was indeed behind him. Something was behind him, but there was nothing, not a glowing eye, not a sign of anything. He felt uncomfortable, but soon he could not be bothered with such things. There's something faint and pale up ahead. It is too faint to be called light. Rather, it looks like the body of a moss or an animal with a faint glow. And it was coming straight for Guin. Guin reflexively groped his waist. The reliable touch of the sword's hilt, that ally which calmed him at all times, did not touch him. Even he felt like turning around and running away, but he didn't. The pale thing was coming towards him at a considerable speed. Even if he ran away, he would be caught somewhere before he could reach the entrance, and even if he ran to the entrance, he would only be luring the monster to Istvan and Marius. So he stood still and leaned against the wall to get a better look. Now it was clear that the pale light was looking at him, and he could also hear something else that he had not noticed before, a horrible, slipping, creaking sound of something large, heavy, and soft crawling on the rock. He could hear it clearly. He was lost for a moment, and then he ran out, not to escape to the entrance, but to find a foothold that would give him some advantage in the fight. The other is a maggot, and has a shape suitable for a long and narrow cave. Then, it is usual for him to choose a place where he can get a wide foothold, dodge to the left or right, or hide. A little further on, he found what he was looking for. On the right was a technical path and on the left was a branch hole, which was like a square. Even as he searched there for a handy piece of rock that he could use as a weapon, the sound of zururi, zururi, zururi came closer and closer with frightening speed. Now he could see the monster's form clearly. Rather than a louse or a maggot, it was more like a large worm, nearly a tar and a half in diameter. Its round head and body were ringed every 2 tarts, and its pale skin, which looked as if it had never been exposed to the sun, resembled the belly of a fish, but was much wetter and more horrible, and showed dimly the internal organs of this monster. The round head had no eyes, but it had a flat, cup-shaped mouth that opened and closed with horrifying slowness. The nape of the ring was blackened, and there was a dense growth of short tentacle-like appendages, buzzing about. When the worm found Guin, it raised its round head lazily and opened and closed its cup-like mouth lazily. It was the kind of scene you don't even want to see in your nightmares. Its pale belly was so slimy that even Guin felt her whole body curl up in disgust at the thought of jumping on it and crushing it with her bare hands. So this is the maggot Crowlier, the last guardian of Jotunheim's treasure. Its body twisted and rolled out in waves, and its tail reached so far into the hole that Guin could not see it. Its length must have been as long as the whole of Jotunheim. The mouth of the cup opened, and a stream of thick fluid shot out of it and splashed onto the spot where Guin had been before. Immediately, Guin smelled a foul odor and saw the rocks in the area melt. There was a strong smell of acid that seemed to melt both flesh and bone. The creature wriggled its head and seemed to be looking for Guin. Guin gritted his teeth. Chapter 4. The Ice and Snow Queen. We're doomed. Guin dodged from the approaching maw and jumped sideways into the branch hole. The monster had no eyes, but somehow it could clearly sense the presence of its enemy. Its head immediately lifted up and pointed towards Guin. Guin jumped out of the hole and tried to get around the monster's neck. If he was successful, he might be able to coax the monster into choking on its own venom. But Crowlier was more agile than he thought. Guin couldn't get out of the hole and barely made it back to the front. If he had stayed there, he would have been blocked and hit by the acid attack. The sword. Guin has never known the word despair. But what pierced his mind was the thought that he was gasping. If only I had a sword. A single swing of the sword, with that alone, he must not have been afraid at all, even if there were dozens of these monsters. The monster seemed to have no organ for speech. With mute fury, its round head fumbled for the escaped creature and was thrown back. Whoa! Who? Guin barely dodged the acid spray as he threw himself backwards. Damn it! A cry of curse escapes from his mouth. You monster! The monster was trying to get around him in a move that clearly showed some sign of intelligence. Oh, my God! He grabbed a piece of rock and slammed it down on its head. It was an ill-aimed blow to the monster's neck. There was a dull, sickening crunching sound, and an inarticulate sensation of pain and anger washed over him in a wave. A rock was lodged in Crowlier's neck, and something thick was pouring out of it, but the monster's movements could not slow it down at all. In fact, when he jumped back to dodge the attack, which became even more fierce in anger, his feet tripped over the roots of a protruding rock. He had been gouged by the maggot's acid. Before he had time to regain his bearings, he rolled over, and Crowlier's disgusting head sprawled out slowly on top of him. That's when his hands suddenly grasped the cold metal in it, the hilt of the sword. He had no time to wonder at this miracle, no time to mock it. He raised his left arm to shield his face from the acid, and with all the strength he could muster from his unnatural position, he threw his sword to the side with all his might. Screaming. Voiceless scream. A tremendous surge blinded him, as if the cave would collapse right there. He fainted, but almost unconsciously, he jumped, dove, swung his sword, and slashed Crowlier's body again and again. It was as unfeeling as slicing through butter, but every time he brought his sword down, an indescribably disgusting, sticky, foul-smelling fluid flowed out of it. The buzzing, wispy tentacles or chorionic hairs, as it were, waved and swayed as if they were sharing their owner's pain and despair. That's when Guin saw it. Stop it, stop it. Where the hell did that voice come from? Guin couldn't believe his eyes. His elbows were still wet with the monster's blood, and he stared blankly. Suddenly, the cave seemed to have ceased to exist. Rather, the rocks became nothing more than permeable matter, and their size, their walls and ceilings, lost their meaning. And indeed, she was standing where the wall should have been, and she was holding out her hands towards Guin. Guin, who was rarely frightened by anything, not even by monsters or change, now stared in amazement as the sword slipped from his numbed hand. She was completely naked. Not a single piece of cloth, not a single thread of thread, to cover her glistening white, naked body. Her long, platinum blonde hair billows out from her body in a waterfall that flows down to her feet. Her face was innocent, and yet she had the grace of a goddess. She looked like a mere girl, and yet she had lived a very long time. Her body, so pale that it was covered with slime, was slender but wonderfully proportioned, reminding one of a nymph's sculpture. Their eyes the color of strange red roses, stared straight at him, their pale lips fluttered small, and their stubby hands were held out to him as if in supplication. She was standing in the rocks. There was no other way to describe it, only her surroundings were pale, and her voice crept up to him with a mysterious, soft crack, more like the wavering of air in his head than a voice. "Oh, please. Don't do this. Why are you doing this to me?" she sued. Guin hesitated. Her pallor made him wonder if this was a vision sent by the dying Crowlier to taunt him. No, no. She held up her hands. Her silver hair flickered as fire. "No, sir. No, sir. You've read my mind," Guin shouted. "For it sounds to me as if it were spoken." She made an excuse. "Oh, don't be angry, mysterious one. You've slain the patron god of Jotunheim. How dare you, that there should be a being of such power besides the gods? But why? Why this terrible thing? What have we done to you?" "It's not something I did because I wanted to kill him," Guin replied. "I was thrown into this Crowlier pit to be executed. I had to fight him to stay alive." Locked in, the bright ruby eyes clouded. "Execution? Oh, my God, this Crowlier is not here for that kind of thing." "What are you?" Incredulous, Guin asked. "Why did you show up here like that?" "I am a beautiful girl, or her doppelganger," stopped wringing her hands. A strange, sparkling dignity appeared on his face and in his form. "I am Kriemhild. I am the Queen of Jotunheim." "Queen of Jotunheim," Guin gasped. "So you're that ice queen. Some call it that. Some of the ones who don't know anything, do you?" "My name is Guin," he said. "I've come all the way from the middle of nowhere, through the wind and snow. My guest." The girl must have seen clearly that Gwyn's attitude was neither hostile nor benevolent. She smiled. It was a wonderful smile. "Then you are not an enemy of Jotunheim. So I will welcome you and be hospitable. Are you going to forgive me for killing this Crowlier?" Guin said in surprise. The girl looked at the carcass at his feet. It was melting now, bit by bit, as if it were seeping into the ground. Her bright eyes clouded with deep sadness. "It has been a faithful and faithful protector and a friend to me," she said. "It is a sad and unfortunate event, but I forgive it, because it was not done with malice. It was you who brought such a fate upon us. You are a wonder with an inhuman head and the most human heart of all." When she thought of it, the grace and elegance that she had put into her gesture was truly marvelous, because she was wearing nothing but that wonderful waterfall of hair. "And you will tell me that this was an unfortunate misunderstanding. The Crowlier is not a bad creature. Despite its appearance, it only becomes angry and brutal when someone tries to destroy the treasure it's charged with protecting. And me. Oh, it's leaving." She was right. Crowlier's corpse was now nothing more than a stain on the ground. She looked at it sadly. "It's been protecting us for a long, long time, hundreds of years, maybe more," she said. "That it may find eternal rest. I'm sorry. Guin said. Hundreds of years, maybe more. Have you lived that long? She just smiled and didn't say anything. By the way, if I may ask, how the hell did you get here? Well, you look like you're standing in a rock, skirting it. Yes, I suppose it does. She agreed. Don't be curious. I am, in a way, just like you, not human. What do you mean? She didn't answer. Instead, turned those wondrous eyes on him. You're not going anywhere standing here. I said, come with me. Then you'll meet me. I have a companion. Her words were cryptic, but rather than point them out, Guin hastened to explain. She nodded. Go on, take her. She said. I'll be here waiting for you. It took me some time to convince the two frightened young men that there was no more fear of the Crawlier. For even Istvan, who had seen many wonders of Gwyn's power, could not easily believe that Gwyn had defeated the monster without a sword. For some reason, Gwyn had not told them about the sword that had suddenly appeared in his hand. If that's true, Gwyn, then you're a real monster. I'd be a hell of a lot more scared of you than I am of Crawlier, Istvan said. But there was no sign of the pale, glowing maggot anywhere in the cave. When they saw the girl at the place where Gwyn had left her, their eyes rolled back in their heads, and they fell silent as if struck by a blow. Istvan the Valachian and Marius the Bard. Gwyn introduced them. The phantom girl gazed at them both with her mysterious red eyes that seemed to reveal the depths of her soul. Then she told them to follow her. But rather the most extraordinary experience was about to come to them when they entered this subterranean kingdom. A little ahead of them walked a beautiful girl with hair like a pillar of ice and fire, glittering fluffily, as if she were enveloped by a cloud. Rather than walking, she seemed to be flowing. Gwyn seemed to be lost in thought, and would not speak, as did Marius and Istvan. And Marius and Istvan were the same. They were completely absorbed in this strange girl. They went deep into the cave of the crawlers. There was no more sign of the maggot, not even its corpse. The path twisted and turned, up and down, until they lost all sense of direction. And how long was I gone? Come on. Here we are. That mysterious voice flashed through their minds at the same time. The three of them found themselves standing in front of a large door. When the girl raised her hand and touched it, the door opened noiselessly. Immediately, a bright white light flooded the room. They had been accustomed to darkness, but now their eyes were closed. They even felt pain as if they had been struck by a flood of light. Finally, when their eyes became accustomed to the light little by little and they were able to see with their eyes open, there was no sign of the girl anywhere. This is... I heard someone shouting. Proceed. Enter the palace of my queen Kriemhild of Jotunheim. The girl's figure was gone, but the same voice commanded. The three of them walked in slowly. It seemed to them as if they were entering the middle of a sea of light, so much so that the interior was filled with sparkling light and reminded them of the dwellings of the gods, which they had never seen before. A number of thin icicles are hanging from the ceiling to the floor. The interior was a cave of ice and light that grew higher and narrower. As if guided by a voice, the three of them entered the cave, cutting their way through the interior, which was divided into several rooms. And he stopped at the last room. They could not go any further. A great surprise and a strange emotion had seized the three of them together and kept them on their feet. What's the matter with you? A soft voice urged. Come on, come closer, this is where I live. Oh, Kriemhild, Queen of Jotunheim, was there. In the middle of the innermost cave, there is a slightly slanted area that looks like an altar of ice. She was there, in the ice. Even Gwyn couldn't speak, just stared up at him. Her body, was trapped in the ice. Just as they had seen him in the darkness, but alive, not as a mirage, but as a sure substance. His long hair was flowing and shining over his body, and his hands were folded on his breast. Her mysterious ruby eyes were closed, and she seemed to be sleeping peacefully. You, Gwyn stammered. You were dead. Why, sir. Immediately, a gentle, soft voice cried out in my head. I am alive. Just like you, though I'm trapped in this ice. I cannot move about freely, but my mind is free to roam. I was a priestess of Jotunheim. 1,000 years ago, the people who built this underground city sealed me in as the soul of the city, and made me its queen forever in return. What a. Of the three, Marius seemed to be the one whose heart was being shaken the most. When his initial astonishment had passed, he ran over to the icy beauty and gazed at her with eyes filled with wonder and unbelievable mystery, almost to the point of tears. Oh, what a fudge, what a beauty! I see. So the illusion you saw earlier was because the queen's heart wanted to meet us. That's why it could exist anywhere, even in the rock. Guin said. Yes. At least here in Jotunheim, I can appear anywhere. You can't get out of there, can you? Marius said enthusiastically. How dare someone like you be trapped in the ice forever, unable to feel the joy of life, the wind or the light? There must be some way to get you out, some way to break the spell and free you from this body. Break the ice, break you out of it. Then I will no longer be able to even speak to you in this way. She laughed. Her beautiful face, shut up in the ice, was shut up in a long and distant sleep, but they could hear, or rather feel, her beautiful, sad laugh. I have been locked up in the ice for 1,000 years. The power of the sacred ice has sealed me in the shores of the interference of time, and it is precisely because I am here that I am able to maintain my 19-year-old form and continue to live as I did when I was sealed in the ice 1,000 years ago. When the ice melts or is broken, my body will fall with it, and so will Jotunheim as long as I am here, said the wizards, who were once demigods. So the day I die will be the last day of Jotunheim as well. Oh, my God. Marius gave an eloquent and enchanted sigh. Then, crouched at her feet, he did not speak to her again, but simply gazed at her, enraptured, and pondered the fate of this strange and all too mythical woman. However, what Istvan and Guin, who were not poets, judged more practically was that this girl, though indeed a mysterious being, was also a being with a very real capacity for thought and judgment, rather than a myth. So I guess that explains why this Jotunheim is not like the rest of the nations. Guin said gravely. Who hath locked thee up in such a fate? My queen. The kings and gods of 1,000 years ago, she said. This Jotunheim is a seal of time, created overnight by their need, and is the heart of the world. It was created to contain something of great importance. Snufkin's, Fafnir's treasure. Istvan shouted. The queen laughed. You came looking for it, southern one. I knew that from the start. The trial of the elders was not a mistake as far as you are concerned. But I don't blame you for that. South, because what you seek is of little importance to Jotunheim. What? So it's a lie that the treasure is here. Istvan was disappointed and shouted. The queen consoled him. No, it's not a lie. The treasure is there, and since you are no longer our enemies but our guests, I can give you some of it if you wish, to take home with you. They are of no use to me, or indeed to the people of Jotunheim. What? Istvan's eyes were nearly bugging out. He clung to the queen. So, it's true. It's true. The queen laughed again. She must have been a cheerful girl who laughed a lot before she was thrown into the ice. I can read men's hearts. You're not a greedy thief. You'll take only what you need and leave the rest. Then the treasure will live in you better than in me who does not know how to use it. Thank you. Istvan groaned. With all due respect, my queen, you have no idea what it's like for me to get a war chest. How many things I could get away with if I had the money. I'll get mercenaries and I'll have my army. This works for me. This, too, was guided by fate. The Queen of the Meek said, I do not consider it my duty to simply lock up treasure under the ice and protect it. Once upon a time, I gave some to an adventurous prince who came to me for treasure. He was able to restore the old kingdom to its former glory and make it famous for generations to come. The name of that kingdom was Paros. Paro. With a jerk, Marius came to himself and shouted. It is said that Arion, the young prince of Paro, brought back from the north a treasure called the Eye of the Lure. It still rests in the tower of the lure, guarding Paro. Very well, Guin said. Marius seemed surprised. I don't care about the legend. But isn't it the treasure of the old people of gold? Istvan said. The queen looked unhappy. What's that? It is said that the treasure of Jotunheim, the Fafnir's hoard, was gathered together by the hands of the gods. And the treasure of Misgard, which is said to have been gathered by wicked hands. Istvan looked at Guin puzzled. I don't know why he said what he did. To Istvan's astonishment, Guin raised her hand to interrupt him. And he went up to the throne of the Ice Queen, and patted them affectionately as they stretched out to protect it, and began to say strange things. You're a straight shooter, my queen. And as you can see, I am not human. Therefore, I trust you will see the path of destiny that led me to Jotunheim and reveal its most sacred secrets. Hey, Guin. What the hell are you talking about? Istvan listened politely. Guin didn't care. Tell me, my queen. The treasure of Fafnir, which all men think is the secret of Jotunheim, is rather unimportant to you. What, then, is the true secret of Jotunheim? You killed the Crowlier, the queen said. For 1,000 years it has guarded Jotunheim. With such a change, it must be a sign. Very well, I will tell you. This Jotunheim is. There it is. Gwyn's tremendous energy interrupted her words. His huge frame leapt up, grabbed the limb he had snapped off like a short spear, and ran straight at Marius. Wow! Marius screamed. Guin, what are you doing? You're out of your mind. He turned over and closed his eyes to see if the icicles would pierce his body, but when he heard Istvan's cry, he jumped up. Oh, how's that? Istvan cried out in disgust and peered over the floor. Until now, the spot on Marius' back where the Katala should have been. There is something there that has never been seen before. Dwarf Molfkin. It struggled weakly with its limbs like a specimen insect, its face and hands blackened as if by fire. You! The dwarf spat out vicious curse words in agony. How dare you! The curse of Auric will fall upon you, Guin. You'll never find what you seek. Let that precious thing you thought you had slip through your fingers. Forever, Ymir, Loki, Hel, Garm. Fenrir, the Misgard serpent, the frost giant Hurum. Let this curse haunt the leopard headed to the end of Ragnarok. May your days be one of loneliness and war, of trial and suffering. May your longing be gnawed by Fenrir, your love frozen by From, your hope seared by Loki. I thought everything was going to be all right. Molfkin is dead. His body began to turn black, and before he knew it, it had turned to black ashes and was being blown away. All that was left were the icicles that stood on the floor. Well, the next thing he knew, the queen, or rather, a vision of the queen, was standing beside Guin, her hands clasped to her chest, her lips wagging. Oh, my God! It's Aelf the Black Dwarf. The Black Dwarf. Then he was trying to deceive us, wasn't he? Guin said, casting a spell to ward off the curse. He called himself Molfkin, of the clan of Snufkin, who opposed the wicked Black Dwarf, and bewitched us to steal the treasure of Jotunheim. Snufkin. Oh, no. Snufkin hides in the depths of the earth. He's never been seen. This is the Black Dwarf. And this is the one who stole the golden hitch in Misgard. I don't know how it started, but I started to think something was wrong, Guin said. Because his words were so smooth, and he wanted us, and me in particular, to go to Jotunheim at all costs. It seemed to me that he was just saying that he would bring back the treasure. And the look in his eyes when he saw that we had agreed was one of triumph and mockery. My suspicions were confirmed when we approached Jotunheim and the 3 trials came upon us. The dwarf said he could not come near us and that we should act for him, but he came to us at the critical moment and helped us. I couldn't understand how the dwarf could be so far away, watching our movements and coming to us at a moment's notice. So I thought to myself that the dwarf was lying when he said that I could not approach Jotunheim, and that he actually wanted me to kill Garm and Crowlier. and that he is somehow lurking close at hand, ready to help us make it happen. This suspicion was confirmed when I entered Crowlier's cave. As soon as I was alone, I began to feel a presence behind me, and just as I was about to collide with Crowlier, a sword suddenly appeared in my hand, and I was able to kill him. I was able to kill him. This convinced me. The dwarf is near me, hiding, watching. And he's trying to get me to do what he wants me to do. And as I thought that, I couldn't believe a word he said. Once I began to doubt, I felt that everything he said to me was very vague. He spoke of himself as good and Jotunheim as evil, but it seemed to me that if he was telling the truth, it should be the other way around. So I did everything in my power to find out what it knew, or wanted to know, and found it clinging to Marius' back. Guin spoke at length, which was unusual for him, and then stopped talking. Well, Emer. The queen sighed eloquently and clasped her hands together. Of course, he used the hidden treasure he smuggled out of Midgard. The black dwarf steals everything. He is said to have been born from the hair of the black giant Loki, and his heart is as black as his creator's. And now that I know you're on our side, Guin, I'm happy to share the secrets of Jotunheim with you. Listen to me. Jotunheim rests upon a thing. What it is, even the elders do not know. Old traditions say it's the power to destroy the whole world. There are some truly great secrets of creation in this world. This is one of them, one in the north, one in the west, one in the sea, and the last one at the bottom of the earth, the legend says. Any one of them would be enough to destroy the world. Jotunheim has one of them. And perhaps the Black Dwarf has been plotting to steal its secrets and unleash its black power on Earth. Because chaos and destruction, fear and annihilation, that's what they want. That's why they want to destroy the guardian god of Jotunheim and replace us as its custodians. They've been doing that all along, doing everything in their power to bring Jotunheim to heel. But Fulgur, Garm and Crawler, those three could not be overcome. Guin. You're no ordinary human being. Where you go, the fate of all things will change and people will know that everything will change. I can't understand you. Except for the thoughts you have for me. But I know you were led here by something. Alef is nothing more than a pawn in the hands of a dwarf who doesn't even know he's a pawn in his own destiny. Guin was silent for a moment. In his topaz eyes, there was a strange curl and something rather like pain. I'm not a normal person, he tweeted. So saith the Ice Queen, who hath lived 1,000 years. But if I'm not human, then what am I? Who or what sent me into this world to do this? Is that power good? How can I live without knowing it? How can I behave? How can I wield my sword? What can I open my heart to? When I think of it, I feel like standing alone in the darkness, unable to move forward or backward. Trust in your destiny. Surrender to it. The Ice Queen whispered in a gentle, husky voice, and the apparition reached out a hand to bless Guin. We must, those whose destiny differs from that of other men cannot live without believing in their destiny and feeling that it was for the sake of ultimate harmony and perfection. Look at me, once upon a time, long, long ago, I was one of the merry, innocent maidens of Valhalla, living a life without pain or trouble. I did not think I had a destiny different from that of other girls, nor did I feel any foreboding of it. But then, one day, I was abducted and brought to the depths of the earth, where I was told that I was a chosen priestess, that I was to be queen of Jotunheim. From that moment on, I had nothing to do with the love I had dreamed of, or with my mistress, or with flowers, or with strolling on a short summer's night, or with the happiness and sorrow of the simple and humble. And I've been here for 1,000 years. And I will be. Locked in the ice, queen of the underworld. Protecting a weighty role and a secret. If I didn't believe in fate, how could I have survived 1,000 years? My queen, Guin said with a touch of emotion. That's a great idea or just. And I can't help but be reminded that some time ago, in the deadly city of Zludia in the Middle Plains, we met an immortal being. She was a beautiful young woman who had been enchanted by a sorceress into neither death nor life, but she spread a curse and a toxin of misfortune around her, and now a horrible eternity grips her. Of course, Tanya, the daughter of death, was made so by the hand of a king who had transgressed the ban and touched the realm of the unapproachable, and the gods had given her divine life. But even so, me and she are so different. Rather, I must say that I am a happy one, for I am neither old and disfigured nor dead and grieving for those I have left behind. Queen Krieghild said cheerfully. And now, come with me, and let me again introduce you to the elders as guests of Jotunheim. The elders will not be displeased with my words in any way, and I bid you have as much fun as possible. I have no fear that you will be deceived, for you are right-minded people. This Jotunheim will shine even brighter when it meets the righteous. What kind of people live here? Guin asked. Molfkin, or rather Aelf, said that they were ice men, the souls of the dead, the damned, who would melt away if they met the sun. They're just ordinary people, the girl said. They are delicate, gentle and quiet. They have hair of pure gold and are the descendants of people from the north, though they have been out of the sun so long that their hair has faded. The slaves were all thieves who were reckless in their desire to steal Fafnir's hoard. They would rather be slaves than in the pit of Crawler. It's a strange country. Guin couldn't help but say that. Even though I'm a normal person, I'm still not like other people because I live in these places. Maybe. As you may have noticed, this is the land of the sometimes forgotten. Time moves much more slowly here than on Earth. The people live a surprisingly long life, and they're used to it. The land that time forgot. But before Guin could finish thinking about it, Ishtvan, who seemed to have grown weary of all the questions and answers, began to rant. Hey! Save your research on this country for later. If time's moving so slowly, you've got plenty of time to think. What about my treasure? Guin and the queen are laughing. Come here. And the queen led them by the gentle glide of her wondrous vision. Beneath the icy floor, there was a narrow entrance to a crypt. When the queen's visionary hand touched it, the ice opened easily. Is there anything here that you want? The queen said teasingly. Ishtvan jumped into the cave with a record-breaking gesture. Guin and Marius followed, but by the time they had gone down, Ishtvan was already in a daze, as if a man who had eaten little but was hungry had suddenly been thrown alone into a great feast for hundreds of people. He stood there, muttering to himself. Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. I could buy the whole world with this. Oh, it's a dream. It's got to be a dream. Maybe it was understandable for him to do that. The whole expanse of the cave was a sea of treasure, so much that even a wooden box could not hold it. Ishtvan and Marius stood knee-deep in pearls, rubies, and gold. It was clear that each of the jewels, thrown out as if they were mere trash on the beach, was enough to feed even a small kingdom. The whole room was ablaze with fire of 7 colors and gold. Green jade, red jade, blue jade, yellow jade, protein stone, green pillar stone, vajra stone, pearls, black pearls, their own, rose-colored, coral, agate, castor, jade. There is not a single thing in the world that is not here. There was not a single thing here that did not make the hearts of noble ladies and princesses who loved shiny things burn with desire. And that was just the beginning. Golden plates, chains, daggers, staves, marvelous workmanship, bejeweled crowns, trinkets, swords, thrones, ornaments, wonderfully elaborate birds and flowers made of lovely jewels and gold, twill, brocade, incense, mirrors, rings, neck ornaments, bracelets, everything radiates a brilliant and dazzling golden flame. How could such a treasure be here? Guin asked. Well, that's what the gods have done. I think the gods thought that with this treasure they could hide the true secret of Jotunheim, and that this treasure would be the 4th strongest ally against those who would defeat even the 3 guardians. But I'm sure it'll attract a lot of bandits. Only 50 slaves. Kriemhild said. Tens of thousands of bandits have come in the last 1,000 years. Only 50 of them were lucky enough to survive. The queen smiled at Ishtvan. Come on, south. Take it. How long until your ambition is fulfilled? All the treasure in this room. Half. No, no. Ishvan gathered up the handful of jewels with trepidation, grabbed the golden baton, and immediately, seeing that the one on the other side seemed to have more value, threw it away and began to gather it up, not even knowing what to do with it. This man has had a hard life growing up, Guin said with a laugh. Igrek's sin, covetousness, is not inherently in this man's nature, so far, but he, more than anyone else, knows the worldly nether of treasure, doesn't he? And you are. The queen said teasingly. Wouldn't it help your ambition to take as much of this treasure as you like? I don't care. What good are bracelets and hair ornaments to me, who sleeps in the ice for 1,000 years? I don't even need a scarf. No, apparently, I don't need that either. Guin laughed. The treasure will not fulfill what I want to know. I want, need, must know my identity, my secret, my mission. My soul is filled with nothing but that fervent wish. There is no room for earthly kingdoms or ambitions. Remember this. It's ironic that it's those heads that fate likes to crown the most, Krieghild said and turned to Marius. And you, young man. Is there anything you would like to do with this treasure? Marius was jolted from his sweet dream as if he had suddenly been pulled back to himself. What? Oh, no, well, the treasure's not going to do me any good. I'll leave that to this Istvan. I'm more interested in. You're a rare one. The queen laughed. Guin laughed too. Indeed. But it may be that, at least, he is more familiar with the glimmer of gold and jewels than the other young man. What are you talking about, Guin? Marius said, twitching a little. But even that did not seem to bother him for long. His eyes did not see the flames of gold and rainbow that filled the room, not even a little. His poet's eyes were fixed on the queen as if he were devouring her. Oh, Guin. There you are. It was Istvan who approached me with a loud voice. I hear you're liking it here. It was in the farthest reaches of Jotunheim, just before the Crawler's Cave. Guin looked up. Well, it's nice here, quiet and undisturbed, to do some thinking. Where's Marius? Marius. Istvan's voice was filled with a subtle tormenting crack. There it is again. It's a temple. I'm just staring at her with my mouth open like an idiot. I thought he was an idiot, but I didn't think he was this stupid. In all sincerity, Istvan said. For all intents and purposes, he's in love with that ice girl. He's crazy about her. You're crazy, crazy. Even if she's beautiful, she's like a phantom locked in ice. You can't hold her in your arms or kiss her. What's the use of falling in love with such a phantom? I don't know. It is true that a woman in the ice will not be able to produce offspring and have a peaceful family. Guin laughed and slowly stood up. There are people who fall in love for other reasons, but only occasionally. Marius is a poet, Istvan. Poets don't always see things the same way we do. But I wouldn't want to do that if I were you, Istvan said softly. Day in and day out, from morning till night, he talks to the ice, praises the ice, and sings love songs to it, in a land where there is no time. I guess poets see the world differently than other people do. He'd be happy to sing a love song to a stick insect or a stone in the shape of a man. Anything that isn't an ordinary woman of flesh and blood. That's a bit harsh. I think the queen is one of those rare true women. She's got composure and charm, resignation and hope. If you put almost any other woman in that situation, she'd probably be crazy before the first 100 years were up. By the way, why did you come all the way here to look for me? Didn't you have some business to attend to? Yeah. Istvan looked as if he had remembered something unwell. Well, I've been meaning to ask you something. He moved closer to Guin and somehow managed to divert his chest. Hey, Guin. How long are you going to linger here like this? Guin smiled in his mind. He knew that sooner or later Istvan would say something like that. In fact, he knew it very well. I don't always know what you're thinking, but I don't always know what you're thinking. Istvan grumbled. That's fine with Marius. He's happy flirting with girls like that. But, Guin, well, you know. There's a story in Wallachia and Primorsky Krai called The 100 Years of Dorcas. He was a fisherman from Primorsky Krai. One day he went out to sea, was swept away by a storm, and finally arrived at a small island. But what he thought was a small island turned out to be a wonderful place, full of fruit, beautiful women, good wine, and clear water. When the fool heard of the way back to the island, and that there was a port on the next island from which ships to Wallachia could be taken, he thought that he should go there at once and enjoy himself for a while in this heavenly place. And the women of the island welcomed him with open arms, and he was in a good mood, and every day and every night he was in a lively mood. They crossed to the next island. He took a lot of souvenirs with him. He waited for his ship and came back to Wallachia. I thought he'd only been gone a month. But in Wallachia it had been 100 years and his whole family was dead. Istvin looked into Gwyn's face, as if to make sure that she understood the gravity of the parable. There is no time here. That's what that sleazy ice woman said. She's been on my mind a long time. Do we know how many days, how many months we've lingered here in a land without time? How do we know that another 100 years, 200 years, or even longer, have not passed by without our knowledge? There is no morning or noon or night here. We eat when we're hungry and sleep when we're sleepy. How are we to know when time has passed? I wonder why you're so relaxed and at ease. That's not to say I was taking it easy, though. Gwyn laughed. But I was planning to leave sooner or later. I'm not so sure I want to test my immortality in eternity. I got what I wanted, Istvin said, his face somewhat pale. I'll never forget that, and I'm not saying that because I got what I wanted that I should just walk away and do nothing else. I swear it on the robe of the Holy Iris. But, Gwyn, I'm still a flesh and blood man of this world. I can't be a poet and I don't want to be. Why should I be condemned and called a snob just because my hopes, ambitions, aspirations, pleasures, and sufferings all depend on a faraway land, not a forgotten land at this time? What I wanted was not eternal life or love with an immortal queen. I wanted money for my mercenary army, and I got him. But he's no good to me here. I want to get back to Zhongyuan. Instead, I'm itching to put my long-standing plan into action. I can understand that, Istvin, Gwyn said calmly, soothingly. No one will wonder why you're the way you are. I'm. Istvin hesitated for a moment, and then said in a rather low voice. I thought maybe you were thinking about Marius. He doesn't want to go out there. I can see that. After all, he's a poet, he can live anywhere he wants, and he's in love. To him, this is heaven and he has no intention of leaving. And for some reason, I don't know, you've got a strange affection for him. So, don't worry about it, Gwyn said. I'm not going to send you off to the farthest snowfield alone. But that doesn't mean you're going to leave the poet here alone as the Ice Queen's companion forever, leaving him to his fate, does it? Istvin said slyly. As far as I'm concerned, if you're okay with it, and Marius is okay with it, there's nothing wrong with us leaving together right now. Gwyn didn't answer. A faint smile crept into his eyes. Seeing this, Istvin became desperate. What the hell are you thinking, huh? I don't think Marius is capable of being that much of a wastrel, Gwyn said. He does not say it, but he too has many ties, many thoughts and many hearts. He's coming with us. I can't leave him alone either. Just wait for the right time, Istvin. I'm waiting for the right time. Istvin said doubtfully. Gwyn nodded and stood up to go back to his assigned quarters. You'll see, he said. How many days had passed since the three of them had been the guests of Kriemhild, Queen of Jotunheim? It was hard to tell in a land that had lost all sense of time, as Istvin had said. There was no rising or setting of the sun, so there was no concept of a day or an hour. Here, people got up, moved around, ate, and slept as they wished. That is why this city gives the impression of being somewhat deserted, because people do not get up all at once when morning comes and go into their houses when night comes. For Gwyn and the others from the south, their short life in this mysterious underground city in the far north was truly unforgettable in every way. There the people had no access to trees, grass, or any of the other things that are so readily available in the Midlands. Therefore, the houses were built entirely of ice, crystal, and hollowed-out pillars of hard rock, but the ceilings and entrances were closed up, so that even in the ice houses they did not feel very cold, and the ice, which was sometimes cut and brought by people who went up to the earth, was not only ice. The ice was not just ice, but due to a special process known only to these people, it had become an extremely hard and difficult to melt material. Likewise, the furnishings of the house and the things worn by the people were made entirely of furs and stiff cloth woven from the hair of long-haired northern beasts, as they had no materials for weaving cloth. Their vehicles were thin-bladed sledges, but instead of being pulled by dogs or other objects, the blades were made of ice, and the force of the ice melting through friction could be used to drive the sledges to great speeds. And food, which was also a wonder. They knew neither salt nor sugar, neither fruit nor vegetables. And they knew not fire, because they had nothing with which to make fire, nor any material with which to make vessels. They came down to Jotunheim more than 1,000 years ago, but they still followed the way of their fathers in those days, and with spears of stone they went up to the earth and took the beasts that dwelt in the north, and that was their clothing, their bedding, their food, and all that they had. And it served them well. They did as their ancestors did 1,000 years ago. They did not cook meat at all, but froze it and ate it raw. And it is a wonder that they did not need any other food, for the disease which they could not avoid if they ate only cooked meat did not bother them when they ate raw meat. Therefore, the people of Jotunheim had no kitchen, as well as no time of day, and no fixed time of eating together, so that even though they were treated well as guests, no feast was ever held for them. Not in the sense of the feasts in the Central Plains. In the first place, even if they did, they had only frozen raw meat of various kinds to eat and no wine. This greatly depressed the Istvan. They carried knives with them, and when they were hungry, they went to the 4 storehouses in the city and cut off whatever they wanted, as much as they wanted, and ate it. The harvested food always belonged to everyone, even the slaves in this respect. The only thing they could drink was water, but there were 2 clean and plentiful springs. One day Guin and Istvan were taken by them to hunt and fish together. Nothing was more interesting to them than to catch fish. They went out on the ground and sledged into the icy sea of Norn, closed in by eternal ice, where they made holes in the heavy ice and caught strange, eyeless fish. The earth they saw was a no-man's land of twilight, a desolate and desolate north, with icebergs and icicles everywhere, and sometimes a strange and brilliant aurora colored the sky. And when they came back to Jotunheim by a long road, they were astonished to find that the land beneath the earth was far more light and bright and warm, and that the land above the earth was far darker and frostier. Even Queen Kriemhild could not explain why Jotunheim was always filled with light. The only way to eat fish was to freeze it and fillet it, which added a little color to a meal of only animal flesh. And Gwyn spoke with Sven of Thalin, who had first interpreted for them, and learned that he was, judging from what he said, a man who had probably slipped into Jotunheim more than 300 years before. In the Middle Plains he knew, there was the kingdom of Peros, but no Aurra, and the king of the barbarians ruled over Kyronia, the neighboring country of Teruin, and Teruin was farther into the interior than it was now. In any case, even if we were to return now, there would be no one who knows us, and the homeland itself would have changed so much that it would be hard to recognize us. Sven says in an old Taluan accent, without lamenting, "I was only 16 when I was blinded by the treasure of Fafnir and thought that I was the one who could get it. I don't know how old I am now, but I don't intend to go back to Talion even if I could. If I had stayed in my homeland, I would have died of old age long ago." The slaves seemed to be more or less of the same mind. The thought of being separated from their native land, and never to see again the people whom they had loved so dearly, made their countenances tremble with a mournful sadness, but they did not complain of their life here, nor were any of them passionately anxious to return to their country. This made Istvan shudder. For he knew that this would be the case if he stayed here for a long time. But even Istvan acknowledged that life in Jotunheim was easy and surprisingly comfortable. There were no troubles, no ambitions, no grievances, no happiness, no success, no change. This horrified Istvan, not because he longed for such tranquility and serenity, but because, if he let himself be carried away by it, the clamor and folly of mortal men in this world would appear appalling and horrible. Whenever Istvan felt the temptation to be suspicious and lurid, he had to ask the queen to let him enter the treasure house, to gaze in raptures at the most worldly riches, to hold them in his hands, and to see in a dazzling rainbow all the glory, splendor and success that they would bring him in the middle field. He had to. Even Istvan of Wallachia, the most realistic and materialistic man in the world, was like that, so we must say that Marius, originally a dreaming poet and a wanderer who gave up the glory of the world, is well known. He was like a man who had wandered into the bliss of the Black Lotus. As Istvan said, he no longer took any interest in the affairs of this world, except to sit on the queen's icy throne, gazing at her depression, and exchanging words with her vision. He was very fond of an environment in which food, drink, sleep, and waking were no longer troublesome to him. The flesh no longer troubled him, and he felt that he was becoming a being of pure spirit alone, and he sought after the vision of Queen Kriemhild without ceasing. I once knew love to be betrayed by life, and love to be snatched away by death. He was talking to a fairy-like apparition, who was sitting on the ground beside him, tilting his head in a cute way. But here is a life that is not ended by death, a death that is not tainted by life. For the first time, I know what I've been looking for. Yes, minstrel, but you're from up there, too, and you'll be gone sooner or later. I know that, because I've lived 1,000 years. The ice girl said, smiling lovingly. Marius turns. You don't believe me. Wherever I have gone, I have felt sadness, I have thought it hard to live, and I have wondered why there is so much misery, wretchedness, pity, and filth in the world. The children I loved died young, the people I loved and respected tormented me, betrayed me, everything I believed in fell apart. I passed through battle, death, betrayal, starvation, ignorance and cruelty, and I thought that this world was dull territory. Here, for the first time in my life, I truly found peace. Truth and beauty, courage and forgiveness. As long as you're here, and I mean forever, this is the only heaven I'll ever know, the pure land of the gods. You don't understand, Bard. The girl smiled somewhat lonely. The reason why this place seems so pure and trouble-free and heavenly is because there is no time here. But the absence of the curse of time also means that we are excluded from the blessings of time. In the sorrow of the dusty soil there is the joy of the dusty soil, and where there is no sorrow, there is no joy either. The joy is in you. The joy is in you, Kriemhild. And being tempted by the loveliness of her looking up at him, Marius stretched out his hand to kiss her. But as he did so, the vision vanished in a flash. Marius sighs and looks at her in the ice, tender and lovely, but with a coldness and remoteness that he cannot reach, and he touches the ice around her face with his hand and kisses it, and then he breathes deeply again. His days were filled with her in this way, and he seemed to have been spellbound here, forgetting time, the outside world, and everything else. Istvan made fun of Marius and went about his day in his own way, without even coming near him, but Guin was not so foolish. He seemed to see many things with the eyes of a sharp leopard, which never missed a thing. But he did not say anything to Marius. He did not even dare to ask Marius what he intended to do, nor did he say what he intended to do. He simply left the two young men alone, one irritated, the other drowning in self-doubt. He seemed to know very clearly that something would happen sooner or later, and that something would most likely be a visit to a forgotten world at this time. As usual, Marius was not there, but Guin and Istvan, Sven of Tarchuin, and some of the younger ones of Jotunheim, as they climbed up to the ground, were chasing a kind of deer with long hair and huge antlers. This deer, Ribald, is the meat most favored by the people of Jotunheim, and is also a highly prized tanned hide. Guin had already killed one with his spear, and the people, leaving one young man behind to quickly skin and dispose of it, were sledding down the iceberg past the fleeing herd. The sky was as dark as ever, and there were occasional flickers of light in the dark gray shroud of the sky. Everyone felt as if they had descended into the twilight from the light of day, rather than coming up from underground. "There, I've got that big one." As if to blow away the ennui of his quiet life in the subterranean city, Ishvan shouted loudly and chased after it with his spear. The deer flew through the ice with its soft hooves, sending up a cloud of white powder as it fled desperately. There. Under the dark Aurora sky, an untimely cry rang out. "I've got you, Guin." "All right, I'll take it." Guin turns and runs at the deer which Ishvan is chasing, and turns into a leopard and runs at it. And then the earth rumbled. No, this area is a land formed by icebergs and icebergs piled up on top of the sea. It would be an exaggeration to call it land. The iceberg shook violently. Cracks appeared in the heavy ice, and the ground beneath my feet seemed to be lifted to the sky. "Whoa, Istvan!" At the first tremor, Guin reflexively ducked to the ground. Others, however, were flung up in the air and slammed down as if they had been caught by their feet. At that moment, the iceberg that had been cracked open by the noise opened its mouth, and the dark black sea that had been hiding beneath it rose up sharply, and Sven could be seen sliding away. Knowing that he would not be able to reach it, Guin tried vainly to stretch out his other hand. But as soon as he had done so, his and Istvan's bodies slid down the icy skin, and in his panic he clung to the icy protrusion, even as his hand slipped away again. In his ears he heard Sven's horrible scream, and the eyes of the sliding Taran man, wide with fear, flashed for a moment in Gwyn's eyes. Even here in Jotunheim, death had not forgotten its visit. The trapped ones clung desperately to the earth, unable to speak. Seeing that the cries had finally subsided, Gwyn stood up slowly. "Hey, you okay?" There were 3 of them, sluggishly coming out of the water. Sven and one of the others had been swallowed by the sea. No, what the hell was that? A whalegato coming out of the ocean through the waves. Istvan shouts in a trembling voice. "No, I don't think so." Has this kind of thing ever happened to you before?" Gwyn asked the young men of Jotunheim. But they were at a loss and shook their heads. Without Sven as their interpreter, they had no way of communicating with each other. Gwyn got up and carefully climbed up to a higher place to see what was around him. There were many cracks in the icy twilight world, and here and there he could see dark water. "Gwyn, what's going on here?" "I don't know. But we might as well hurry up and go back to Jotunheim." "Why?" "I'm worried about Jotunheim. And this place, well, if I'm not mistaken, it's beginning to look like it's in danger." "Yeah." Istvan shouted briefly, looked around, and understood. "The ice is cracking," he said briefly. "It must have been a terrible vibration. If we are not careful, we have a long way to go before we reach the entrance to Jotunheim. Somewhere in between, if the fissure widens beyond our reach, we will be trapped on this ice. Come on, let's go, Gwyn." In a panic, they started to walk. The young men of Jotunheim soon understood what had happened and hurried to follow them. "It's hard to swim across the northern sea like this," Gwyn explained as she hurried to her feet. "This water is even colder than ice. If you fall in there, your heart will instantly shrink and stop. Even a Valachian's skill at water skiing is useless." The least that can be said is that both Sven and the young man from Jotunheim would have stopped breathing before they had time to suffer. "You've got to be kidding me," Istvan muttered lowly, watching his step more carefully. To the Jotunheimers, too, it seemed a strange thing. They hurried to keep up with Gwyn and the others, chattering to each other. There were black cracks in the ice, and the sound of gurgling could be heard incessantly, and in the distance icebergs could be seen slowly sliding out from between the ice soles. "Jesus Christ," Istvan groaned. "All that's under the ice is the sea." "Do they, the Jotunheimers, live under the sea?" "No, it isn't. The sea must be very intricate in this area, though we couldn't see it until now because of the ice covering the top of it. Anyway, let's hurry. The anomaly seems to be more widespread than we thought." and they hastened onward with increasing urgency. For a while, when they came upon a crevice, they could only flit through it with a single thought, but then, to their dismay, they stood still. A gaping chasm of nearly 2 tarpaulins had opened up in front of them. They saw clearly the black, sinister waters swirling beneath them. They turned pale, and looked at each other. "It's not going to happen, Guin. Let's go around." "Oh. But you better hurry. Apparently, the ice in this area is starting to move." They rushed out and ran along the chasm. The Jotunheimers followed them. But before they had run very far, they came upon a larger chasm, this time running at right angles to the previous one. "Emer!" The Jotunheimers cried out in dismay, and sat down there as if they had given up. Ishvin gazed out at the cold sea of life, which was spreading out every moment, and made a trembling sound like that of a little child. "Guin, oh, Guin, what to do? There's no time to sit and cry. Even as we do this, the cracks are widening and hope is lost." Guin aroused the Jotunheimers roughly. "Come on, follow me." He turned back to the previous crevice. It seemed to have widened a little more than before. "What are we gonna do, Guin? You can't just stand here and die. I'm telling you." Guin stepped back a bit to give himself a good run for his money, and his huge body went into a frenzy. "Whoa!" Ishvin and the Jotunheimers screamed. But just as he was about to do so, Gwyn's feet were already on the ice on the other side of the river. "Come on, climb. Don't slouch when you get down, or you'll fall on your face. I'll catch you." Okay. "Oh, my God, help me." Ishvin screamed and jumped, his arms and legs flailing. As soon as his feet touched the water, he sank back and almost fell into the water, but Gwyn's strong hand grabbed his hand and held him back. Come on. The Jotunheimers are huddled together, shouting, crying, and holding their hands up to the sky. But he just couldn't work up the courage to jump over the wall like the two of them. That might have been understandable, for they were much smaller and weaker than Gwyn and Ishtvin. "Talk to me. What are you doing? You want to die, you idiot." On the other side of the river, Gwyn and Ishtvin, impatient to be on the other side of the chasm, fumbled and clattered, but all they did was sit down and shake their heads in despair. By now, the chasm had widened to the extent that even Gwyn could not jump through it. Fuck you. Ishtvin shelved his own screams and flailed his fists, but there was nothing he could do. Already the despairing figures of the three Jotunheimers had become nothing more than cold shadows on the waning ice, and were being swept away. "Gwyn, what are you going to do about it?" "I don't have a choice. This is not the time. Something's wrong. I'm going to Jotunheim and that's what worries me. Those men will have to pray for Ymir's blessing." They ran in silence, and soon found themselves in a small cave, the mouth of Jotunheim. As soon as they entered the city, they let out a cry of horror. The damage done to this underground city was more than they had expected. Here and there, walls of ice had fallen away, revealing the black soil of the giant cave of Jotunheim itself. Here and there, groans could be heard from beneath the mountains of ice, and many of the beautiful houses of ice and stone had fallen. The people gathered around them. With a wave of the hand, Gwyn and Ishtvin hastened to Kriemhild's palace. Already there were so many people in the square in front of them that they wondered how many there were, and when they ran in, the elders and Marius were at their wits' end. The elders had become so accustomed to the peace of many years that they had forgotten how to deal with unusual events. "My queen!" Without looking at them, Gwyn burst into the throne room and cried out, "It's Kriemhild." "Oh, Gwyn." The vision of the queen appeared at once. She's pale and wringing her hands. "Where have you been, sir? You were safe. Do you know what happened?" Gwyn asked without regard for politeness. "Yes, perhaps. The final trial has come to Jotunheim." "Was that an earthquake just now? Or a volcanic explosion?" "Neither. The Black Dwarf has come to attack, Gwyn. He knows that Crowlier, one of Jotunheim's guardians, is dead. The rumbling earlier was a strange trick known to the Black Dwarf. He wanted to smash the iceberg against the entrance to Jotunheim and destroy the land beneath the earth. With the help of Loki, the black giant, they will come to steal the secrets of Jotunheim. And this time, then this world is doomed, said Ami, Krieghild. Unusually agitated, Guin yelled at him. Will you not fight? Why hasn't anyone taken the sword? Why do they gather in the square and make merry? Put on your armor and guard the two entrances to Jotunheim. This subterranean city will not fall so easily. One side of the mouth is safe, Guin. The one that Garm and Fulgur are guarding. I'll unleash Garm. The black dwarfs can't kill them. But Crowlier's mouth is. And Loki the giant will attack there. I don't know how we can stand against Loki, let alone the black dwarf. How big is that thing? What kind of power does it have? Guin asked as he bit down. Loki is a head taller than you. He's an evil giant born between gods and men. He carries a mysterious dark life from the earth. No matter how many times he is killed, he comes back stronger when he touches the earth. So how can we stand against it, even if it's only Loki? Give me my sword, Guin said, still biting. Come on. Oh, Guin, you don't think such. I've beaten giants a head taller than me before, Guin said. Besides, I'm the one who sent Crowlier to his death. So I'll take Crowlier's place and kill him. If the dwarves are using his power to do their evil, then kill him and the black dwarves will have no chance to attack Jotunheim. Just this once, Guin, just this once. I've been trying to summon a guardian deity from the depths to replace Crowlier. But I don't have much time at this point. Begin preparations to summon it and place it in Crowlier's cave at once, my queen, Guin said. No longer will it frighten Jotunheim ever again. Yeah, but, Guin. Kriemhild and Marius' cries were almost simultaneous. Marius turned pale and clasped his hands. Guin, then, if you summon the guardians and block the way to Jotunheim while you are fighting the Loki, what will happen to you? You will never be able to return to Jotunheim. My queen. Guin stepped closer to Kriemhild's vision and gazed into the leopard's eyes with a strange light. In any case, I'm from outside and I can't stay in this peaceful land for long. I'll kill the Loki and be on my way. I thank you for your hospitality and kindness. And how short my days in Jotunheim seem, for I shall not return again. Thank you. Istvin jumped up and down and shouted. So, you've finally made up your mind. You can finally go back to Nakahara. I'll help you if I can. You've been a great help to the queen. I'll leave the monster giants to Guin, but I'll take care of the rest of the black dwarfs myself. Leave it to me. Then Istvin remembered and jumped up. Oh, yeah. I've got to get that. And he ran out in a panic to fetch the bag that was now second only to his life. Guin. Queen Kriemhild, seemingly at a loss for words, reached out her hand towards Guin. Thank you, Guin. You saved us and you're going to save the world. I knew it from the beginning. I knew from the start you would save us somehow, some way. Oh, Guin. I wish there was something I could do for you. I'm trying to find myself, Guin said slowly. If the queen has any knowledge, however slight, of a country where there are beings like me, or of legends, sayings, rumors, of people like me, please tell me. I would be most grateful. The queen sank into thought. I have lived for 1,000 years. Finally she said. But I've never met anyone like you before, and I've never heard of a race like yours. Even though I've lived for 1,000 years, I've only known a few small places, so perhaps that's why I don't know you. But Guin, would you be offended if I told you this? Tell me, my queen. So I say. I think it's wise to be what I am. I've never wondered why I am the way I am. I have never envied those who had a more ordinary fate. If you were to accept your form as your own, if you were to stop trying to discover its secrets, if you were to stop comparing your form with that of other human beings, then, surely, only then would you be able to become one with your own. You could be one with your destiny. I'd like to say. Stop trying to figure out what's under the leopard's head. It will be revealed in time or it won't, either way, it's up to time. Remember this, Guin. And that I am happy. Thank you, my queen. I'll always remember. When Guin was about to say it, the world itself shook and trembled violently again. We have to hurry, Guin murmured over the rattling of ice and stone. Then he set about packing, letting the Jotunheimers help him. For it was clear that if they left, they would have to make the long journey across the snowfields again, this time without the help of the dwarf Aelf, after defeating the Loki. Istvin, who had returned with the little leather pouch of treasure firmly attached to his skin, helped him to his feet. Neither of them spoke to Marius, and neither of them seemed to notice that he was there. Marius sensed this, and he turned pale, clasped his hands together, looked at his lover in the ice, and then at Guin and Istvin, and stood still in a corner, as if he could not decide what to do. In the meantime, Guin and Istvin continued their preparations, and at last it was ready. My queen, we're in trouble. The black dwarfs have come to the valley of Fulgur. One of the young men of Jotunheim came to see me. Let the Garms go, and let the soldiers of the ancients guard the entrance. Queen, a huge black shadow approaches from the west mouth. You're here. Guin got up. My queen, give me 2 young men to carry this load and watch over it during the battle. I'm sure the Jotunheimers will return in time through the last entrance. We'll come to you. As soon as they heard the queen's translation, 2 strong young men offered to help. Then I'll leave you to it. Come, my queen, the hour is at hand. We're leaving. I'm sorry about the Crowlier. May peace reign over Jotunheim forever. Thank you for the treasure. As Istvin said, if I'm ever going to be king again, it'll be because of you. I'll have a little tower built north of the palace to remember you in, and I'll call it Kriemhild's Tower. May you be safe, and may you each find what you seek. The Ice Queen's vision suddenly grew so great that it seemed to fill the room with light. She stretched out her shining hand and blessed them. Come on, then. Let's go, Guin. Yeah, that was the last time. Guin slowly turned around. Marius. That one word, that one call said it all. Marius shuddered. I. Istvin turns away in silence. Guin doesn't seem to urge him. Marius gasped. He knew. This was an isolated island, cut off from the flow of time. It was his choice to stay or to go, and if he stayed, he would have the love of his dreams and immortality, a peace forgotten by time. If he leaves now, he will never find it again, and he will wander through a wilderness of finite dirt and dust, and dream for the rest of his life of Kriemhild, Queen of Ice. Marius pursed his lips and tried to say something. Then, suddenly, a girl's cute giggle crept into his ear. What are you waiting for, you idiot? The guardian goddess of illusion and ice, who had lived for 1,000 years and was still a 19-year-old girl, hugged Marius from behind. He could feel the thickness of the flesh of the phantom on his body. You're not staying here. Go now and don't forget me. I'll remember you, too. Forever. So you go out and sing a saga about me. You deserve it, minstrel, you deserve it. Kriemhyrd. Marius leaned over the icy throne and pressed his lips to the icy coffin. Kriemhild, please, give me a memento. A memento of your life. No. The ice is melting. You can forget me. It's me you'll remember. Because I'll live forever. Goodbye, Marius. Now, go. Marius closed his eyes, and opened them again. And he ran out to catch up with his companion. Hey, wait for me, Guin, Istvin. Don't leave me here.